Hey guys, how's it going? Matt from Foul Ball Productions here. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I hope that you're doing well. I'm doing fucking phenomenally. Thank you so much. Jeez, that was a
Show some emotion. Show some emotion.
I know. Well, this is the MFer Cocktail Lounge. Pour yourself a drink, light yourself a cigar, sit down, and get ready for some fun hang, some fun conversation. We're going to kick it old school. That's what we do on Friday nights. Glad to see a lot of the old folks here, like the old folks, you know what I mean? The routine, the regulars. The regulars here in the cocktail lounge. You got Godzillionaire, the Islington girl, Grin Akuma's been here for about an hour and a half. Lovely to see you, sir. And we've got our wonderful panelists. Starting off the show, we've got Jake D. Hello, sir.
Hey, man. First things first, Matt, congratulations on hitting 1K subscribers today, man.
Thank you.
And my goodness, thank you to the guys at FNT and Gary for, the shout out there. I mean, they treat us so well, and just hats off to you, Matt. You have earned it, my friend.
Thanks a lot. It's a big day. It's a big day. And
it's very cool.
Thank you so much for, just thanks. I'm blown away. Flattered, honestly. Thank you.
Poured a tumbler of scotch there in honor of it.
There we go. Well, we got our other panelists. I want to leave everyone out. We've got Justin the Red Shirt joining us. How are you, sir?
Very well, thank you.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah.
Lovely to see you.
Except for the frog in my throat.
Yeah.
That's my Miss Piggy impression.
I get it. Blowjob joke. Yeah, I get it. And the Stream Elements bot is running. Okay, yeah, I'm trying out a new thing with the Stream Elements bot, guys. If it becomes an unbearable mess and a nightmare, just let me know and I'll curtail it. I'm trying. Me and Vigilante behind the scenes are like going back and forth trying to figure out how this works. So I don't know. I hope it's not much of a bother. But and our final, or at least fourth panelist of the moment, Lord Thoth, man, how's it going?
Not good at all.
No,
I'm so disappointed in you, Matt. I don't understand. Like I would have thought you would have had 1,000 subscribers by now, and it's just oh, wait a minute. I'm proud of you, buddy. This is awesome. Congratulations. I know that YouTube is going to do some little finagling there in the next few days, but man, I saw it. Hail to Gary Nerdrotic and the whole panel over there tonight on Friday Night Tights. It's great to see awesome YouTubers being successful and exploding on the scene here. So well done, brother. I'm proud of you.
Thanks, man. Thank you so much. And I really, really genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, like very grateful to Gary. The whole Burr thing, me and Vigilante talked about it the other day, but it was it was kind of a weird thing watching a story explode that you broke and no one's giving you credit for it. You're like, well, I mean, all right. But then like Gary did the right thing and like made not that Gary didn't. In his video, he mentioned me too, but then he mentioned it in the Nooner, and that was so vindicating. And then for him to go out of his way tonight and plug my channel like that, boost me over 1,000. I'm absolutely blown away. I'm floored and happy and like perfect timing. And we just jump right into stream right after that. So that's pretty cool. We also have the mighty masked crime fighter, the Vigilante Williamson's here.
Vigilante Williamson here on the 7th episode of the MFer Cocktail Lounge. I can keep up with the number because it's in there. So if I can keep up with the number, I'll use it. And I'm celebrating with a little Knob Creek.
Yeah.
Knob Creek. Congrats, man.
Yeah, thank you.
A little fine bourbon, but congrats, man. And hey, to be fair, you got yourself most of the way there. As you mentioned, breaking the story. You broke the story. You broke a national news story a week before everyone else did. And I was looking before he did the plug. You were already at like 900, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
I mean, on Wednesday, I got a huge boost from him mentioning it on the Nooner. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So shout out to
Awesome.
Gary. He brought us all together. This used to be a member stream with all of us there.
Everybody
and
here.
Now, Fireball's at 1,000, and a lot of our, me and Jake D are. I was at 300, but then YouTube did his little subtraction, so I'm back at 298. Whatever. But just the fact that I have any subs,
Great. I know. I saw that you're at 300. That's great, man. I was watching something you were doing last night, and you like that. You must have gone up 20 just today.
Yeah. I was with Comics Division last night.
Hell yeah.
Shout out to Comics Division. Shout out to everybody in that Friday Night Tights crew. They're doing everything they can to keep little guys, not just us. I mean, Az helped Loki and the Valkyries out. There's that community. The community thing is 100,000% real.
Real. It's
100,000% real.
Love it. Blown away, man. Fucking flattered, floored, moved. Like I couldn't believe it. I was barely listening, and I just turned it on, and I heard Gary saying, Matt, your numbers are gonna go down, but then they'll go back up. And I'm like, Matt, he doesn't mean me.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, holy shit, he does. He means me. Oh my god. So that's great. That's fucking terrific. So thank you. Let's say hi to some wonderful people that are here.
Hi.
You know them, you love them. The ever wily, ever hilarious Ascension Dildo.
Okay, I get it. I'm fat. I'm working on it. Been intermittent fasting.
I didn't mean to highlight that
You
one.
just big boned, brother. You just big boned.
No,
I didn't.
You know
mean
what
to,
it is? I am both fat and legitimately big bone. Like,
I
even
think
when
it's
I've
the
lost,
shirt. It's just a big shirt. You're just wearing a big shirt.
You're thick, brother.
No, I'm a fat fuck. I appreciate it.
Superman build, right? You got
I'm
the
the
padded
blob.
shirt on, just like Superman. Yeah, you're
It's
good.
the blob. I got to get this weight off me. But no, seriously, when I was skinny, because I've been up and down weight, I got to like a thin point, and I'm like, how do I weigh so much when I'm like super skinny? But like, I legit have big bones, but I'm also fat.
Wow.
I appreciate you, Sent Dildo. I appreciate it because I got to get this weight off.
We've got Grin Akuma.
Hey, Grin Akuma. Hell,
your big heart and big loving.
That's right.
Listen, if you have enough faith, even Viggy Smalls can pull one. But the one thing I will say, hey to Grin Akuma, I saw you in the Mr. H stream. He was making Mr. H laugh, just like he does us. So
fucking hilarious.
Cool.
I love this guy, Grin Akuma.
Look at all the love from the chat. That's a lot of love for you, VW. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hell,
who doesn't love B-Dubs?
FNT,
If you haven't subbed, give B-Dubs a sub. He's the man.
Yeah, give me back over 300 again for the second or third time. Who knows?
Boom.
Is that like punch buggy, no takebacks, right? That's VW.
Yeah, that's right.
VW, that's funny. Brett Learmonth says he's hail all here from FNT. So I imagine it's his first night watching us. Welcome sir.
Aboard.
Grab yourself a beer.
Yeah.
Get comfortable in the cocktail lounge, man. Good to have you.
It's
Good
a
to have
legit
you.
cocktail lounge. We are going to be a little bit more lit throughout the evening.
Yeah, we are, right?
The
I'm already
streams get
halfway there.
really good as the night goes on.
Yeah.
At least we think so. Maybe they're terrible. Who knows? But people seem to love it.
I listen back. They're usually pretty coherent, mostly.
Yeah. So some of
I
them
don't know,
are
Matt.
pretty incredible.
It looks like you've sucked back about a
been a
quarter
few
of
that's
that
been
cigar already there. Look at that.
Hey,
You're all excited.
I'm just happy we didn't get canceled. We didn't get our YouTube channel taken down after last week. After certain members of
Dildo
certain
with his Croatian racial
Denmark
homophobia
exploitation films.
Yep.
man.
Creative drapists.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
that was hilarious.
And I mean, hey, you also had a video this week talking about how you know what? I'm sorry, I have Coca-Cola.
Oh no!
I know. I just thought about it.
You need to be more white. You need to be less white. What more white?
I am less white.
I don't know.
He already is. He'd have to work
I'm
very
less
hard
white,
at that.
But unfortunately, I am not a national socialist. Let's just put it like that, because me and Fireball have a video exposing their link to National Socialism in the 30s and 40s.
Dude, that was a great rundown of that history, man, that you guys did on that on the Culture Crime Fighters stream.
Dude, all credit to Senshin Dildo.
Yeah, it was Senshin Dildo who pointed it out. Yeah,
he pointed that article out, and I was like, all right, I guess we'll look into this. I was just like floored, man.
What?
I couldn't believe that.
We'll have to
wild.
get Senshin Dildo on the stream someday.
Oh, I'd love to have
see
that
what
guy.
that crazy Croatian looks like. I'd love to see it. I don't know, he's a wild one. He's a wild man. Godzillionaire's here. Hello,
Hell,
Godzillionaire.
Godzillionaire.
What up, brother?
And,
Godzillionaire's another.
I see a little later in chat. I am indeed not half white. I'm mostly black. There are white ancestors, but like both my
He's
parents
like
are black.
Three-quarter black. Three-quarter black.
Yeah,
kid.
that's what I am. I'm the 3/4. I'm the
7/8
3/4 black. Yeah, something like that. I'm a weird percentage, and I'm not gonna get the. My brother got the damn DNA test. I forgot what it said, but I'm not gonna get that shit, especially not nowadays.
Yeah. Don't need to be in any systems, man.
It's a conspiracy. The globalists are trying to get your DNA and put it in a database.
Yeah.
Even if they're not,
to make the frogs gay.
They can make the frogs gay, or they could just be like, like we just want your DNA. Who knows?
And we've got a new chat members. I think 78 Swilly. I don't know. Hello,
78 Swilly,
sir or
That's
madam,
wild.
or however you decide to identify. Hello. I don't recognize you from past chats, but glad to have you here, man. All right. Well, here we are. We are in. It's another episode of the Cocktail Lounge. It's Friday night. We're hanging out, kicking it old school. How you guys doing?
Well, I've got really good news for you, V-Dub. I'm making a very concerted effort to be less white. And when I see you guys on the next Cocktail Lounge, I should be well on my way there because I'm spending a lot of time in the sun over the next couple of
I
weeks.
see.
Oh, right. 'Cause you're going to be doing a stream from the Caribbean or something, right?
Oh, yeah, baby. It's going to be fun. I'll be having far more than my usual intake on next week's stream.
Yeah.
All right. all right.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it, my friend. Looking forward to it. All right. Well, I know we were talking about in the Discord, but I haven't seen it, but you guys can spoil the hell out of it. The last episode of WandaVision. Have we all we watched?
I have.
I did not see it. I haven't watched WandaVision since they fired Gina. So, but you guys can spoil all you want.
Yeah, me too. I haven't either. Solidarity, man. I have not watched it either. So let's talk about it.
Well, it remained Agatha all along. And
so what's the deal with that? Who is she in the comics or whatever? What's the whole story with her and Agatha?
Not terribly far off from what we got in the show. I mean, she's an ancient witch.
Okay.
Dating back to the Salem witch trials.
Okay.
So really old. And they showed her kind of big thing is absorbing other witches' magic.
Yes.
And so you got a really actually kind of a cool battle with Scarlet Witch and Agatha, where she started absorbing Scarlet Witch's power, but then reasonably predictably, honestly, Wanda threw up a bunch of runes to block Agatha's power. She used a little trick that Agatha taught her 2 episodes before. And takes her down, and you get her constructed vision versus the reactivated white vision that Sword brought in to kill her and everybody, and the vision that she made kind of snaps the reactivated vision out of it, and he just fucking takes off when he gets his memories back. And let's see. Oh yeah, Monica Rambeau can absorb bullets now,
and the kids can block them.
Yep, the kids can block them.
Wait, so is what's her name? Agatha Harkness. Is she a character from the comic books? Is she like an established?
Yes.
Yep.
And so, Thoth, you know all about that, I imagine.
I do indeed. But Jake D is doing a great job.
Yeah.
Jake, do you know about the comics, the lore there? Because I'm curious about the lore. Like, where
I've read into it. I don't remember ever.
In chat.
Yeah, I don't think
Agatha was a mentor more than anything.
Yeah, and she was also Franklin Richards' nanny.
Yeah.
So she really hasn't. I think she has. Like, I am not as big on the lore as everyone else is. I don't think. But if I vaguely remember her, like, hasn't she had involvement with the X-Men too?
Yes.
Vaguely, a little bit, yes.
Yeah, more tied to the Fantastic Four, though,
Yes.
from what I've read.
Yes.
Her
just classic stories are more Fantastic Four stories.
Oh, okay.
And
It's very
Agatha.
Did
Agatha
they hint
tried
towards
to
anything
be.
new?
What's that?
Was there any hint towards anything new? Like a hint towards, oh, here comes the X-Men, or here comes the Fantastic Four, here comes Galactus,
Well,
here comes
so
Doom.
so you remember we were talking about Ralph, and
Yeah.
speculation was that there was no. Well, I thought maybe there was no Ralph at all. Some people thought Ralph was Mephisto.
Yeah.
I thought Ralph might have been Ebony, actually. Ebony is her cat. It's her familiar. She has a telepathic link to her familiar, which is Ebony. I thought maybe Ralph would be Ebony.
So wait, so hold on. I don't want to go. I'm sorry to keep backing up the conversation, but so I'm confused. Like, we got to the fact Scarlet Witch is creating this like dome or whatever, this kind of false reality with Vision to keep him alive or whatever for her. I don't know, for her own enjoyment or for her own like trauma. And then Monica Rambeau's kind of onto it and they're sort of cracking it, right? And then the cracks kind of show, and you see Agatha Harkness or whatever is the puppet master or somehow involved. What the fuck was going on?
So basically, Wanda is a mythical being called the Scarlet Witch, which is the most powerful magic user in existence. In fact, Agatha said that she thought it was even just a myth and not a real thing. So you get there's some hints that the Scarlet Witch is not necessarily Wanda per se, not exactly, because when you're seeing some of the scenes, it almost looks like another being kind of enters Wanda.
Like the Phoenix?
A la the Phoenix. Yeah, exactly. They made it look that way.
I think that it's probably her alternate universe version of her, which is her kind of doppelganger. So she has a dark version of her that's more powerful, as in more into the dark magics like the Darkhold and in league with Mephisto.
No. What happened?
Oh,
What happened?
That is a good question.
It is a hard question to answer, honestly. so I mean,
what was the end game? Like, what did they want? Like, why was
what did they want? What did they want? Who's they?
Who's the villain? Who was the villain, and what did they want?
There were
Wanda was the villain.
Multiple villains, depending on your point of view.
Okay, let's go with Agatha Harkness. What did she want? What was she looking for? Just to steal Wanda's power?
She wanted to steal Wanda's power.
Yeah. So she was an antagonist. She wasn't the villain.
Yeah.
So she discovered the bubble and took advantage of it.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So Wanda
she was like, I couldn't believe this place when I found it. So she showed up right after it was created. We see her in the very first episode of WandaVision, but she wasn't there before.
Godzillionaire's not wrong.
So Agatha Harkness is an ancient being. There's been a few comic issues where she's been from Atlantis, that she was at the Salem witch trials. She's this being of great mystical power that has been linked to the Darkhold, has been linked to Mephisto, has been linked to Nightmare. There's a lot of Stephen Strange and ancient Fantastic Four comic books from the Silver Age. She's very much a older, elderly woman who is there as kind of like the matron, kind of a mentor to mystical characters. Jake D mentioned Franklin Richards because of his reality manipulation powers and the way he can change the universe and into what he wills it to. It's the same as the Scarlet Witch. She has hex powers in air quotes. So what she does is she uses her mutant ability to tap into chaos magic, which is, we all know from the DC side of things, you have the Lords of Order like Dr. Fate, where you have order and chaos. And so in the Marvel Universe, you have Eternity and you have the great celestial beings that we've seen in the MCU, like Ego, the living planet. There's a whole bunch of untapped potential that is what Wanda is tapped into, and that untapped potential is the Infinity Gems. So using her hex powers and her mutant ability to tap into that chaos magic means that she can take a spell and combined it into whatever she can imagine. So that's why she could bring the vision back. That's why she can change this town into what she pictured it to be. I think that what they're doing here is that Agatha Harkness was this witch. In this case, in the MCU, she was just a part of a coven whereby she had this natural ability to tap into dark magic. They said that she was reading dark magic, which was the Darkhold. That's kind of what they revealed in this episode. And so by that, she was able to know how to use spells and dark spells. And she had an uncanny ability to be able to use dark magic. And so when she saw Wanda create this town out of nothingness, pretty much, she created this barrier. She did all of this stuff without actually casting spells. She just willed it into being. She was like, okay, this must be what has been described and foretold in the Darkhold as the Scarlet Witch. And when she thought that by manipulating her and by controlling magic and being, when she trapped her into the basement with her kids in air quotes. And
I didn't get there. I haven't watched it. Honestly, I haven't watched since Gina got fired, so I really don't know. That's why I'm trying to ask like the chronology of events, not necessarily like the bigger thing. I really just want to know like a plot, like what actually went down.
Okay,
well, she created a witch trap. She created a witch trap, which was she used runes in her basement to be able to trap the Scarlet Witch. And by doing that, it's actually in a lot of movies, and if you look at Wicca lore and a lot of the when I say real life witch lore, I put it in air quotes. It's a lot of Wiccan lore and stuff where you can trap someone. Supernatural does it actually pretty good, whereby they have Enochian lore to be able to create like runes along the walls that will trap you, and the only people who can cast spells are the ones who actually create that witch trap. And so she trapped her in there to try to suck the magical essence out of her, but just Wanda is just too powerful. She's not just a witch, she's a mutant.
But part of the reason she trapped her in there first was to find out how she'd made Westview.
Yes.
Because that whole episode is
the
Scarlet Witch taking her through her history, which we get to see is Wanda's backstory and how we got to the beginning of WandaVision and why WandaVision was even a thing, the television show.
Yeah.
So we get to see her as a child watching the old DVDs of sitcoms, and her favorite being Dick Van Dyke, and Agatha is watching and observing all of this, and she finally comes to the conclusion, you're the Scarlet Witch because you created this out of chaos magic. You just willed it into being, and you made what was not made before. You created order out of nothing. So that was Agatha's first motivation was just who are you and how'd you do this?
I know I understand like the grander conversation here, and I really do appreciate it. And like I love that you guys like back knowledge, but seriously, like beat for beat.
What was the last episode you watched?
What was the last episode I watched? It was I kicked Rambo out, and then that might have been it.
Oh, geez.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's way back.
That's way back. All right, no wonder
what was
confused.
The episode after that? What was the episode after that?
Episode after that was with Kat Dennings. That was her first episode. I think the last episode you watched was when Pietro was revealed. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So me and you left at the same spot. But I've heard, like, I haven't watched any episodes, but I've heard a little bit what story beats have happened. So I'm a little bit like, I guess. And how about this? I'll try to go through it and you guys tell me where I'm wrong or right. Because I've started to sip and I had a little bit of stuff beforehand. So I'm not the most coherent. And plus, I'm not, like I said, I didn't watch it. So I think they had the Halloween episode and fuck happened on the Halloween episode? I know they had Halloween costumes, they had their OG costumes.
What happened was
something about the kids, right?
That's right. That's when we find out that Agatha is at the edge of town, And remember when they were all in costumes, and as
Yeah,
you
I
get
didn't see
further
it,
and
so
further
I'm
away
just-
from the epicenter of where Wanda created this mystical portal, this mystical barrier, you could see that they were trapped. So where Wanda was the epicenter was where everybody was moving and reacting the way she wanted them to. But as they got further and further from town, they looked like they weren't being controlled as well. That was the Halloween episode.
Okay.
And that's where we get the kids starting to use their powers.
Yeah, so I mean, high level, the Halloween episode. Pietro's going to take the kids out to go trick or treating. You find out that the kids got powers. Wanda and Pietro fight with each other. He makes some comments about her dead husband not being able to die again. Vision's exploring outside at the edge of town. He finds the barrier to the hex, and like Thoth said, he sees people further and further away from Wanda are not functioning properly. He actually goes through the barrier and says, "Oh God, the people need help." Swords out there. And once he gets outside the barrier, he starts falling apart. And so in response to that, because the kids realize Dad's dying, Wanda expands the hex, like sends it out further, and everything it goes by gets converted into her little reality. And that's how she saves Vision in that episode, right? So that's the high level, 45-second explanation of what happened in the Halloween episode.
Right.
And the big joke at the end of the Halloween episode is that when the barrier passes across the sword camp, the sword encampment becomes a circus. And all the soldiers become clowns.
Right. It was defund the police.
It was really.
Okay.
That's what it was. That's I
Yeah.
laugh because they made the police and the law enforcement all a bunch of clowns,
Yeah,
and that's
right.
kind of the way Hollywood views law enforcement right now, as a bunch of clowns. So
Right.
yeah, I mean there was a whole bunch of political wording and stuff that's going on there, but I think that I know that Henry in the chat, he mentioned something that kind of twigged me a bit too. He says he talks about Chthon, and so when you bring up the Darkhold, so Agatha Harkness in this episode mentions Chthon, or mentions the Darkhold. So Chthon is an elder god. He's one of the gods that's right up there with like Thoth, Gaia, Set.
Mhm.
So one of the elder beings of the universe, and what happened was a lot of his mystical knowledge was trapped within Wundagore Mountain. Now, Wundagore Mountain is where I thought is where she was at the end. The first thing I said in the post-credit scene was when I saw the mountains, I said, that's Wundagore Mountain. So there's a lot of stuff that in the comic books, if we go back to a lot of the comic books whereby Wanda is brought there by, of course, the Maximoffs, and we know who they are, right? We know that that was Magneto, was her dad, and her and Pietro, and so they were brought there to be raised by Agatha so that they could teach them to control their powers, because Wanda and Pietro's mom was a gypsy. Now, we know that in today's political landscape that gypsies are not really part of a well-oiled storyline when it comes to Wanda's history. They made them Sokovian and they made them Eastern European, that they were victims of terrorism, which is sad because there's a lot of background story that they're missing out here. So Wundagore Mountain is in Transia. Was it Transia? My mind. I'm trying to go by memory here. So Transia is Eastern European kind of nation too. It's not far from where Latveria is, which is Doctor Doom's kind of area. And I think that what they're going to probably lead into here is they're going to have a little bit of going into the Doctor Strange movie. I think this is what this is leading into. We saw that when she's doing all the mystical studying of the Darkhold there, where Wanda has split herself in two. Now that could be her other dimensional or other universe, darker version of her, but I think it's probably her using her magic and learning her magic to kind of split into two parts so that she can relax and have her tea while her soul self like Doctor Strange can send his soul self off into the universe to do stuff. I think she's learning to do that so she can learn mystical knowledge and stuff from the books while she can also relax. And then you're going to have the Doctor Strange part of things, which is what's going to lead into that movie. But you also have the Fantastic Four connection with Dr. Doom and Latveria and Chthon, which is the Elder God. Now that is different than what we've talked about before, where we've talked about Nightmare and we've talked about am I starting to get too nerdy?
No,
You
we're
guys are
laughing at
laughing. What you have done,
Godzillionaire. We're laughing at Godzillionaire.
What's
He was very disappointed that Kat Dennings only appeared from the neck up in the final episode.
If you notice, it was kind of Godzillionaire. They've been hiding her chesticles the whole damn series. That's the only thing interesting about her. She's annoying as shit. Thoth,
Yeah, they
what
have
you
been.
have exemplified though is throughout this entire series, there was a lot of fans writing their own script alongside of this show. And when it boils down to it, and this is not just for WandaVision, it seems to be with Disney Plus, there's a lot of like, hey, we have a small premise, let's stretch this out over however many episodes, make it a season, and do as much little fan service as we can. But there was like, I felt like the entire thing, like we talked about the whole Ralph, oh, it's Mephisto, oh, it's this, that, and third. That really built the series to me, was just the fans' expectations, it seems like.
Yeah, so I mean, to sum it up though, right? So after you finish the Halloween episode, there's still 3 episodes left. And I can summarize the plot of the final 3 episodes for you in less than a minute. Okay?
Just a sec. Where's my timer? Go.
Episode 7, they spoof Modern Family and they break the fourth wall. Vision hooks up with Kat Dennings. He goes and wakes her up. And then they're making their way back to Wanda and Vision's house. But for some reason, they're sitting in the car instead of Vision just fucking flying home. In the meantime, the kids get watched by Agnes, because you don't know she's Agatha yet. And Wanda has a breakdown me day. And she discovers that the basement of Agnes's house is a witch's lair with a bunch of runes up around her so she can't cast a spell and her fucking kids are missing. That's episode 7. Okay. And oh yeah, fucking Monica gets back in by forcing her way through the barrier while getting told by her memories that she's the bestest ever. And she becomes Photon. That's episode 7 for you. Okay. Episode 8 is just a trip through memory lane of Wanda's past. 60% of the episode is just retelling us shit that we already knew from a slightly different perspective about Wanda's past, because Agnes wants to find out just how the fuck Wanda got so powerful and created Westview. That's like the majority of the fucking episode, okay? And they end up getting out of the basement, and that's basically the entire episode. You get a post-credit scene where the bad guy in charge of S.W.O.R.D. reactivates Vision using a little bit of Wanda's power that was in the drone that they sent in a couple episodes before. In the series.
Can they make Vision any whiter? I'm sorry.
Yes, it's the white Vision, V-Dub. It's the white Vision.
Oh yeah.
And
completely covered with talcum powder and whitewash.
Yes. All right.
Maybe they're trying to virtue signal to the alt-right. What is going on?
I don't know, man.
That's an Easter egg from the comics, actually. That's the cool.
Yeah, you know that. Kind of was a lot of
Vision.
hype when
Yeah.
that happened.
Plot for the final episode, even though it was the longest episode of the entire season. You get a Dragon Ball Z fight between Agatha and the Scarlet Witch.
I love that analogy.
Okay.
That's such a perfect analogy.
Then you get the Vision of color fighting with the white Vision.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Okay, the Vision of color, the
I like
VOC. The VOC and then the white-powered Vision are fighting. And the VOC wins because he
obviously
he wokes up White Vision, and White Vision just takes off. Okay. Okay. Now, and then finally, the battle between Agatha and the Scarlet Witch concludes because the Scarlet Witch tricks Agatha using her own rune trick that she taught her, because she put runes up around the border of the hex, which completely depowers Agatha. And then instead of Agatha sucking out Wanda's power, Wanda just
wait.
mind fucks her and leaves her as Agnes.
Agatha Harkness, who has been established as a 200-year at least practicing witch, 200, 300-year practicing witch,
300, yeah.
falls for her own trick that she showed
Yes.
this lady maybe 2 days before.
4 hours before.
And
Cool
that's
stuff. Or less.
and that's
Cool stuff.
arrogance.
Or
And
less.
that's
So,
that's her.
I left when Gina Carano got fired. Nothing of value was lost. Nothing.
I will say,
I don't-
Wanda's new costume as the Scarlet Witch looks the shit. I liked that new costume.
Yep.
I must admit, I like that costume too. I thought the leather and stuff, and she's a very attractive woman, and that looked
She
really
is.
good on her.
She's indeed.
And I was expecting her to pull a whip out there.
Yeah. Oh, it would have looked. It would have
The
fit.
original
Oh, a
costume.
whip would have fit, man. That would have been great.
I wish
That would've been-
best outfit like
Out of
that
nine
since
tails.
Emma Peel wore it in the Avengers.
Oh, good
I remember that.
callback. 50 Shades of Avengers.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey.
That is bad.
Yeah, and
All in
and
would
Henry
run away.
Sherman. Henry Sherman calls out that there's a final confrontation between Photon and the Scarlet Witch, where Photon basically just says, "Yeah, you can totally get out of here. I get it. You were missing your husband, so you mind controlled an entire fucking town. Peace out."
Well,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
you know what?
Yes.
As crazy as that is, and that's super woke-ish, this is the same universe that allowed Tony Stark to create like this death robot and never go to jail. Like he created Ultron. That you should never go to. If in real life any of us created a robot that did what Ultron did, we should never ever see the light of day ever again.
Yeah, agreed.
So I mean, it's kind of established letting the heroes get a pass. And then didn't everyone get arrested by the federal government for a civil war that never got brought up again? Ever.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, it came up again. I mean, it was part of like the whole thing in Infinity War. Remember, like when Captain America like just appears out of nowhere, and like they wanted War Machine to arrest them and stuff. I mean, it was still in the story. It wasn't.
was still there, but it was like
Yeah, and that Islington
that's
girl
right.
was wondering what happened to all the hostage people. What Wanda let them free.
she ruined their lives for months.
Yeah. Yep.
What is it this with these
But that's
superhero
okay.
female superheroes?
But that's okay. She said,
Wonder Woman-
I am sorry.
She did say she was
So
sorry.
that
Well,
makes
that's
it all
okay. That's all. Well, that's all they want anyway, right? It's just
Wonder
apologize.
Woman rapes a guy. That's not even the worst female superhero behavior in the past few months because Wanda kidnaps hundreds of people. For months.
V-Dub, it gets better. You remember Dottie, the head of the Neighborhood Housewives Association
Yeah.
with the cut hand? So she was like the first one that wakes up right before Wanda kind of releases everybody.
Uh-huh.
And she fucking begs Wanda she tells her she'll play whatever part she wants if she just lets her see her daughter who's been locked in her room the entire time since Wanda took over the town.
Jesus.
Oh God.
All right.
So you remember how Vision was
Child
asking about
torture?
where are all the kids? Well, we got the answer. The kids have been locked in their fucking bedrooms because Wanda didn't want to fucking deal with them.
Oh my goodness.
I will say this. I understand what Captain Rambo was
Fucking
thinking.
brutal, man.
So we have this nigh omnipotent, incredibly powerful woman who can do pretty much anything she wants right in front of me. So do I arrest her and take her in? Or do I just let her go? Because I know that if I try to, she's going to probably kick all of our ass.
Well, Photon did just learn that she could absorb bullets and energy and shit. So, maybe she was feeling a little randy, wanted to try her powers out.
Wait a second, no.
She's just going to let her go.
What hero does that? Like, if it's Batman against Darkseid, he's like, fuck it, I guess I'm going to die. Like, you know what I mean?
Yep. Dodge those Omega
He'll-
beams.
There's some.
He'll dodge them, but he's going to try it.
I like.
It just they wrote themselves into a corner is what they did. They realized that halfway through they went, oh shit. So Wanda's been mind raping these people for the last month or two, and she's completely dominated their will. She's enslaved them. She's raped their minds because she's been reading their minds and controlling what they think. So
They've had families,
hey,
their lives
what are
have
we
been
going to do?
ruined.
Their
Yeah.
children have been locked in their rooms.
Didn't
Yep.
the one guy had like a sister or a brother that he was like sick or
Yeah.
something?
Yep.
So, oh my
So
God.
I'm reading the chat here, and great stuff as always, guys. Sorry, I had to bail there for a while. Fucking my internet was. I was watching everyone
Welcome
robot.
back.
I'm like, yeah, thanks. But I was watching everyone robot. I'm like, there's no way it's everyone. It's got to be me.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, I had to click out. But Grinakuma is really blackpilled on the MCU, and I kind of feel for him.
Dude, this was so MCU.
He's saying
100%.
Olsen's a nice looking woman, but she's the last good looking cherry upon a huge MCU turd sandwich. Tell me if I'm wrong.
You're
right.
100% right. I've seen the MCU since the first episode because they were kind of like making like the whole first episode, they were making a joke of a woman being married and doing anything with her husband. Like it was like this, they kept emphasizing it in this very subtle but obvious way.
It kind of felt like it was growing exponentially. Like it started off with like little like side jokes, and then and someone earlier on said something about how Kat Dennings was so insufferable, might have been sentient.
She's terrible.
And she was,
Oh
and it was like, and they just kept building on it. It was like this singularity that just kept growing and growing. And you have Monica Rambeau being this like invincible person who was just so like.
She started out okay, honestly. I liked her the first few episodes when she was like Geraldine, and then when you first saw her,
Geraldine.
They sent her to space to be with Nick Fury, so she'll be in Captain Marvel 2 and maybe Guardians of the Galaxy.
Is that the real Nick Fury or is that the Skrull Nick Fury?
The real Nick Fury in space.
It's interesting. Like I don't even like investigating the plot on stuff like this. I like to just. I'm more like an investigator on like what are they thinking, what are they doing, and why.
You guys are gonna love this. So Ralph, we all wondered who Ralph was the whole show.
You know what, New Bomb Truck? I would like the double Ds if they were highlighted, but I feel like they were always under some thick sweater.
Been hiding them.
So,
they hid them. These thick, dark sweaters. They was filming so you couldn't see. She could have had flat A chest for all we knew, the way they filmed her. And she was so annoying.
I don't think there was too much
charismatic thing.
There wasn't too much motorboating going on there. That's for sure.
She was so anti-charismatic. I mean,
she was.
She chewed up scenery in the negative.
I honestly felt like all the females in the mod and whatever the present day were insufferable. Like I couldn't. They were just so like cringe and like hostile and like I'm gonna get what I want. It was just like
but Matt, Ralph. Yeah, we found out who Ralph was.
Who's Ralph?
Remember Agnes's husband, Ralph?
Yeah,
it was fake Pietro.
Pietro.
Yeah.
What is that? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you remember when Pietro got revealed and it was the X-Men? It was the X-Men.
Oh, yeah.
That was Ralph.
I don't get it.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
He
was mainly used at the very, very, very end to make a dick joke.
Yep.
Yes.
So
wow,
wait,
this show really shit the bed, huh? Like it started off with such a strong concept, and then they just didn't have an idea. They didn't know where they were going with it.
So wait,
they went right back to the MCU, and it went to. I'm not going to say it.
Why was he?
I'm sorry, Matt. It's not shit the bed. It's Amber Heard the bed.
They went full Amber Heard.
Real quick. Why did Pietro come up as the Marvel or not the Marvel, the X-Men Pietro? Why wasn't he the normal? Like, why did they choose that? What was the meaning behind that?
I have no idea why they went down that storyline because it would have been so much cooler to just make him the alternate universe Pietro and make him that from that X universe because then you're like, wow, what does that mean?
He was just Ralph Boner.
Yes.
Yep.
So what was his superpowers, Ralph? Is he a new character? Is he from the lore?
None. Nope. He was under mind control just like everybody in town.
Oh, get the so he just happens to be the guy who looks just like the other Pietro?
Yep. Yes.
Yep. Yes.
Get the fuck out of here.
So wait a minute.
He just happens to look exactly like him.
Yeah. New Bomb Trucks comment here, and no Luke Skywalker type cameo at all. So that didn't exist.
Nope. No.
Oh no, yeah, right. The night before, I covered it on the channel.
Phone. Stop the presses. They lied.
They did.
Yeah.
The night before, they said, "Oh,
they
fans
just
might
lied."
be disappointed.
That's what Henry was saying.
I think their Luke Skywalker supposed cameo was the White Vision.
Yeah. Well,
get out of here.
Bettany
oh my God,
admitted,
he's alive! I thought he was dead.
Yeah, Bettany admitted that he was just yanking people's chains because what Bettany said was he gets to act opposite an actor that he loved and had never acted with in a scene before.
Yes.
Himself.
Yes.
That's what he meant.
That's
This
what he
borders
meant.
on fraud.
That doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me as much.
That was actually pretty cool. I'm okay with that.
That doesn't bother
That
me.
was actually a pretty good joke. Yes.
Yeah.
What bothers me is the Luke Skywalker thing. She said it was going to rival that cameo. She said those
she was
words.
full of shit.
That's
Exactly.
very misleading, and that's disrespectful to the fans. And like, you're not like a part of the show, like in the orbit of the show. You are the show, and if you're gonna disrespect your fans like that, I'm fucking out. I mean, I was out anyway, but I mean, that's low. Like that's really low and manipulative.
Who made this show again?
What do you mean? Oh, Apple, Disney, yeah.
Disrespecting the fans.
Yep, that's what they do.
That's not a surprise.
Yeah, well, we shouldn't let her off the hook for that either. Then you know what I mean? Like, 'cause she's very likable. She hasn't been like toxic, but you lied to us. You flat out lied to us. You manipulated us, and you were playing with the controversial nostalgia of the Luke Skywalker thing. So now you're going to be
dude.
That's fucked
a
up.
really
like,
shitty thing.
You set that up like it was going to be Tony Stark or Captain America, and it was nothing. It's like, well, fuck you. Like, this is what these people don't understand is like, the only reason we watch this stuff is because we care about it, not simply because the entertainment in, thoughts out. Like we like to be engaged in this stuff. It matters to us. And so when they go and fuck with us like that, when they go, it's like, you think we're going to forget that? You think like the insult you threw our way is like no big deal? That is, I mean, such a disrespectful relationship.
There were dozens of fan theories, any one of which could have been cool. All right. So like all the Mephisto hints were totally nothing.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love Nick's. I love Flava Flav's when he was talking about Nightmare. That was a really good one. Because that's a key like
the Pietro thing pisses me off.
Silver Age Doctor Strange bad guy that would be so cool to see.
And Jake D, you pulled a theory out of me for nothing.
I'm sorry.
I know. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming her and them because this was completely
these people.
No,
I
didn't even have to go through that. What do you mean, you people?
Yeah. Oh my god, I feel.
I'm telling you, it's these panelists, these people I'm talking to. Oh, I don't know. Gee,
make sure you fire my cancellation paperwork, please. Have it notarized and send it right to Kathleen Kennedy's office. She'll make it official.
Yeah. Yes, everybody in the chat, like, share, and subscribe, and make sure that you are really subscribed because it looks like a few people got unsubscribed. So just make sure you are still subscribed.
Yeah. And the final end credit scene in it was, Wanda reading up on how to actually use her magic properly. And it's not, wait a minute, you defeated a 300-year-old, extremely powerful and knowledgeable witch with no fucking clue what you're doing, but now you're going to go learn how to use your magic.
With something she learned hours earlier.
You know what?
This is horrible.
What I think is like, remember when Vidge, when you came out after the Skywalker thing and you were like, this is bullshit, I hate it, and you were like the only one saying it. Honestly, I really feel like we all deserve this letdown because we all let Disney trick us again. We all were like, well, I don't know, maybe this one will be good, and we should have known better, and we didn't, and we let ourselves get strung along for 10-12 weeks, and the fingers crossed it's going to be good, and when it wasn't, we're all like, hey, what the fuck? You know what, that's on us. We all should be, we're all guilty in this for letting them.
I agree with that.
You know what, on the plus side though, Matt, just to help you a little bit there, I'm super, super excited to review Falcon and the Winter Soldier because I know that's going to be a shit show of wokeness slamming us from moment one until the third post-credit scene when they tell us, how horrible we are because I don't have enough melanin in my skin. I am so excited to review this show,
smile, brother,
because it's going to be so bad That's gonna
I
get,
think
that's gonna
that
get a few people watching the reviews. I think.
It gets
Yeah,
better,
hard.
JD. It gets better because then we have female Loki that we're gonna watch next.
We sure
I
do.
can't
Can't
wait.
wait.
watching
I
this
can't
shit.
wait. It's gonna be.
I'm not
fun
watching
to
it
cover.
either. I'm done.
I'm
Done,
out.
Cool.
done,
You
done.
guys can watch
I'm not
my
watching
reviews.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody
and
watch
I'll have
JD.
you covered.
Pick one
Yeah.
for the team. I guess.
I'm not
I
into
can't do
anymore.
it.
I can't either. I switched like tone. Like I past few days I haven't watched anything. I've been reading.
Dildo wants me to have a Fanta. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. You'll get when. Hopefully, we get Fanta canceled. If this channel can get Fanta canceled, our show, because it was a clip from our show, we could get Fanta canceled. That would be
That'd be great.
a
Dude,
scalp.
That clip that you loaded as a video was great, Matt. I
It
love
is.
it.
Oh, that was
It is
amazing.
great.
That was an amazing read. I couldn't believe that was just so much fun to read.
Watching back is still shocking to read.
Honestly,
There's a couple times where I reacted with myself again. I'm like, whoa, and then I was like, whoa, oh yeah, I did say that.
That's finite essay. That's hell. Hell is female. Don't forget, it's hell.
hell,
Hell.
Vigilante, your reactions actually were some of my favorite part of that video. I really had a blast listening to you react to it,
Dude, yeah, that was great, man. Yeah,
Yeah, it was Joe Rogan supercut-esque.
dude,
Yeah.
I
You ever
was
see that?
reacting.
Whoa,
I
Joe
was
Rogan
reacting with you, V Dub.
Yeah, like I said, I reacted with myself a couple times. That was pretty funny.
This is a great chat from Grinakuma. He says, we're not blackpilled on Disney and Lucasfilm and Marvel on a bad product. We are the battered wife. Anyone who keeps coming to watch any of their shit is looking for a black eye and a rammed asshole. Jesus, Grin.
You decided.
Really
right.
cool, but
I'm
stay
not
calm,
into-
Cody boy.
I'm not into pegging, Grin. I'm not
Yes.
into pegging. I'm
But
just
the
off
sentiment,
limits.
the sentiment
That sounds like a strap-on with batteries.
but guys, the
This was
sentiment,
what Vision really was.
the
It sounds like a
sentiment-
strap-on with vision attached to it.
that was a very
Yeah, that's
funny
right.
line from Kurt Metzger.
That was.
It was fucking
Oh,
hilarious.
yeah.
But the sentiment,
Damn.
this Grin sentiment is right. If we sign up for this, it's on us. We know better.
Yes.
How many
It's-
times do
it's-
we have to have our hopes dashed and our feelings hurt? And like, how many times do we have to go through this until we realize this is it? It's over. We can hate watch this if we want, but us getting emotionally invested in it, if we continue to do that, that's on us. That's our fault. We have to take responsibility.
Dude, do you know what I'm super excited for?
Season
for real.
3 of
take
Batwoman.
responsibility.
No. What if? Because if we are very, very lucky and we've been very good boys this year, they're gonna woke the shit out of that show.
Yeah.
Which show? What are you talking about? Which one?
Marvel's What If? It's an
Oh, I don't
animated
even know
show.
what that is.
It's
Oh,
coming out
geez.
in August, and it's
I'm
alternate.
actually
It's alternate
looking-
storylines.
I don't
I'm
really
actually
get
kind
into
of looking
pleasure.
forward to the zombie Marvel zombie universe. There, that one actually looked kind of interesting.
Yeah, well, if your heart gets broken, I will not cry any tears for you, Thoth.
No, I'm at the
Oh, yeah.
fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me stage with Disney,
And it's
and
only
I
47
am
times.
done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
But-
funny you would choose
Guys,
42. I appreciate you picking 42 there.
Think about the possibilities of the wokeness and how bad it's going to be in What If.
See, I
Think
don't get
about
any
it.
pleasure out of that.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, it's going to
I
be
don't- I
great
don't-
to
I don't-
cover.
I don't get pleasure out of that. I don't enjoy hate watching things. I don't like it. You know, it doesn't. I don't feel
Yeah, I can
good
hate
when I
watch.
see my things like destroyed and
Yeah.
humiliated. I don't like it. I
You know,
don't.
to Henry Sherman's
Yeah.
point, there's going to be a What If Peggy Carter got
I
the
saw that.
super soldier serum, right?
But it looks
So-
like she's still Captain America, which makes no sense because she's British.
Well, I will
Yeah.
say this: she's a very attractive lady, and if what happens to her is what happened to Steve Rogers, he was a little scrawny thing, and then he had a six-pack.
Wait a
Hey,
minute,
I'm
wait
in
a
for
minute.
that.
Are you suggesting that Kat Dennings double D's might end up on Peggy Carter?
What are the
What?
bigger
You know
ones?
something?
Double Fs? I mean,
Kind of a tangent. That Agent Carter, at least the first season, wasn't bad. It was actually solid.
actually, yeah, it wasn't.
I think that's pre-woke is why that was.
It
yeah,
was, yeah.
yeah. And it had this little, because she's a girl in like the 50s or something. So you had a few moments, but it wasn't like overdone. It just had a few times.
You don't have
it
to
was
tell that story in a
natural.
way. It doesn't have to be bad. Like I've made this point a few times, but I think the movie A League of Their Own is a terrific movie that's got a feminist spirit because it's about women like in a time and a system that isn't really like conducive to what they want to do or the types of people that they are. It just doesn't. But you also see the men in that system struggling against it, and there's no. It's not really like fingers are being pointed like you evil white man, you're the one. It's just this is the way it was and it sucks and that's unfortunate. So it's like you don't have to like portray these I don't know ideas, experiences in a way that's so divisive and terrible. Like you can tell these stories, but they don't know how to do it or they don't want to do it. Either way, it always sucks. So it's like it's them. They're the ones doing it wrong.
I mean. Look at the first 4.5 seasons of The Expanse. Diversity and inclusion done right. Right?
And feminism.
Yep.
And feminism, all of it, right? I mean, it was a future of humanity where skin color, race, gender, anything about you of a superficial nature didn't matter, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there were still divisions among society, but it was, it was the Martians and the Belters and the Earthers and what have you. And
real life,
everybody from all walks of life was a part of all of these different societies. And the first 4.5 seasons of that show were near perfection. There were some slow parts here and there, but overall it was one of the best shows we've ever seen. And of course it went on. We all know what happened in the second half of season 5.
Yep.
It was well chronicled on this channel.
It's funny too. I actually had even a new thought about that just today because I was thinking about Sentient Dildo because Sentient Dildo doesn't agree with us. He doesn't think it was woke. And I remember thinking that like another point to make my case is that there were things in that 5th season that it was like Naomi struggling and the whole scene, the whole storytelling was just for the sake of her struggling. And that's intersectional.
Yep.
It's like showing women, their whole lives are struggle and difficult. Everything they do, if it's not, it doesn't serve a greater purpose. It's just her lot in life is to suffer and struggle. And it's like that's where you get that feeling in your gut where you're like, something's wrong.
No, Matt. Her struggling was generally the man's fault.
That's not intersectional at all.
No, not even a little bit.
What? I'll play Angel's advocate, even though I've never seen The Expanse. Okay.
Love you, Sentient.
And maybe this is just because of what's happened in Hollywood. But is it like, are we at a point where if they show anything close to woke, we say it's woke? Like anytime, like before, you might see a movie from like the 90s or the 80s where you see a moment that if you saw it now, you would consider it woke. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where maybe the woman says something sassy to the guy. You may see
But you could even look at like Aliens through that lens. Like, okay, all the guys die except for her, but she's got to save Hicks and the girl. And you could be like, oh, well, that's woke.
That's a very good example. And so
No,
do you think
it's not
there's
woke because they earned it? If they don't earn it, then it's Mary Sue and it's woke.
But yeah, I think Vidge's grander point though is go on, Vidge, sorry.
Yeah, but no, my point is like we're a little, what's the word? We have a little like woke PTSD because of what they've done.
Yep.
And
we're triggered.
They have that lens to which to do things. So like, even if they made something like, I didn't see The Expanse, I can't tell you how good it is. Because to me, what tends to be the real indicator of whether or not something is considered, it just depends on the quality of writing and the quality of how things are done. And I think if something has some intersectional overtones, but is written very, very well or done very well, I stand by liking, what was that, Mad Max? It was right before, or maybe right at the turning point when a lot of things got woke.
The Fury Road.
Fury Road. I stand by my enjoyment of that movie, despite its like obvious feminist overtones.
You know what's an interesting example of that is a show on Netflix called Sense8. Did anyone ever see that?
No, sir.
It's like, it's so woke. Okay, it's not woke, but it's like there's a trans character. There's like lots of gay like representation. There's lots of really weird like explorations of ideas. It's the Wachowski siblings, and they I don't know. It's like, but it's an original property. Like they just came up with their own ideas and their own world with its own rules, and it's like not bothersome or offensive at all.
Well,
like it's their own thing. I'm not saying like, you know, I actually enjoyed it, but it's like what's great about it is like it's not going somewhere into a property that we like and then like inserting itself and changing what the nature of it is. It's just doing its own thing. And so even in that, I could probably watch like a woke property if it's not like done in the name of tearing down what came before it.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And you know, the big thing that was troubling on The Expanse was the reasons for what they did. And because we had a different season, we all know that, right? We've all seen it. They completely changed what they were doing for the second half of season 5 because of the Cassian Bar situation.
Yeah. And
so what they did is they made intentional decisions to show that they didn't support or condone Cassian Var's actions.
100%.
Okay. And some of the very intentional decisions they made were specifically pushing women further forward in the show and sidelining men. It was absolutely intentional. And the purpose of it was absolutely the political virtue signal. And there's nothing you can say that would convince me that that wasn't the reason for it. How do we know what I'm saying to be true? Because there are promotional photos of the final scene where Avasarala is talking to the Rossi crew that included Alex.
You were 100% right about
there are
that.
promo photos with him in that scene.
You called that and you nailed that. You were 100% right about that. I do want to address something the Islington girl said real quick. Hey, by the way, I don't think Aliens is woke or intersectional at all. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. I had a cat named Ripley. I have like a Wayland Yutani t-shirt. I have a framed laser disc of Aliens. One of my favorite movies. I was using that as an example of how you could take this kind of like tainted point of view where everything's woke and intersectional and apply it where it doesn't really belong. That's all. I was not saying.
You want to know something?
Isn't woke.
That's kind of the difference, though. Is the character building? Ripley has flaws. She earns it.
Bingo.
The earning it is such a huge part of it.
Shows a maternal side, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's like it's still a woman. It's still like it doesn't exist in service of an agenda or to tear down what came before it. It's just a beautiful story.
Yes.
And let's not forget that the first Alien movie gave us the solution to the problem here.
What do you mean?
Pull back and nuke the site from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
That's Aliens. That's Aliens, not Aliens.
That's Aliens. Okay.
Oh, was that Alien?
Yeah.
We still got the solution.
They still gave us the solution. This is awesome.
Comes back to writing that agenda. Godzillionaire, yeah, you're right. It comes back to writing that agenda. If they wrote better, listen, we've watched and enjoyed so much stuff with so many different agendas throughout our lives watching movies. I think of a movie. Does anybody remember the movie Crash? Came out like 2003.
Yes. Yeah, I liked that
2004.
movie. I liked
really
that
good movie.
It was.
You would consider it woke. It was about racism and discrimination and all that, but it isn't because it was well written.
And
I mean, from a premise standpoint,
I know what you mean, but they contradict. What I liked about that movie was they contradicted woke tropes in that. Like they do that thing where what's it, Ludacris and that other kid are like walking down the street and she's like, see that? She's like afraid of us, like what racist bullshit? And then they go and jack a car. And it's like, it was kind of making like, it was just sort of illustrating the nuance of like what life's about. It's actually fairly anti-woke because it's kind of treating everyone like a human being, like it's like even people that have like, shitty worldviews. It's like, well, they are people and here's where that comes from.
It's a great movie. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, it's an amazing movie. God, it's a good movie.
If somebody described the premise for you in 2021, that exact same premise of what that movie is about, and said, this is a new movie we're coming out in 2021, you would consider it woke. Even though, again, I love that movie.
It would be woke.
People in the chat, it would be, yes. It would be made woke.
It would be different.
And I guess I'm only saying that because I'm not trying to troll. I just want to I don't want us to be I do want to like kind of at least provide an alternative because I feel like at least
we shouldn't jump at shadows. We shouldn't jump at shadows. That's true.
And I feel like we can get, at least me, I feel sometimes very tunnel vision into looking for this stuff. And sometimes I just have to back up. Like, listen, it's just a
Well, I'm a little beaten up, man. Like I can't really take it anymore because I feel exhausted even trying. You know, I just feel wiped out just even going through it because I'm like I'm either on edge, like waiting for it to come. You know, like okay, when's the wokeness coming? Or I'm like seeing it through their stupid lens where I'm like, wait, there's the white man, and like you know what I mean? Like I can't even enjoy anything, and that's
why I wait.
I just wanted to piggyback. I lost it. Something Grin said. Yeah, he says, "Give them nothing, take from them everything." Expanse did it for me. Just go anime, old movies, independent, used copies. I agree, man. The past few weeks, or past few days, I've just been reading this comic book, East of West, and I tell you, I'm enjoying that more than I've enjoyed a lot of TV shows recently, and I find myself just more relaxed. You know what I mean? I'm just enjoying content more because I don't feel like I'm subjected to their like cyclone of nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I'm at a point where anything I watch needs to be approved. Even that new Lois, Superman and Lois, I need a whole season out. I'm not even going to check it out till the whole season is down. And everybody said it's not woke and crazy and stupid or trash. I mean, even if it's not woke, it could be complete trash. It could just be trash.
Yeah,
so I still don't need a whole season down.
Yeah, I don't want to watch bad things just because they're not woke.
Yeah.
But Islington Girl saying the same thing. It's she's so on edge, like she's got woke radar 5,000. Yeah, I totally empathize. I know exactly what you feel like because it stresses you out. It really does. You're either like,
you know what? And I need to pull it up. There's a property I want to talk about called Mortal Kombat, which has a trailer out, but they also did a write-up. And they talked about how much they cared about the fans and how much they cared about the lore. And the director said, I just played Mortal Kombat as a kid, but I got people around me who cared about the lore, who cared about the fans, and went through Mortal Kombat boot camp. Mr. H again, because Granny Coon was in the chat with me. He did a whole thing on this. So I'm aping from Mr. H. Shout out to Mr. H. He actually is making a movie. He has like 2 movies coming out. But let me look. I'll look it up and try to share it real quick. Because that's
Mortal Kombat is one of those games that I grew up on. I remember playing the original arcade game in the good old arcades in the mall. I used to toss a lot of quarters in that machine. I love the lore. The first 3 games were epic. I really liked the first movie. Great acting, over the top kind of special effects in air quotes because I'm being a little sarcastic there. But I
love
think
that movie though. It's fun.
I love that movie. It's on my playlist. I would have to say it might even make my top video game adaptation movie of all time. It's got to be in the top 3 at least because I can think of a lot of bad ones like Wing Commander, and I mean I could go all day with the bad adaptations for arcade game movies, but Mortal Kombat was good. And I mean you have Christopher Lambert as Raiden. I love that casting because it's so awful in casting, but yet he kind of pulls it off because he does that little Connor McLeod little laugh when he does the whole it's just such a great scene, and he really kind of pulls off being a Thunder God because he's like that arrogant egotistical guy who's like it's just Christopher Lambert. I love Christopher Lambert.
He's good. It was a good flick, man. That first one was solid.
Second one was awful.
dude, I am absolutely seeing Mortal Kombat in theater. Absolutely,
I want to see
unquestionably. I am going.
Can I fly down to Texas there?
Come on down here to Texas. I'll buy you a ticket, brother.
Things are opening.
Ottawa might be tougher.
Did you see? I think it's West Virginia is also dropping all their COVID stuff. I saw that on Twitter.
Cheers to West Virginia.
Here, one step at a time. They tried to spin it in the media like, oh, all these businesses are resisting the governors. It was like, yeah, they're all corporate businesses that just have national policies. Don't try to make it out to something it isn't. People want
and that's not a government policy.
I started humming.
Yeah.
West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home.
And you know what? If businesses were just allowed to do this on their own, this would have been a lot better of a process.
Oh, absolutely.
So, like, look, I'm cool with businesses doing it. They have a right to.
We don't talk about the second one, yeah.
Man, look, people seem to like the media wants you to think that it's suddenly going to be like the wild fucking West here in Texas, and everybody's going to fucking get COVID. First off, like most businesses are still requiring masks. Now, I'll be honest for myself. I'm actively looking for ones that don't. That's who's going to get my personal patronage. But that's what choice is about.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, straight up, right? There are
Latino slant.
Hey, Polly, how are you, buddy?
Hail, Polly.
Yes.
Hail, hermano.
It's the vast majority of places are still going to require it. So the idea that you're releasing the government mandate is going to like somehow, cause hell on earth is just insanity. And
the Islington girl's point is really well met here. She's just saying, she didn't say you can't wear a mask. It's just a choice now. So just wear it if you feel comfortable. It's fine.
Right.
You know what? Most people are still going to do it.
Yeah. Great.
I mean,
do it.
I won't because
I
that's
won't.
me.
The second it's legal, I will not do it.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm there too. But no, nobody is saying you can't wear a mask. And they're like,
Right.
"But I have to be told what to do."
They just hate it.
Wait a minute. They told me I had to wear a mask. Now they're telling me I can't wear a mask. No, they're telling you don't have to wear a mask.
Well,
Now you have to make the decision. Oh my goodness.
They just want things universal. Like I remember like during it, my mom, like she got all caught up with all this like TDS stuff. And like she was talking about like, the height of this COVID. And she's like, I don't know why you just won't make, I don't know why I'm mocking my mother. I love her. But she's like, I don't know why they wouldn't make like a nationwide mask policy. I'm like, Mom, do you really think that the cities like New York, LA, San Francisco, Chicago, where the population density should have the same rules and restrictions as like some rural Montana town where there's like 150 people? You think they should? It's a one size fit all for this country of 350 million? It's ridiculous. It's like insane. Like, I mean, the state's made for a reason, and it's
there's a county in Texas that still to this day has had one case.
Yes.
One.
I believe it.
It's the lowest in the entire country.
And I'm sure he was probably partying in a neighboring town, and he got it. I'm
sure he was. Yeah,
And
I mean, it's the ruralest of ruralest counties, like in the entire fucking country. There's like 2,000 people living in the entire massive county.
Well, up here in Canada, it was like that on the East Coast. There was like no cases until a bunch of Ontarians and Quebecers went down there and started partying in the Maritimes, and then gave COVID to all the Maritimers. Yeah. That's what happened. So it's.
I want to say what's up to Culture Casino. Hello, sir.
Hey, Culture.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Culture.
Hey,
great to
Culture
see Latino
Casino.
Slant too.
And thank you very much for the kind words, man. I'm flattered, floored, blown away. I remember when it happened to Culture Casino. I remember when it happened to him. They pushed him over 1,000. I was like, that is so cool. Like, what a cool community that Gary would do that. I vividly remember that, and I'm like blown away that it happened to me.
Now it's you, man.
Feel flattered.
You made it.
Yeah.
And Thomas Boldman says, doing great, dudes. Keep at it. Got to grind to get those subs. Once the community knows about this stream, you'll really start getting those numbers. Well, thank you, man. Much appreciated.
I think we'll have to start drinking a lot more in that case.
Speaking of which, I'm going to refresh my drink. You guys take care of this for a minute.
How's the cigar doing?
Oh, Grin.
It's excellent.
We love you, Grin, man. It says I'll be the first person he hits up when the coop's over, and he'll also be sure to call me gay.
We do live in an amazing world, Culture.
Yes,
keep doing your thing, man.
Sir.
Great streams. Love those 6 minutes in the morning. Good stuff. Latino Slant's got some of the best content out there. It's always smooth, and I really like the movies that you lose friends over. And
that's a great stream, man.
Yeah, so I mean, both you guys, I love your streams, and keep up the good work, man. It's great.
If anybody here is not already subbed to Culture and to Latino Slant, by golly, I could not recommend either of those two channels more. Love those guys. Great content. Good stuff, man. Absolutely.
I love Culture. I've been on this stream pretty much past 2 or 3 months every Sunday. Missed a few. And I obviously love Paulie. So, yeah, please, if you haven't subbed to both of those guys.
Do you know what? It's funny because my Friday afternoons is it's pretty hectic for me work wise, and I'm pounding away on the work here while I'm listening. And one of the things that I really love on a Friday afternoon is listening to Culture Casino. He has some great stuff on there. He interacts with the chat. It's a lot of fun. It's right before FNT, so I kind of get the blood pressure down a bit and the heart rate down before FNT just goes off with a big explosion there, and we're all like, oh my god, it's a troll, it's a troll. So it's great. It's great to listen to that, and he's got that calming voice, and
he does.
And Latino slant, man. It's great. I love it. I love when he has musical guests on too, and it's such a great channel, and he's got that smooth voice.
He's a fucking
workhorse. Oh, he is, man. So those two channels, and Jake D too. You have a great channel too there. I think you do something on Sundays, don't you?
We do. We do Howling About Entertainment, 5:15 Central Time on my channel on every Sunday, and a lot of the guys you see here in the Cocktail Lounge are frequent guests there.
Here's two amazing chats I'd like to highlight. Culture Casino says Vigilante Williamson is an amazing creator, so much talent.
There you go.
Oh God, yes.
That's who I was getting to next.
Appreciate it.
I firmly agree, and make sure to check out me and Vigilante's show on Wednesdays at 3.
Yes, it's been really
Crime
fun. It
Brothers.
was really good.
That's been a great chat, guys. You've been
I
awesome.
love
You
that
both have been
stream.
awesome. Yeah.
Thanks, guys. That means a lot. Yeah, it's fun. I love Vig. I wanted to scoop him up.
Okay, hey, I feel like I'm just riding the coattails. Riding the coattails. Maybe homo. What's the wrong with that?
Little bit homo.
That's
Little
a
bit.
little
I'm
homoerotic
drunk
there.
enough.
I don't
Why
know.
not?
And Sensu Dildo says everyone's gay once in a
Everyone's gay a
while.
little- yeah. Hey, he just got 1,000 subs. I'm trying to
It's a mutual admiration society.
You go gay for subs, Vig?
I'm trying to hey.
Hey, I've said it before and I'll say it again. If we're talking about things like, $500 million, I'll be gay for everybody on this panel and in the chat. I got no problem with that.
I mean,
500 million bucks, I'm done. Yeah.
I mean, come on now. I can retire. I can retire. I can pay that shame away.
Such an incredible. I hope that I never have to make that decision, right? Because you
I
do
don't
feel like
I don't think you will, Vig. I don't think someone's gonna come with a suitcase full of 500 mil and be
never
like,
know.
"Fuck it."
You
Nobody's
won't have
ever
to do
offered
that.
it to me.
You're gonna have.
I'm doing music. Hey, I'm back doing music, so you never know. Somebody may say, "Hey, we like you. You want to be a star?" That's how
You'll have 1 million subs before you know it, man.
I
Hey,
go
you
right
know
through
what?
your mouth.
If the casting couch comes calling V-Dub, we won't judge.
No, I can't do that. Because that's the thing is, I would hate to be like, imagine if, okay, we know this is a hypothetical situation, right? But imagine
Wait a minute.
20 years from
Have
now,
you been drinking a lot before you say anything? You better.
I've been drinking a little bit. But no, 20 years from then, you'll be like, oh God, I can't believe I did that. You would never forget that. You would never forget that. It would be in your head.
Sorry, I don't want to ruin the fun, but I just
No,
I
you
love
please
our
ruin
chat.
this moment. I'm ruining my life. Please do
No,
so.
I just-
Stop this.
I love our chat where Grinakuma says the whole damn panel is amazing, and Senshin Dildo goes, I think you guys are pretty average, but I got nothing better to do.
I love that. Stay gold, Pony Boy. Never change.
There you go, Bodie.
That's what I'm talking
Never
about.
Senshin Dildo, we appreciate your patronage mostly.
Man, cinch a dildo. You deserve a
Cinch a
feature.
dildo.
You gave us that Fanta story, and
Yeah.
you always provide so much
Yes.
entertainment from the chat.
He's our producer.
Basically, yeah.
Was it Sentient Dildo that was the first chat member to earn an achievement on Howling About Entertainment last week? Is that who it was?
I think it was.
I think you're right.
Yes.
I love that we're praising and effusively complimenting a guy named Sentient Dildo.
Well, hey, isn't that what Vision really is? A sentient dildo.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Oh,
So,
He,
well,
mean,
hey
he
now.
comes with his
Really
own
is.
batteries.
Yes.
That maybe, you know what, that actually brings up something I wanted to ask Jake, because I know, Jake, in the past, you've been kind of critical of Metzger's FNT appearances, and I only caught like the second half of FNT, maybe like the last few hours. How did you feel Kurt did today?
Oh, much better tonight. So the first appearance when Metzger was on, the main thing that my observation was that he dominated the conversation too much.
Yeah, you said that.
And tonight, I don't know, maybe it's just the fact that it's been 6 months and the guys have got a lot more experience at the mic now, but the the chemistry among everybody, including Kurt, was dead on point tonight.
That's
yes.
Yeah.
I listen to Kurt's like his podcast on his channel, which is good. He's still like pretty low on subs. So if you guys haven't subbed to Kurt, go sub to Kurt. But I noticed he's making a more of a conscious effort to listen. Like I've watched that in subsequent weeks. I feel like he heard that note a bunch, and it seems like he's making an effort to do it. And he had ads on his channel, I think, like last week.
Oh, okay.
So I think like that's part of why the chemistry is getting like stronger.
Yeah.
Like the more
and it probably helps that Kurt's got a lot more YouTube experience now. So I mean, when you put those two things together tonight, the show was fucking great. I was laughing my ass off.
And tonight, he was definitely looking for the moment to throw one good line in, as opposed to take over and tell a story.
Oh, and
he was looking. Yeah, but he was doing great one-liners.
Oh God, yes. Oh
yes. And that was awesome, because then it was just part of the whole thing. It would go around and everybody would be talking about something, one point or another, and Kurt would just come out with something right into a gap in the conversation, and it would break everybody up. And it was awesome. It was awesome.
Oh, yes, good.
Yeah,
it was good. The chemistry of the whole panel tonight was great.
Yes, it was.
I think they should have Ryan Long on one day.
Oh, that'd be good.
I think that would be great. And I recommended in a member stream, like, I don't know, months back. And also I gave Gary a super chat about it, but I recommended that they should have DeRosa on, the comedian who was in that like infamous Bill Burr interview with like him and Bert, and DeRosa was the comic. I think he would do well. Yeah. I like DeRosa too. I think DeRosa is great. He's done a lot of podcasts. He used to do a podcast called No Country, I think it was called, with Corinne Fisher of the Guys We Fucked podcast, which is like a huge podcast. It's a huge podcast in New York, but DeRosa's been around, and DeRosa's a funny guy. I think he does really well on like, long form, like podcasting and stuff like that. So I think he'd do great on FNT.
Yeah. That would work well, man. That would work really well.
Yeah, comedians work with them as long as they're the types of comics that, like, they should have like Brian Posehn on there, or Posehn, like guys who like know the thing, like the references that like everyone's talking about, like all the nerd culture, the MCU stuff. I think you have more comics like that. I think it'll work. Vidge, what is this that you shared here?
So this is an interview from, I believe it's Joe Blow's set visit to Mortal Kombat 3. Let me actually go to this part. This is a huge interview.
Ooh, okay.
So this is a huge interview. There's so much. There's a lot in this, and credit goes to Mr. H. We credit the sample credits. We clear the samples. We didn't clear it, but because he did a video on this, he did a stream on this, so that's where I read
that. I read that article.
But the main point I wanted to talk about was on respecting the characters of Mortal Kombat, and this is what the director said. Mortal Kombat for me is widely popular because of the characters. The characters are ultimately the engine of the film. There's canon, backstory, all this detail. Every character had enormous layers of backstory added to them. But when I really talk about the respect of the characters, I'm talking about respect to the fans, how they get presented, brought to the fans, and also a new audience because they're fantastic characters, wanting to pay them respect and bring them to a place where it feels like we give a shit and that they're elevated, so we can get so excited for Sub-Zero, and he just talks about that. But the main point is just that he wants the fans to.
Okay, guys, hang on. I need just a minute, because after hearing that, I need to go change my shorts, because holy shit! Are you kidding me?
No, here's another part. This is the other part I want to talk about. He said on his personal history and connection to Mortal Kombat, he said, I played it when I was younger, and when it first came out, I wouldn't have called myself a rabid fan of it. I feel like I've gone back to Mortal Kombat University in the development process. I also surround myself with a shitload of people who know more about it than me. There's a lot to know. So between those two paragraphs, why couldn't every creator in Hollywood have done that the past 5 years? Even if they wanted to be intersectional as fuck, why could they have not tried that?
They could have. Because the most lauded and like well-liked Star Trek movie is, I think it's fair to say, it's Wrath of Khan.
Yes.
And the director and writer that he wasn't a fan. Like, he didn't really love Star Trek, but
Nicholas Meyer.
Yeah, and he humbled himself to learn what the story was and really got invested in it, and then made what's considered the best one of all the films. So
Arguably it is. Yeah, absolutely.
100% can do that, and there's precedent for it. That's 30, 40 years old. So it's like this is not rocket science. It's not mania, but it's something I've said before, is that the people that make the things that we don't like, that are in the things that we do like, they got the job. And they're just they like it as like laurels. They want it as a little badge on their.
Oh, it's a platform. It's a platform to push their agenda.
It's a platform, but it's also just like it's they got to do it.
It's a Gucci bag too.
Yes.
Yep. Oh yeah.
It's also a Gucci bag.
It's just a little. Yeah.
It's an achievement for them, right, Jake D? It's achievement.
It's ego. Yes.
Yep.
The other thing that this creator said, and I don't know if it was in this interview or a different one, but what he said about the fight scenes in this movie, and this is a bold motherfucking statement.
Oh man, if I can find that, it's like 16 fight scenes or something like that.
He said that these are the best fight scenes ever put to film.
Is this
that
a new
Goro
trailer?
looks great, by the way. That Goro looks great.
This might be. I haven't seen it if it's new.
It's Goro. There we
Check
go.
it out. But yeah,
I'm down to
that Goro
watch
looks
it. I mean,
Yeah, it's
I'm not
Warner
monetized
Brothers,
yet,
so you're safe. It's Warner Brothers, so you're safe.
Last time I got a copyright not strike, but claim.
Yeah.
It's up.
But
It's up
I
to
don't-
you.
They claim, they don't strike. That's what
I'm
I
not-
mean when I say you're safe.
Yeah, I'm not monetized yet, so let's.
Yeah,
do
you
it.
will be. You technically
Get
have
it.
met the standard.
Yeah,
right?
because I heard it was at least 16 fights.
Oh, you know what? Did I?
At least.
You gotta share the
Let
sound.
me. I might have to reshare it because I don't know if I had the sound. So hold
Oh,
on, let me
yeah,
reshare
yeah.
it.
And I know there's a lot of talk about Johnny
Sensu
Cage
Dildo.
too, and
Sensu
not being
Dildo
a-
is like he's too jaded. He's like, this sounds too good to be true. I don't believe it. I don't
He's-
believe
he's-
it.
I'm kind of with you, man.
He's
I
got
get
to
it.
suck his
Sucking
shorts
into off
too, I
you.
think.
I get
That's
it.
like the Superman and Lois TV show. I'm kind of sucked in right now too because
I
I'm
need
a
the
big
whole season
Superman
before I
fan,
do
and
I
the first two episodes have been good. Which is but I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. The other shoe to drop. I'm like, I know it's going to happen, and that's sad.
yeah.
Guys, before we get started, we're privileged. A celebrity is gracing our presence. I didn't
Flavor
know
Flav?
this. No, not quite yet. I think we might be expecting him in a little while. But everyone, welcome Culture Casino.
Hey,
Hell.
Culture.
Hey,
Culture Casino.
Hey guys,
I am honored. I am honored.
As am I.
Oh no! I'm honored to be here. Have you seen such a meteoric rise ever before? Man, Foul Ball Productions.
Well, he only broke a national story a week before everyone.
I mean,
so,
yeah. I mean,
that.
come on now. Come on. You know,
I
beautiful.
have seen a meteoric rise at least twice before.
Oh.
JP and Culture Casino. It's just amazing channels right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Culture,
Well, no, but dude, I like I said, I mean, it was well deserved in all the praise. Dude, the problem is now you got to keep going.
Yeah. I know.
Yep.
Oh, man, we're
I know. I don't know
Vigilante
what-
Williamson is next. We got to get him to 1,000
Oh,
subs here.
dude. Yeah, we need VW.
do so
there.
at your own peril.
Vigilante Williamson.
On your
If in
head.
2
be it.
years, some massive disasters happen because of me, and I'm like this massive, like megalomaniacal YouTuber. It's all you guys' fault. They were like, "Damn it, we
I'm
created
you
good
gotta
with that, brother.
You got to
Good
switch
one.
over to be a supervillain like Doomcock. That's how you got to go. You got to
Hey.
get rid of that superhero guise of yours and go to the supervillain side of things.
I might
Yeah.
go anti-hero. He'll
Maybe
turn.
you could have like a YouTube battle, between the supervillain and the superhero.
Man,
That
dude,
would be
I-
creative.
look,
I'm not sure if I'm that good.
Oh, man.
We'll
Look,
see.
this is just it's a unique opportunity, man, and I'm so proud to be hanging out with you guys right now. You have no idea. So,
Oh wow.
Jake D, Vigilante Williamson. I've got somebody that I appreciate being around all the time. Just another red shirt. I mean, look, there are
The red
three Modrotics in this chat. I don't even know what to do with that right now.
That's a good point. That's a great. And you know what? We often get Eric K on these streams. Usually
Dude,
late.
I
He'll
love
join
him
late.
so much.
Yeah.
Dude, dude,
Rich
I'm
King
happy
himself.
to be here. I'm jealous. I'm not allowed to smoke cigars in the house. The boss has rules. So,
That's why they call it a
yeah,
bar.
I think I have.
I'm in the library. I'm in the
I
library.
think-
I should be allowed to smoke in here, but I am not. It's not okay.
This is
My
this
wife
might
won't
be
let
the-
me smoke either.
Dude,
Yeah,
that's what's going to be nice about being on the island next week for this stream.
Ah,
Yeah.
there we go. I did want to say Senshin Dildo. He cracked the code. He figured out my tricks. And he says, I'm buying views. Hollywood taught me all the dirty tricks.
He's not wrong.
Just paying off people in Hollywood. Like, hey, sub to me.
Oh man,
Special guest appearances.
The algorithm is a tricky bitch, and you figured her out, dude. So every time you can sleep with her, try to get there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, it's just a weird place to be, dude. But I was astounded. I'm amazed, and I couldn't be happier for you. And that's the thing. I mean, you're gonna find there's gonna be 100 people that are gonna tell you, "Way to go, man," because the first 1,000 sucks balls. Takes bloody forever. It's a lot of hard work, and sometimes you get the luck, you get the push, and dude, you totally deserved it. I'm just saying.
Thanks, man. Well, you know what? I really appreciate that, dude. It's like honest. It does. I really do kind of look at you as like, oh wow, it's culture.
No, stop
Because
it.
like, Jeremy talked about you. Like that was the first I ever heard about you was on FNT.
Yeah.
But honestly, man, I got a lot of help. Like Jake hooking up, getting Gary on this channel to do the Expanse stream was a huge push, man. That made a big difference. We had combined from the live stream and the re-upload, that has like 3,000 or 4,000 views on a 2-hour stream, on a channel that had like 250 subs or something like that, 300 subs. So that was a big deal, man. So it's like this is all a collective effort. I'm glad to take the praise, but
dude, you live in this community,
Matt.
dude. It only gets better from here because you get to cooperate with amazing people all the time. And here's the magic. This is the secret sauce, I think. Keep bringing in people. Keep bringing in voices, man. Hang out with everybody you can. Don't limit yourself to one lunch table, right? Because that's the problem is you get comfortable and you hang out with just like this 5 or 6 guys that you hang out with. And I honestly, in my lifetime, I've realized the more I get people going, the more I get involved with everybody else, the better things go. And
I think it takes a little bit of just confidence to like reach out because like my instinct was like, who the fuck wants to talk to me?
Yeah, I don't reach out to anyone. It's real hard for me to reach out personally.
Man,
check the private chat, Matt. Sorry, check the private chat, Matt.
Yeah, dude, for
sure. No, yeah.
All right, cool.
I got that, yeah. Do you want to do the? Do you want to do the
trailer? Yeah.
Yes.
Real quick to gush about you real quick. I remember, and we've talked about it, and I don't even know how long I have been doing it, but Matt had like 70-ish views or 70-ish subs, and I was talking about taxation and stuff as just a chat guy, and you were fucking with me. I remember that then. And
I remember that. No, it was like 60 or 70. I was doing it with Jared, my buddy, who's a filmmaker, who was one of the first guys I reached out to, and I was terrified to reach out to him, like just anxious, like, do you want to do this weird YouTube thing with me? And like he said yes, and I was like flattered. So and I remember seeing you, and I was like, this guy's cool. Who's this Vigilante Williamson guy?
Yeah, and I was just some asshole in the chat, and I had never. It was like a month or two before I did any of Gary's streams or reach out to anybody. So I remember that, and it's cool to see you where you're at. So here's this video.
It's all good of you, but taxation is theft, man. You're speaking to my heart there, brother.
Oh, dude, you're talking to some humans.
Senshin Dildo says you might have to go, Jake. He says you're holding me down.
Senshin Dildo is so brutal, man.
He's a fucking killer.
I love that guy, man. He's fucking great.
He's not guy. He's awesome.
All right, let's
see what we got here, man.
And let's see if this is even a new trailer because it may not be.
But I have my popcorn ready, so let's go.
All right.
Nice.
First off, can you hear anything?
Yes.
Yep. We're good.
I think this is the original trailer.
It is.
It is.
That's okay. Let's watch it anyway.
Okay.
Oh yeah. It is.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now, the effect shots in this are so ridiculous.
I agree. They're sick.
This is good.
13
really
to 16 fights. That's what they're promising.
Yeah. Does anybody think that this guy's actually Johnny Cage? Because I'm suspecting he might be.
No.
And actually, I think in the interview they said, I can't remember if it was this interview. They said that Johnny Cage does exist in this universe. I think we're going to see a Johnny Cage movie in the background to let you know he exists, like an Easter egg.
They do
I
seem
think-
to want to do a franchise with this, so that's good.
That's the plan. Yeah.
There's
So we got a
Scorpion.
bit of an echo.
There's a lot of
Yes.
guys that aren't in this. Focus on Johnny Cage.
Oh,
That's my part right there. Slam with the spear.
These are your champions.
I'm Sonia. That's Kano.
Liu Kang.
It doesn't it just have a vibe? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't it just feel like,
Yeah.
I don't know, like a
yeah.
Feels like
and
a
then-
world is built here.
Yeah.
Yes.
On the ground.
Yeah, this is good stuff.
And that was Melina.
I like this dragon shot.
That's Liu Kang. That's Goro.
Yeah.
There is an echo.
Yeah.
We know who that is.
Here it is.
Yes,
This is my part right here.
I love this scene.
I couldn't even think of that shit.
Yeah.
There it is.
yes.
Dude,
Yeah.
okay.
Ooh. The heart, man, the heart. I love that.
All right.
So just the shot of smoke alone, right? Just that
Yep.
one shot. That's 40 composite shots at least, right there, that are just laid over each other to make that special effect. It is freaking amazing. If they're looking at that, if they're doing that kind of care and detail, if they've got effects houses that are just grinding this stuff out, man, I cannot wait for this film. I'm so up.
There's
Yeah,
a
this
vibe
film
to
was
that trailer, man, that I was like, this really feels like it's got respect and it's going to be really good. Like, I got
Yeah.
Dread vibes from that
Okay.
trailer.
Oh
Okay.
God, yeah.
You know,
I
Just
I
like
think this
ground
will end up
analogy,
being
yeah.
bigger than Dread because of the timing, because people are so needing something like this right now.
yeah,
Yeah.
Personally, I felt like everything makes sense. And I think that was the reason they did the Cole guy. Like, nobody has to. There's no established. There's no like need to have an origin story for anybody. So everybody is just like there. Like the Sub-Zero is just Sub-Zero. Scorpion's just Scorpion. I mean, they show Scorpion's origin story. I think it's the only person that's going to get an origin story. Everyone else, you see,
Well,
Jax.
Kano kind of got one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kano.
But I guess-
yeah, they've
Jax.
changed Kano's origin story to fit the original movie too. Like Kano being an Australian outback mercenary. I think that this is a great opportunity for them to tap into that $1 billion gaming industry out there. This is billions and billions of dollars. There's a lot of gamers out there that really want a good fighting movie. And I'm sad that Chun-Li isn't in this movie. Sorry, I had to. I'm sorry. But being an ancient Mortal Kombat fan, I love Mortal Kombat 10 times more than I like Street Fighter or any other fighting game. I love this. I love that they're taking some love and care, and they're what I've seen from the trailer I'm happy about. Now let's wait a minute now. So we've been disappointed several times before where we've seen some pretty good trailers and we've gone to the movie and we went, what the hell did I just watch? So I am going to reserve judgment for when I actually see it, but I will be paying money to watch this. I won't be sailing the seven seas.
No.
Hey.
I'm going to be paying money to watch this.
Highlight Grin Akuma's comment, Matt.
Oh, I wanted to say hi to Man of War 665.
Hey, Man of War.
Beast.
Our Vegas brother.
He's my first super chat. They're my first like tip, and he paid me $6.65.
Dude, I love Man of War. He's a huge supporter of so many streams. Guy's just amazing. So
He's the man.
we are blessed. We're blessed with an amazing community on a daily basis. But dude,
Here.
I'm 100% paying money for this. I mean, I don't care where it goes. This is in my wheelhouse, dude. We are speaking 80s to me right now. We're speaking the 80s.
We're on board.
So you got to feel good about it. You got to feel good about it. It's like, it's every little bit of the 80s and 90s that we loved that is missing in cinema. It's been missing for a long time, and you get little hints of it, right? I mean, Jumanji, the reboot of Jumanji recently with The Rock, it had good little pieces, just really good. Pieces. It wasn't a complete film that was good. This looks like a real, like, back to the toxic masculinity that we know.
It looks fun. And also, like, they're doing things right. Like, they're casting a lot of Asian characters that, like, that's adherent to the lore. It's like, it's like, that's a win-win. Like, that's the kind of thing where it's like, it's good that representation's out there for, like, just because, and also because it's like, it's adhering to the stories that came before.
Mortal Kombat is diverse. It's period. Like, but without making it any effort. Like, there was no effort to that in the 80s. I didn't care. I was playing Liu Kang or I was playing Raiden. It didn't care what color their skin was or what they looked like. They were just kick-ass fighters, and awesome, and that's what it's all about. Like, there's so many opportunities to bring some really cool characters that are diverse, and that's what I want to see.
Never felt that myth where you need to see yourself in the thing to enjoy it.
No. Look, dude, where's Chun-Li? That's all I got to say.
That's right. We're on the same page.
This channel and this panel stands with Jezebel and their outrage. Speaking of,
hey, our boy,
Well, I kind of had that. So my wife and I watched a certain movie tonight where we wanted to feel that same 80s nostalgia. So Coming to America 2 was what we watched tonight, and I was kind of hoping that we would see some of that fun Eddie Murphy kind of comedy. And we watched the first half, and we were like, okay, that's not bad. We had a few laughs, and then the last half of the movie, it fell off the cliff. And I was, and it was my wife who actually said it. And actually, she posted on Facebook this big long tirade, which she never does, and she was like, who were they targeting with this movie? It was like they were targeting this new audience that wasn't going to watch it. The people that were trying to watch this movie that were remembering the 80s and the good, great comedies that we had in the 80s and saying, this is what we want to see. We want to see an Eddie Murphy joint. We want to see a great comedy, black humor, fish out of water kind of movie. And then we got boring kind of second half of what did we just watch?
They had an opportunity to do the reverse fish out of water with this one.
Exactly.
If I were writing this film, that's exactly what I would have done. But that's not what they chose to do. They sunk that battleship, man. It was disappointing.
That's right, and that's exactly what my wife said. And I just listened to. And normally I'm the one ranting and going through the tirade, right? But she was like, "Who are they targeting with this movie? What did I just watch?" Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, "Okay."
Normies can see this shit.
I said I brought her to my side. She has crossed the line. She has joined us.
It's become obvious to normies. They can see it now.
That's true.
They may not know they can see it, but they can see it.
They can
see something.
Right now, I hold in my formerly nicotine-stained fingers four letters from the boss that are going to be videos over the course of the next 3 months. So, because she is a normie, and if you watch the first letter from the boss video, she's eloquent in her dissection of this stuff. And not only that, I mean, her degrees in psychology. So she loves to break this stuff down. So I'm a most blessed human, but I think we have a guest.
We do have a guest.
Oh, and just one last thing.
We
before
do.
Culture, just as what you said. So my wife has got a degree in communications and public relations in English. And so we should get together and have a stream sometime, because the two wives and you and I, because we're obviously not normies, but they are, and it would be a fun time.
Hey, I ordered a new XLR mic just to get the boss on audio. She will never go on camera. She's like, no, thank you. But you will do the audio thing.
Well, let's not keep our guests waiting. We have another panelist to join to this wonderful stream. A guy I've streamed with. You guys, you know him, you love him. Paulie the Latino Slant.
Hell, Paulie.
Hey, Paulie.
Hey, man.
Hey, oral mango, dude.
Is that a joint, man? Is that a joint? Hey,
What's
man,
up, man?
is that a joint, man?
Who's got a
Maybe,
joint?
maybe not.
Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin.
Paulie, did you click on Matt's merch link? Are you the guy who bought those yoga pants on the merch link?
We need those
Oh.
yoga pants.
It's only
No,
sold
Islington
one
girl.
pair. It must have been.
I don't know
I forgot
how
it's,
much back
it's-
baby has Islington girl, but we need to
forgot.
get you to
forgot.
get those yoga pants.
It's been a minute since we've had these boys reunited. The Moderatic, or what do you call it? The Gary's Wrecking Crew. All right, Drake D, throwing down like that already, huh? Swinging,
Well,
buddy.
hey,
Look at-
Eric K
all
is
I
in the
know is
chat.
when
So
you
the
talk
crew
about
is here.
buying something, when you talk
Yeah.
about buying something, I sent you that
You
Latino
did.
Slam
Right,
cup,
right
homie.
there, right there, man. Hey, I asked you to pay for it and you wouldn't let me. So,
But
you know.
listen, I know, right? Congratulations, foul ball, Matt,
Oh,
Mateo. I don't know. Can I call your name? Can I say your name?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
please. Yeah. It's called the
That's
MFer
badass, dude.
Cocktail Lounge because my name's Matt Fowler. So it's I've doxed myself. It's fine.
Whatever.
Mateo.
Yeah, man. That's pretty. That's fun, man. Right? You know,
Wow.
because you're doing something that you love to do and you're having fun, and then bam, you know.
I'm just so blown away by Gary. Gary, because Gary gave me credit on the first video that he put out, and I was like, oh, that was nice of him, but and then like he made a big moment of it on the nooner the other day, which
Yeah.
I was like, wow, thanks,
Yep,
man. I was
I
like
was
jumping
there
up
too.
and down in my. It was
Yeah.
so cool. I was so
I was
and then
there
for him
too.
to do it again, I was just like floored, man. I was like, I
Because-
couldn't even believe it.
Dude, well, I've been working with Tom a lot. We're working on some stuff I can't bring up yet, but it's gonna be very exciting. And I thought he had broken the story, but then I kind of did my own little thing. I'm like, wait a minute, Matt's videos from days ago, and then Gary was like, oh, that's so dope, man.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's how it.
I don't mean to interrupt everybody, but I'm looking at this weird thing, and maybe it's just my stream. Everybody look at Matt's channel and tell me how many subs he currently has.
Oh no!
Don't
pay any attention. No.
Okay.
Gary told him already. This is what
Yeah.
happens. Yeah, you get a big shout, you get a bounce, and that shit corrects itself. It's going to take a few days. Don't freak out.
Okay. I was about to like,
No.
Yeah, it was 1100, and then it was 900, and then it was 910, and then 905, and then 910 again. Yeah. It'll
But-
bounce back up.
If I can add a little context here, foul ball to all the new homies in the chat that are really new to foul ball, to Jake D. All these guys came up together months ago. I mean, I remember when all of us had like 40 subs, 50 subs, and we started streaming with each other, man.
I think I still have around 40 subs.
You gotta make videos.
I gotta make videos. That's
Yeah, you have to, bro. You'll be good. I do. Yeah. So, you guys are in the ground floor as far as new subscribers to Foul Ball, to Jake D, to the Vigilante Williamson.
Williamson.
These are some badass dudes, man. That they're all have been my new friends, and I know I've been a little busy and haven't hung out as much as I'd like to, but I think you guys are great, man.
Thanks, Paulie. Hey, man, look, you had us on a stream, like a few months back, talking about Gentified and Hentified, and it was, it was such a cool thing because I don't know, it was like one of the first times I was asked as a guest, Jake had me on his streams first, which was just so like, hey, gee whiz, can I get out of the stream with you, sir?
I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, come on.
Hi. I still haven't met anyone in the fandom that says, "Oh, hi, how are you, Paul? How you doing?" Oh, do you like Spider-Man? But our he's like our godfather here, Culture. He said some great advice. You got to keep going to other people's tables. No, you got.
That's true. Actually, that's very good wisdom. Because I know I've got my Brit friends over. I've got the Spacebook. I've got Noel.
Type 40, baby. Yeah.
That Type 40. That's right. I've got the guys that I like going over there. We talk about Doctor Who all the time. It's great stuff. And Avon Lives.
Oh yeah.
And then we have Clobbering Times too. Long live the Legion. The Valkyries in the morning with Loki, Loki, and then we've got. It's amazing the crew and each of these channels is just. It's amazing how great they are to the community. And so giving too. They're inviting everybody on. Everybody gets a chance to go and chat, and I'm just so spellbound here by everybody.
That being said, everyone's all happy for Matt and everything, but we do disagree. And I love Coming to America too. What the hell are you guys talking about? That's funny as shit because they got a lot. You got
to get your beautiful wife on there. I want to hear what she has to say.
Here we go.
You loved it. You kidding me?
Oh no.
So I didn't see it. So because I was skeptical of it. I was very skeptical Coming to America 2. I have Coming to America 1 in very high regard. It's probably, we talk about all black cast.
For the longest time, it has to be call on you, Romy.
The first half was great. The first half we had a lot of fun, and then it fell off the cliff.
Dude, it crashed. I'm sorry. I'm going to say this. 23 minutes. At 23 minutes after, I was like, okay, I'm done.
Okay, hold on, Matt.
No.
What's up?
Hello, gentlemen. This is
Mrs.
Slant.
That's beautiful. It's good to see you.
Stainless steel appliance cleaning, 10 o'clock on Friday night.
Very sexy.
Exciting.
I know. I try to be sexy while I do it.
You need to have him make you a sandwich if you're doing appliance cleaning.
Yeah. Boy should be making a sandwich,
Get
right?
the slant to work. Yeah,
that's right.
I had him on the barbecue earlier.
All right.
And when I had him on the barbecue, I mean,
you did. Yeah,
wow.
My stainless steel appliance cleaning.
But you like Coming to America too, right, honey?
Oh, absolutely. That was fun, nostalgic, great storytelling, just so fun. Hello, bring back the fun.
Bring back the fun.
I agree. We need to bring back
agree
the
with
fun.
that statement 100%.
And bring back the sexual chocolate.
I cannot argue with that. I agree 100%.
Wow. Why is she so much better than you, Paulie? Why is she so much better than me?
Now you know how smart I am.
Yeah, you are a smart man. That is a good woman, dude.
But
Mention dildo.
You know what?
Matt,
I think she
happened?
just won an Academy Award because that was amazing acting. That's what I take it as.
Yeah, I mean, I actually believed that she liked Polly.
I actually believed her.
I miss you guys. But Matt, you got to see it through a modern lens, right? And it is like it's unavoidable because it's like they had a lot of the feminist things in there, but it's like I enjoyed it. I had a good time, but it's like
I didn't. Is it intersectional? I didn't see any of it. I don't know. Is it not good? Right.
Coming to America.
Yeah,
I don't want to do any spoilers.
No, it's let me put it this way: it's enough to challenge you in some areas that you won't be comfortable with because of.
But it connected to what a different type of guy he was back then. And he went against his father. He went against his father to go find love. So it makes sense. No. I'm just saying. I don't think it was a stretch, but
dude, I love you, man, but I don't agree with you. You know this.
So I talk plug for the channel. Slight plug for the channel because I did a video on Superman and I talked about like Superman being dead. But one of the things I talked about was just the reboot and the sequel thing just being a tire thing outside of wokeness, outside of anything.
Sure.
So before this movie came out, I was like, do I really, Coming to America is such a, great movie.
It is.
Nothing wrong with leaving it as is and just letting it be great and just going on. So I'm like hesitant to see a new movie in this. This isn't a franchise. You know what I mean? You guys are just making a sequel 25, 30 years later to make money. Like if it's not Like I have no desire to see it, even like if it's just slightly off a little bit. Even if it's entertaining, it's like I could just go without seeing it.
I'll say
It's
this,
very easy
though.
to see it.
And
Like,
you're right. And you're right. And they
Go ahead,
even
go ahead,
poke fun. They even poke fun at that. They even talk about great movies, but they're having that conversation in the garden. And they even talk about you don't great movies don't need to be made a sequel. And like there was like, they kind of made fun of themselves. I actually I remember when Tom yesterday, like or this
Thanks,
morning,
Eric.
skewered it, and I was like, oh man, I'm gonna hate it. So maybe I had really low expectations.
I
Well,
did
what
too.
I'll say about Eddie Murphy though is that he had
He's really
had a huge career, very funny, but he also took a long time off. Like he's kind of coming back into Hollywood and mainstream pretty cold. So I think he's making choices that maybe are marketable, are a bit safe, are a bit, instant audience, so that it's more of a softer landing when he comes back. I'm not defending whether the movie's good or bad. I'm just saying that might be what's motivating a sequel that we're not necessarily clamoring for. It might be why he's coming back to do this. And it's an argument,
And it could be a good movie. I'll you know what? If I get enough people tell me I need to watch it, I may do it.
You
But
don't need to watch it. I'd be curious to get your take on it. I thought Tracy Morgan and Leslie Jones were hilarious because they were like the Queens people, from Queens. So I don't know. I mean, I had a good time.
I did. I must admit, I like the barbershop guys. I do like those guys.
They tore it up. Yeah.
Oh, they that was some good. Every time they were in a scene, they were great. And at the end too, with the big the where they were all music. They did. I don't want to spoil it either for people, but there were some really good scenes. But the other hour of the movie.
Oh man, 35 minutes of decent. Now maybe 25 minutes of decent. It's hard to say.
There were some good scenes.
Yeah, but Leslie Jones only generated one laugh.
Yep.
I mean, not to Romy. She had her dying. And Romy's from there. So it's like
dude, I feel you. I know, and it's gonna hit everybody different. I just
right.
I just didn't think the jokes landed, right? And so,
some of the shit they were saying was hilarious, man.
Maybe, but some of them
my god,
funny.
I think we laughed 3 times.
New York
I think
comedians,
my wife and I laughed 3 times. She might have laughed actually a couple more times than I did.
As far as like the Leslie Jones thing,
I'm sorry.
Leslie Jones just comes with like a tinge, of just like negativity because of the Ghostbusters reboot. But a lot of New York comics,
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, and just a lot of New York comics say she's very funny. So I don't know if she's funny in this movie, but I think it's like if she's got any kind of laughs, I'd almost be rooting for her because if someone's funny but just ended up in a bad project.
No, Matt, I agree with you, man. There are times when I think she's funny. I found her funny in other stuff, right? Again, dude, this is the thing. When you consume as much crap as I do, I'm not, I'm not saying that.
I don't cue.
Wait.
Damn it.
I think all of us do.
You eat pieces of shit for breakfast?
No. Shooter McGavin.
You consume as much media as I do in all of its various forms. I always feel like you need to bring it, right?
And got a couple of laughs, man. Come on, her and Tracy Morgan were hilarious.
Oh, Tracy Morgan was awesome. But Leslie Jones left it there, man. She had one laugh because of the timing, not because she's funny, but because of the timing. Other people,
I think you're a Leslie Jones hater.
I agree with you, Coach
That's not the impression I'm getting. I don't get that.
Okay, no. I'm really not.
I'm just playing around.
No. I know you're playing around. You and I, dude. I freaking love you. Shut up. But anyway, look, she's good in other stuff. I've seen her in a lot of things I've enjoyed. She's funny. Ghostbusters 2016 is the thing that destroyed her life. Right?
Yeah.
It destroyed her career.
I still haven't seen that movie.
Oh, good.
You don't.
No.
Do yourself a cultural favor and don't subject yourself to it, or anybody else that or any other life form on Earth if you can possibly avoid
Unless, of course, you're featuring it on Movies to Lose Friends by.
Oh, dude. Yeah. No,
Oh, yeah. You could lose a lot of friends.
Everyone here's coming on the show, then. Let's do it. And I haven't seen it, so that'll be good. No, what do you mean no? That's what the show's all
fine.
about.
I will be there. I'll be there. This will be the one that I'll show up for.
I'll be there.
No.
I will be there.
Let me
for
ask
that.
you guys what's
I'll
weird.
be there for that one too.
Okay,
Hey, guys, can we just real quick just give a little hail to
I'm sorry,
Draco.
Hey, Draco.
Yeah, you're good.
Draco.
Draco.
I don't want to. I don't
call
want
out,
to.
Jordan.
Well, it's a
Good
good
call out, Henry.
conversation. Just want to say hi to Draco. He's an
Hi,
awesome
Draco.
guy. He often is on this show. by
That's
the way.
another conversation
know.
to have too. Movies that ended actors and actresses' careers.
But culture. So what you've seen both the Legionnaire, the Legion.
Oh my God!
The Legion.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
And for the chat, who Foulball, I want to get Foulball on the show. Is we purposely watch bad movies and then we talk about them.
That's
and some are
interesting.
like, are they bad? You know,
That
Okay,
was a good one,
Legion-
actually. That was a good one.
What?
Yeti Cast 2 was on there. That was good.
No,
Oh,
no.
yeah.
Look, don't listen to anything YetiCast has to say ever. I'm just saying.
That's an Canadian connection they got.
That's right. We got. I'm sorry. That's the solidarity. That's the true Norse strong and free, brother.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
You know what? Are you both newfies? Is that what it is?
Oh God, no.
Oh, okay, good. I'm a
No, Lord Thoth
No,
can't
I-
be a newfie.
I'm just teasing because I love my newfie peeps like Michelle Geelong. But anyway,
You can tell. If I was a newfie, I'd have the accent. I don't have the accent.
oh,
Yeah, I
dude,
was going to say.
yeah.
This is kind of a.
You just sound like you're from a Dakota. But anyway, rewinding a little bit. No, so Legionary Trail, the Legionnaire, whatever you want to call the film. I mean, I'm using international
Matt,
release.
do you know about this movie, bro?
Oh, dude, jump off the building.
It's
No,
with Mickey
no.
Rourke.
Watch it, and then thank Polly for the incentive to jump off a very tall building. Oh my God, it's terrible.
So do you
And
guys
honestly,
Listen,
Ghostbusters.
Dildo, don't do that to Paulie's channel. Don't do it.
No.
What did he do?
Oh, no.
Listen,
No.
ignore. Don't. I shouldn't even said nothing.
What just happened?
No, since you
then
did
you
those
gotta
talking about you
review
don't want
gay
smoke.
N-words from
No,
What?
God damn it. We
Uh,
survived
sorry.
last stream. We're bringing this up.
We're not gonna bring it up.
We're not
I
going to
would say
survive
do
two
some
streams.
research on your own. No, we're not gonna talk about it.
Disillusion.
No.
I love these.
This is
Google at your own peril.
I'm pretending
well-
that didn't happen.
Sorry.
What are we talking about? Are we talking blue waffles again too, or what?
No.
Oh, my
Oh man,
No, Matt.
That's
No, Matt, you got 1,000 subscribers. How you
Matt,
feeling?
you're losing control. This is the first thing that happens when you become a big YouTuber.
Going off the rails.
Our boy Fenrir is not here, so we don't need to go into blue waffles and two girls, one cup.
Right.
No, I don't think Fender or fire. We're good. So look,
we traumatized him, Jake D.
We did.
I
We
haven't seen him in
traumatized
a-
Fenrir.
I haven't seen him in a week.
I'm like, you were like, don't look at this. Two girls, one cup. Don't look at this.
No.
And he did.
He did.
And then he
help
did.
it. And I didn't know what to do because if I told him not to, he would just do it. I'm like, genuinely, I'm telling you, and he kept
No,
laughing and kept
seriously.
doing it.
Yeah. Oh God, it was the best stream I ever watched in my life. I was
I
dying.
wish I was
killing
in the
me.
stream so I could have muted someone's mic just to save Fenrir, but there's nothing I could have done.
Matt, I'm happy because now, if and when I hit that mark, I know not to have any of you guys on this.
Right? And watch out for the chat that comes in tow because they're dangerous, man. They're
Man, the
gonna
chat
ruin
is
your
trying to get
stream.
everybody
You guys
Did you hear about yesterday's chat that we rated?
No.
That goes my one chance.
We were on Midnight's Edge yesterday, and we went
Oh,
and rated.
yeah.
I heard about this. Yes.
So
I did
No,
not.
we
What
were-
happened?
we were having the show, and then
great story.
Tom's like, "Hey, the Star Trek day's up.
Oh,
we
it's-
have more people in our chat
do.
than they do in theirs." And we're like, "What?" So he puts the screen up, and like, all right, I'm like, "All right, everyone, let's go and rate it."
It was true though. It's true.
That's so cool.
So we start commenting. And they
Oh,
fucking disabled the comment.
yes, that's awesome, dude. That's punk rock, man.
Nice
It was so
job.
punk rock. We did it. Not only did we do it twice,
That's
Oh,
awesome.
dude, yeah.
then we had a troll follow us back to Midnight's Edge.
My boy Shane.
And Shane was saying some crazy shit, and it was like a minute of it took a minute to get him on the panel, but he came on the panel. We had an SJW on the panel.
No way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Pretty kind of interesting. Was he?
it was.
How'd it go?
It was amazing. It was
epic.
Tom told the story on FNT tonight, man.
Did he?
God.
I'm gonna go back and watch
So some
that.
random SJW gets on Midnight Edge before me. I see exactly how it is, Tom. I see exactly how it is.
No.
Vigilante, I'm working on it. But
have a Coke and a smile, brother. Have a Coke and a smile.
Yeah, apparently have a Coke and a smile and shut the fuck up.
No. If you want to have a Coke, you gotta be less white, V-Dub.
That's right.
Wow. Anyways,
I'm just joking.
So I had a question for Culture and Paulie, because this is a subject that I find fascinating. Do you guys do you get pleasure out of watching like bad movies? Do you enjoy that? You do. Can you explain that to me? Because I find like I can at times, but generally I'm just like I can barely look at it. It's like it's so brutal. So what's the pleasure there?
Go ahead, Paulie. You first, because it's a unique thing. So go ahead, man.
Well, I mean, I'll watch anything, and I think what happened, like literally, I'll watch anything. I watched Legionnaire on the plane ride back from the holiday trip, and that's how it started. But I can't stop watching once I start, and I know that it's a bad green screen. Oh, that's a fake bust. Oh my God, he's got Lee press-on nails. What the fuck am I watching? Yeah.
So you're laughing at them then. Like
God,
I'm fascinated. I'm not fascinated. Then what I love to do is accept what I'm watching. Like whether it's like a Flash Gordon, which people have problems with me calling it a bad film, or
it's a good bad film.
Garbage Pail Kids.
Garbage Pail Kids.
Oh my goodness. There's an 80 draw.
Yeah. So I mean that's it's really
I guess I don't know.
You just kind of add a little Care Bears into that movie. Like, you watch the movies that they're going to be bad, but you're watching it just to see how the writers and the director and the screenplay and everything and all that came in to form that movie.
That's what The Stand became for me as I was watching that series.
God dang, dude! I can't believe you did that. I'm baffled. Because I read some stuff in front of it, and I'm like, no, absolutely no.
No.
Well, I mean, Paulie and I were both of the same mind. We were both very excited for that show.
Mm-hmm.
Like we were thrilled it was coming out.
Me too.
The casting looked pretty good. Yeah,
dude, that guy, the lead, what's his name? The Scandinavian kid, the tall
Skarsgård.
Dude, he's amazing. He's in one of my favorite things.
Completely wasted on that show.
Yeah,
and he's so good. He's in that mini series. True Blood, but he's in the mini series. The Generation Kill, which is one of my favorite things, maybe ever.
Yeah. I mean, what's baffling about it is like the casting. The actors are all pretty good.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you've got Marsden, you got T.
Oh yeah.
You got Amber Heard, who plays an evil bitch. No, but her character's an evil bitch, so it works.
Of course they did. That was typecasting.
Brilliant casting.
That was typecasting.
Transcended.
So she was a shitty character.
Ezra Miller was bad.
Ezra Miller.
I saw what you did.
He was awful.
It's a stacked cast.
Whoopi Goldberg was Mother A. She was pretty good.
Whoopi Goldberg's in this thing.
Yeah, I mean, the cast,
Ezra Miller was in here.
The cast was good.
Okay.
And then the execution. I mean, you gotta understand, the guy running this thing was the same guy who did the New Mutants, right? So if you saw the movie The New Mutants, great idea, horribly executed.
Okay.
And The Stand 2020, same issue.
Oh no,
I'm a huge
100
fan too, and I was disappointed in that movie.
Grant, I don't mean every Nordic. I mean,
no. The best line's yet to come. He's 100% right. Or actually, it's a few up from there. All Skarsgårds are amazing.
They are.
No doubt about that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about just incredible performers.
Well,
I mean, just
the best thing about it was the
Without
trailer.
exception.
When we saw the trailer, Jake,
The trailer,
Yeah.
I agree.
we
I
were
agree.
just like,
Yeah.
"Fuck, man, this is epic! It's gonna be epic! Oh my god!"
no. You didn't read any of the treatments or the scripts, did you?
No,
No.
man. But see, that's mad. That goes back to like, but I watched every episode,
I did.
It wasn't
watch every episode.
It wasn't
and
for
I
the
watched
same
Jake's
reasons.
videos on as a supplement.
It wasn't the
Say
same
it.
problems, but it reminded me of Peter Capaldi's descent into utter irrelevance as Doctor Who.
God, that second season he did. God damn.
Yeah. It was Peter Capaldi was obviously an actor who could have absolutely put his stamp on the Doctor.
Yeah.
Even more I think than David Tennant ever did or Eccleston.
If he'd had
But-
the writing,
If he'd had the writing, but it started slow and went downhill from there.
Yeah, no, there was a chance. You're 100% right. It's just that second. I just wanted to. I was done. See, and I'm one of those weird people that I was like, okay, I'm done with Who earlier than everybody else, but that's okay because I got over it.
well,
Right.
if you were done with it in his second season, then you missed perhaps the best episode of Who ever made. In Heaven Sent.
I still watch. You don't misunderstand. I just so my fandom is like I'll live in a place even though I know I'm done with something, and I'll still watch stuff. It's like I'm not as invested. Does that make sense? Like
It does. Although
I married to something and
still,
then I got divorced, but I still have these feelings.
I still haven't watched the second half of season 12.
Good for fucking you. Oh my god.
I can't do it.
No,
After I saw The
just
Force
don't.
Awakens, I was out. I'm like, I'm done. This is
Dude.
not going anywhere good. And I heard it got so bad with The Last Jedi. I don't need to do for me. It's pain. Like I feel it, and I don't know what it is. I can't go through it with it. You know, I don't know. It's too painful.
That's like those last two films would be perfect for movies to lose your friends by.
Yeah. Well, for me, I know what you're saying, Culture Casino, because for me, I've watched all of the Arrowverse, every single one except for the latest season of Batwoman. I haven't watched that yet, but I've watched them all because I am a DC Comics fanatic fan. I love the characters, but it just gets worse and worse and worse. And to get back to your point, Foulball, I think that you're talking about why you would watch bad movies. For me, in a lot of cases, it's watching these old 70s, 80s, and even in some cases 90s movies that I have some nostalgia for. There's some awful, awful movies that I'll go back and watch again, like Dune. I'm a huge Dune fan. I've read all the books. I love them very much. But yet I'll go back and watch the movie just because, well,
I like Dune.
Sting is in it. No, I'm just joking about that part. But I like, there's a lot of them. There's some great 80s sci-fi movies, especially that are awful, awful movies, but I go back and watch them again because there's the nostalgia part of it. It's
Real
because
quick.
it's a time that I loved and I miss.
I want to say, hold on 1 second though. We gotta say goodbye to Paulie. Paulie's got to take off. Thanks for dropping in, man. This is awesome to have you.
Yeah,
No,
thanks for
man.
coming out, man.
Matt, very happy for you. It's exciting. It's fun. And we'll find, hey, make sure you're subscribed to Foulball Productions and everyone else here on the panel. This week, we here on The Slant are going to have a music fundraiser featuring Robert Rodriguez's band Chingon. They're coming live.
Nice.
So check me out. Check
Hell
check
yeah,
out
check out Paulie.
And actually, Jake D, the charity goes to families who were displaced, and they are this organization does food boxes in San Antonio. So that's where the money is going.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Yeah,
I see in the back there you've got a poster for Amoros Perros.
Yeah.
I love that movie, and I love Gael Garcia Bernal. I'd love to talk to you about any one of his movies. I think he's one of my favorite actors. So if you ever want to do a stream about that, dude, I am down.
Yeah, let's do Amores Perros.
I would love to. I would love to, dude. Anytime you let me know,
Sure.
I'm in.
What's the comic book you're reading there? What's the comic book you're reading?
This is called a sequel to Monday, and it is by an Albuquerque filmmaker who just got his first film done under Raul Rodriguez's Rebel Without a Crew production.
Yeah.
Outstanding.
That's out of Austin. He does that out of Austin, Texas. Robert Rodriguez.
Correct. Yeah. So, but he's on his downtime. He did another film, and he did this graphic novel. So I just got it.
Well, give a little subski over to Paulie at Latino Slang. He's a great guy, great supporter, and like in this community, he's an awesome dude. So thanks, Paulie. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. I appreciate it.
Gonna go hang out with Mrs. Slam. Be good, everybody.
All right,
Take care of yourself.
Peace, Paulie. Thanks, man.
Take it easy, Paulie.
And I do want to answer what I get out of bad films, because that's where we left off when we were. I'm the same as Paulie. I'm engaged with bad films almost immediately.
Well, especially in 2021.
Yeah, it because it gives me an opportunity to break down where things go wrong.
Yes.
So for me, again, I come from the business side. If you've ever watched, and I know you guys have watched my videos and stuff like that, but I approach it from like, how did you think this was going to make money, kind of thing. And so it's like, so when you start to offend my sensibilities immediately, I know I'm in for a ride, and it's a lot of fun. Because I can say, okay, you know, here's where your character flaws are, here's where your story problems are, and it goes downhill from there. So I get enjoyment out of that. Like, again, the film that hurt me the most was the one that Paulie made me watch, the Legionary Trail, or the Legion. And there is so much bad in that film that it was enjoyable, because I could say, okay, that's terrible. When you open the scene with the worst CGI ever on an establishment shot, I'm hooked. It's this weird thing. But then you have like the bad that, you know, The Stand was. And there it is. Oh my God, so bad. God, Mickey Rourke. I mean, let me tell you, the poster is more exciting than the film. Okay. I mean, and literally, and Bai Ling is in
Bai
that.
Ling is in that.
Like 8 minutes tops. If not,
Bai Ling? Is that the girl from The Crow?
I couldn't even tell you. She doesn't look anything like a person or human, and neither does Mickey Rourke. So I mean,
oh my God, look at that picture of Mickey Rourke down there.
Oh yeah, dude, he looks like 8 miles of bad road. Wow, it's not good, and he's wearing Lee press-on nails. At the beginning of this film, I'm telling you, this is such a spectacular disaster. You have to spend your time watching it.
Wow.
It's available. You can watch it on Prime for free, I think, right now. But anyway, he starts off wearing an eye patch and then abandons that concept like halfway through the film. So that thing comes off. And it's like,
Culture, are you a filmmaker? Did you spend time like in the film industry or something like that? Is that where this angle comes from?
Or is that classified information?
Wow.
I'm trying to figure out how to answer this. Tangentially, I have been involved in things.
Okay.
So
we're not trying to get anyone.
I have friends that are, you know, currently doing some stuff.
Okay.
I mean,
I feel the curtain is just slowly.
I think what Culture
peeling
Casino's
aside.
trying to tell us is that he used to work for the CIA.
I'm not saying any of those things.
No. He still works for the CIA. Clearly,
Yeah. Hey, there's no such thing.
But we don't know that.
Culture made a porno. Well, in 2021, a lot of people have, man. That's no longer a big, like, used to be like, oh, you made a porn, but I mean, the hub exists, man.
Well,
There's a lot of people on
Culture and Axel Braun are best friends. That's what it is.
Oh yeah.
The reason I
Your
asked,
Culture sounded like a mobster, man. Like, I gotta see a guy about a thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah. No, but
Okay,
the way you talk about it just
No.
sounds like you've got insight on like a different angle. When you say like the business point of view and stuff like that, I'm like, huh.
Well, that's what I'm based on. I mean, I try to figure out how you're making money from this. So there's a lot of finance stuff. In fact, probably one of the best finance guys on YouTube when it comes to this stuff is Andre with Midnight Edge. So if you're looking for pure financial, how do you fund this thing and it makes money? That's the dude. That's why Midnight's Edge is such an invaluable resource to all of us. I don't think anybody realizes that, but it's because the boss man there is connected. So, but you know, I mean, okay, I'm gonna get so deep insight way back in time. We're gonna hit the Wayback Machine. What I do now is nothing related to Hollywood. How about that?
No,
It's not even it. So that's that. But way back in the day, I made people go, "Whoa, shit! I'm scared." So
okay.
like 1,000 years ago, and my friends, I have friends that work in production and at Disney and stuff like that.
Okay.
But my approach to things, because of where I am now in my life, is 100% business. So when I look at films, I'm like, I come at it from a different place, but at the same time, I have the same natural, do I enjoy this? Do I not enjoy this? And then I have to analyze why. Some of that comes from a place of being like on, I guess technically nowadays I'd be on the spectrum, but I had Asperger's according to people, so I'm like,
according to these doctors, I don't know.
Those assholes.
What do they know?
I would not trust doctors. I had a doctor. Well, I could very well be asking me. I had a doctor. It's my first real life encounter with wokeness. She was like this super like woke, crazy counselor I went to one time, and she was sort of racist, but it was like that woke racist.
Yes,
and
paternalistic and protective.
Yeah. She was like, she asked me, "What is it like being a black guy?" I'm like, it's just a guy. No, come on, it's got to be different. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Yeah,
I had acting teachers just like that who would just like coddle like their black female students like they were children who couldn't be like.
So anyway, like I got interested in all of this because of Hans. So let's just start there. So that was the thing that interested me most.
Question mark.
He said Hans, not Hans.
Oh, okay.
No, paranormal, ghosts, Ghostbusters.
Yeah, no, but like scaring people. Like one of my buddies, his name's Skip. Anyway, that was one of the things we loved to do. It was one of the places that I enjoyed doing stuff. So that's, that's there. When I worked in different businesses, I connected with other people. They went on to work at Imagineering for Disney. I just started to connect all these people together.
Okay.
That's the stuff I'm coming from that side of things. And, my interest has always been there. My family connection goes deep when it comes to some of these things, and not from other than being incredibly invested in them in various ways. So that's as much as I'm going to say now. Eventually,
Are you based out of Tallahassee, Florida, like Jeremy?
No, that's just a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, and I'm going to lean into that too. No, it's just,
I just honestly I assumed you just were in Florida. But wait, that's just because that's what Jared said.
No. I'm totally happy to lean into all the anonymity. Whoa, shit! Anonymity.
It's okay. It's a cocktail lounge.
I think you need another drink, Culture.
No, I haven't had enough yet, dude. This isn't anything for real. I need a margarita or
yeah.
Look at that big honking wine glass he's got there. Holy cow.
That's a night drink right there.
That's a glass for me, brother.
No, real quick, guys, before we go any further, we're adding another member to the stream. I love this. I love that everyone just keeps dropping in. We got all these fun people. This is great. But we have everyone welcome Draco Argentis.
Hey, Draco.
Hey, Draco.
Hail panel. How are you all doing tonight?
Welcome to the party.
Draco is here. If this is a dude I get to hang out with in the member streams over there with Gary and friends. So that's man.
Yeah, I love Draco was in one of the first ones. Draco, Paulie, and Jake, as I recall, and maybe Thoth, but I remember specifically those three because I remember talking to them, and I was just like, oh my god, this is. I was so intimidated in my first member stream. I was just like, oh my god, that's Gary. He's right there. Holy shit! And then everyone knows Gary. I'm like, oh my god, what am I doing here?
I'm sure I was there in the background, being all stealthy and jotting down notes.
Mysterious.
I think
was your first member stream my first member stream too. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut whoever I cut.
No, Vidge, I came in. I think it was a few weeks before because I do remember when you were there. But yeah, I was a few weeks.
Okay.
Before. Yeah.
Henry Sherman is saying, interesting in Culture Casino. I remember in the past that comics division streams and how you get more successful because of networking. Everybody gets more successful because of networking. You get involved, especially in Hollywood. Hollywood is incestuous in a very strange way. And most you have to pay attention to that. You have to the finance people are always wanting to be creative. Creative people are always wanting to be, in a different element of the business. It's this weird thing. And it's just like rock stars want to be actors want to be rock stars. That is 100% true. So that is the way the Hollywood wheel works. And if you talk, I mean, if Paulie were still here, he would say the same thing. And again, I mean, the friends that I know that went to do Broadway, there are friends I know that went to be actors, all that stuff. So yeah, it's a weird place. And I have been incredibly lucky in life. And that's why I always tell people I didn't start my YouTube channel to be rich. I wasn't going to make money at this thing. It was 100% the whim, right? Because my life right now is amazing. I'm grateful for it. Yeah. And so when you talk about this stuff, you get more successful by networking with people that are in your same field.
Look, I mean, we got proof of that just in this room right now.
Oh, I'm looking around at them. Oh, we have you.
Yeah, all my subs are from networking. I've gotten almost no subs based upon my own content.
My entire YouTube presence essentially is from networking.
Oh, dude, no. That's a lie. You broke an incredible story. You've done other great content. And what's funny is I was unsubbed from you. I'm just gonna say, I know you probably have never heard that before in your life, but I am unsubbed from the people that I've followed like multiple times. I mean,
wow, man. I've had a guy sub to me 3 times. Terminus S has subbed to me 3 times. No BS.
Wow, that's crazy.
No. And dude, I like one of the people that I love, Wookiee Supremacy. You probably know who this guy is. And Wook almost has to subscribe to me every month. What? He gets unsubscribed.
Really?
From it's ridiculous.
Wow,
that's crazy.
It's crazy, but we're in this weird place where even if you're a member of a channel, you have a chance of being unsubscribed. It's happened. I've been a member of a channel. I'm still a member of a channel, and I've been unsubbed from them.
Eric K got
unsubscribed.
Do not place your trust in software or hardware.
Since you're unsubs from Fireball Daily, that explains
That's it, Dildo. Dude, I freaking love
I don't blame him.
But he's back apparently.
That's why your subs went from 1,000 to 900, Because we all said, "F this guy, we're unsubbing."
Matt, apparently you're getting some tips right now.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
By the way, that unsubbing thing, that's a feature.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. Oh, that's great. I didn't even know that was going through those stream elements. Thank you so much, guys. I have to try to figure out where they come from. Jake D, you generous devil, and the Islington girl.
I've got to figure this thing out. This internet thing that's going on here.
I'm very
make fun of Gary. It's so easy to boomer these streams.
Oh my God.
Oh man, and that's the thing is when Odin does that, I die a little inside because I'm knowing that, oh my God, I make all these mistakes every day, so I'd be punished for reals, and I mean if you watch for reals, if you and the thing is most people don't know, so you're monetized on YouTube. It's a big deal. You get to 1,000, it's amazing. They still take 30% of your shit.
Yeah,
we're like the federal government, bro.
Yeah.
And taxation is still theft, YouTube.
Yes, it is.
Right off the top.
Yeah. It's not just the tip. You know what I'm saying? That's a little more than the whole thing.
I had a movie that I watched recently that was really bad, but had really interesting ideas. And it was like, I mean, my friend asked me to watch it, so I probably would have turned it off if he didn't, compel me to watch it. But it was a movie called Time Trap. Have you ever heard of that?
Yep.
Yes.
I haven't. I'll check it out.
Honestly, it's worth it.
Pirates, but okay, Time Trap.
No. It's worth your time just because the ideas are really compelling, but it's like some of the execution is like maddeningly stupid. Where I'm like, no one behaves like that. What are you doing? But it was like it kind of had that like duality where it's like you're so compelled by their weird decisions and also like their good ideas. So it's like this kind of like weird experience. I guess it's kind of what you're talking about before. It's like, it's not just the, I enjoy this movie experience. There's like more to it. There's more layers as you're trying to like be like a film detective trying to figure out what the hell was going through their head when they did these choices.
Is that the cave one? Is that the cave one? Yeah.
That's the one.
Ugh.
Yes, it's so stupid, but like at the same time, you're like, oh, these are cool ideas. Like, I like what you're doing, but Jesus, it's like you guys have never met a person before. Like, who makes these choices? I don't know. I don't want to. We're losing.
Necessary for the poor plot.
we're losing Jake D. Jake D's got a call tonight.
It is getting a little late for me, by God. But Matt, I cannot say congratulations enough. And by God, you have absolutely, unquestionably earned the 1,000 subs, and your watch time on the monetization. So, big congrats to you. That's why I threw you the $10 tip. 10 bucks for 1,000 subs, and congrats on the monetization, man. It is onward and upward from here, my brother. And I knew from the moment we started working together that you were going to be a very successful on this platform, because you've got a good perspective, you've got a good approach. And I mean, the growth of the channel and the folks watching here in the chat and being a part of this community are just proof that there's a good formula here, man. And I'm just so excited to have been at least, in any way a part of that. I consider you a friend. I am so looking forward to you being here in town so that we can hang out more than just on these streams reasonably frequently. That's going to be good times. So
that's Jake, you're so kind, man. You're so kind, because you're the first person who let me do anything here that wasn't just me talking into an empty room. So I'm blown away, man. Thank you. That your words are moving. So
let you, man.
Sky, Jake D.
I was thrilled to have you. I was stoked you accepted the invitation.
Oh, dude. I mean, no, it was me too, man. So thank you. You're the fucking shit. Thank you, Jake. Make sure you guys sub to Jake. He's got a great channel. Very routine. Always got the Howling Entertainment on Sundays, doing all kinds of stuff. He watches The Stand, so you don't have to. He's the good shit.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Looking forward to hopefully seeing you at 5:15 Central Time over on my channel, Jake D. Looks like Sunday. Eric K has been the mensch. Oh, guys, see, I've had a couple of drinks now. The mensch wrench.
The mensch
what
wrench.
I'm trying to say. The best wrench. The man. And drop the link there. Hope to catch you guys this evening on Sunday. We're also going to be covering, I'm really excited to cover Falcon and the Winter Soldier here in a couple of weeks, because I'm convinced that it's going to be absolute train wreck, and that can only be good for the channel.
Dude, you're doing really well, my man. That's going to be gold for you, my man.
Yeah, thanks for on that grenade for us. I appreciate that, Jake.
There you go.
Good night, Jake D.
All right, everybody.
Have a good night, Jake D. All the best to you and your family. Take care.
That's more. He doesn't even understand that's bigger than a grenade, bro. That's like a whole planet
nuclear weapon.
Oh
man, that looks trash.
So
real quick, Matt.
Go ahead, Mitch.
Oh, I left you a tip, right?
What?
And so I just did it because everyone else did it. I didn't want to feel left out. No, but seriously, did it dox me? Because I am so worried that anyone who leaves me a tip is doxing me and knows my name and shit. So when you get a tip, does it tell you?
It says Vigilante Williamson. That's all it says.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for 420.
I thought you were
coming to you with a new episode.
What's that?
He's coming to you with a new episode.
A new episode.
Oh, the episode. It's a little late in the thing. I'm so glad that damn thing is over. I feel like The Rock. It's the reference, and it's a Rock thing. Anybody who likes the Rock wrestling, he does the millions and millions of the Rock's fans. Well, the first 3 to 6 months of him doing that, nobody said anything. The whole point was for the fans to join in, but nobody said it. But he just kept doing it until everyone did it, and that was my motivation for the episode thing, and it's worked.
It's now working.
See, I love it. It's my favorite. When you don't do it, I'm like, oh. But you always catch it. You catch it. I love when
yeah.
See, Matt, I would tip you, but since I'm Canadian, I would tip you some money, and after the exchange, it means you would owe me money.
That's true. although Lord Thoth, we are headed towards hyperinflation because we're reliving the Jimmy Carter years, so you would probably get some money.
I think you're right. Good times.
Good.
Buy silver, gold, and crypto if you haven't already. I need to get some crypto. I don't understand. I'm such a boomer with crypto, and I really need crypto. It pisses me off.
Is that kryptonite?
No. Ethereum is probably your next best bet right now, and Doge.
Doge.
Yeah,
cryptocurrency.
We called it.
What's a good wallet? What's a good? I've heard of
Hyperpay is probably safe.
Hyperpay.
There's a few others out there, but there are 2 Hyperpays. Do your research. One of them is bullshit. The other one's for real. The hyperpay that Minds uses is the one to go with. So there you go.
Thank you,
No
Islington
excuse.
girl. Thank you very much.
The
Very
Islington girl has spoken.
Islington. Thank you, Draco. I love that voice. You do that very well.
I used Coinbase as the crypto.
I
really?
don't want to use
Yeah.
Coinbase.
Yeah,
Because don't they report taxes?
I don't know. I know they take
I think
fees.
they report to the
which
IRS,
is
yeah.
Yeah, I don't like fees. I want to.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of
blame you.
fees.
What does Culture Casino use for his crypto?
What does he use?
I'm a hyperpay kind of guy. So
Hyperpay.
Okay.
yeah, but
I'll
that's from a ways back, and that's that in the Wayback Machine. Actually, this is the weird thing. So, I was gonna do a video on how to like go about all of this stuff because when everybody moved, because the world blew up and we all decided to move to alternate tech. I was like, I'm gonna do a video on how to like invest yourself in mines and head for alternate platforms.
Please do.
Odyssey and stuff like that. Yeah, but dude, do you realize how many videos I made? I mean, it's dumb.
Well, you're
it's
on YouTube all of your life.
That's true.
Like,
no. I drive around and I do my actual job sometimes. So it
but
just
yet
seems
you go. I don't know how.
Casino has
You're
a
always on
job.
train.
I do.
Well, I have my channel on Odyssey, and like I don't do any like work on it to like promote it, but I don't get any views. You know what I mean? I haven't, like I said, I haven't put a lot into it, but it's like no one's watching my stuff.
Okay, so here's the thing. This is really cool. So you probably have already earned a little bit of their currency, their crypto.
Yeah.
Go over there and invest some of that in boosting your channel.
Oh.
And that will increase your viewership. Believe it or not, it actually works. That they have an actual system, unlike YouTube, that like promotes people if they put something into it. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
How do you
go ahead.
No, how do you do that? I've seen that little currency in the top, like
You see
right
the little,
corner.
the little diamond colory thing.
Yeah.
Up there? Yeah.
So how do you invest it?
I'm gonna have to spend some time on a video. God dang.
Yeah, do it. I'll watch it.
It's just weird because here's the thing: it doesn't do anybody any good other than the people like us, right? So, but I'll do it because
you get crypto for watching too. Like you can also just if you're just a viewer, you get paid.
Yep. And then you turn it around and you invest in it, and it's all
as
in
many people who are interested in Odyssey. You'll be surprised how successful that video is because I can find no tutorials on any alt tech.
Okay,
and that's a very hard thing to find.
Okay.
So I think that would probably be successful.
All right, so next week at some point I'll work on that. It just right now. Do you realize I have 4 boss letters to record? I got so much, but I love it. You guys are worth it, so I'll do it. I'll do it.
Good for
You can do it next month. You don't have to do it right now.
Look. The most important person here on this panel right now is my man, Foul Ball Productions. He had an incredible night. We have to celebrate it. And here's the thing. I'm just going to warn you one more time, and everybody here will tell you. Your shit's going to go up and down over the next few days, but eventually you're going to get back over that 1K mark. The biggest magic trick is getting 4K hours, which I think you already have because you had like 12 billion views of a video that you did.
Yeah.
So I think you're going to be fine.
Yeah, it was actually almost pushing that, I think, a lot because of this stream, because we usually do like 5 hours a week. So it was right before that video, it was pushing 4K, and now it's at like, I don't know, 15K or something. It's like
dude, you're going to be good. You're going to be fine. Yeah, I'm so like I said. I mean, tonight I was like, dude, let's get this done. It was amazing, dude. I'm so happy for you. I want my buddy Jake D, VW. Like, I need. This is the thing, and everybody's going to say this, and it's the truth. More voices, because eventually we're going to have 500,000 people that are watching somebody, and they're going to get whacked. I mean, Ricky got whacked tonight, right?
Yeah, I heard that on FNT. What happened with that guy?
Man, he 50 videos got hacked on him because, offensive bologna sausage, right? Because YouTube is, it could be a glitch, but they're too reactive to other people's opinions, right? And the problem is that the people that make the money are the people that make content, not the people that react to the content.
Sure.
So it's like it makes no sense to me. I mean, there's like 8 people that say, "Oh no, this is super offensive." So back that dude's video. That doesn't make sense. It's not. You're not going to monetize it anymore. It's not because 8 people were offended. This is the same problem with Twitter, right? I mean, it's just we're in this weird place where if people take offense at stuff, we have to react to it and turn it off.
No, we're not in a real weird place. Corporations are using this shit as an excuse to censor people. Like, this is not a cultural thing where we're in a weird place at this time. No. These corporations are just using this shit as a fodder to censor people. That's it. Because you could find 1 trillion people offended the opposite way, and they do nothing. How many more people are offended about what they did with Gina, and it doesn't mean anything?
Right. Like, I don't understand exactly what motivates their offensive matrix, like what they react to and why. I don't always understand like what the thinking is there, because you could kind of make an argument for, all right, you know, like if it's bothering a grand group of people, okay, but it's like I'm equally as offended by, you know, garbage or you know, canceling Gina, like you just said, Vidge. So it's like I don't quite understand. Is it because it's like it's tech and it's like in the San Francisco bubble and like those are their values and that's why they tend to lean towards that? I really don't understand it, because it's not. I don't understand. I can't follow it. Like, it's not like it follows money. If it followed money, I would get that. At least that's like a path to why, but it doesn't. And so they make decisions that I'm like, I don't get why do that. Who does that help?
I have an exozone stance that they're trying to make us like great NPCs. Like, they're trying to homogenize humanity.
I kind of feel, honestly, I lean towards that myself.
And so, like, even things that, like, wait, that doesn't make there's no consistency to that action. Well, it serves their nefarious purpose. And I mean, yeah, I know that's super exozone, a super woo-woo, as Gary would say. But I mean, look at what they're doing. When you look at, I mean, I covered on my plug for the podcast, covered on the podcast how they're canceling Cat in the Hat, and then they're pushing the gay BCs. You know what I mean? They're canceling Dr. Seuss, and then they're pushing their alternative. There's a lot of that. So that's where I think when you see something like, wait, that's not even consistent with their own logic. Why are they doing that?
Right. VW, you know what? This is amazing conversation when you're on Comic Stream. I don't know if Foul Ball deserves it over here.
Oh, you haven't been here, have you? You haven't been here. You don't know what you're into, her man. This is tame.
I appreciate the looking out.
Right.
I get a little, I'm like, I don't know if I want to go there, but I am curious. Like, I do think it's an interesting topic. So I just like, you know, at the same time, I just crossed a big threshold. I don't want it to all go away right away. But at the same time, I'm like,
well, if last week's stream doesn't get you canceled, I don't see how this would. I think this is a lot more tame than what Such and Dildo got us into.
On channel will do the more damage.
But that's right. You're right.
Now there are more eyes on it.
No, and that's and you're 100% right, Draco. And it's one of those things where I want you to get approved.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Yeah. But I will say that So there's a lot to talk about. Comes down to WEF. I'm happy to talk about those subjects once you're actually monetized and you're a little isolated and you're prepared for the conversation, because there's a lot to talk about in those veins. It's weird when you look at the way the world is run right now. VW is not wrong. You have a lot of people that are directing many of these things. I wish Jake was here right now. They're all invested in the same thought process, and the problem is that if they get their goal, if their goal is achieved, there'll only be a handful of humans that run the entire planet.
Right,
that's not the right place to live in. So,
right, and I think that makes sense to me. It's like this way you can wrestle money from everyone without any kind of dissent. It's like you look at what happened with Parler, right? Like they got canceled by, you know, whatever popular thought, if you can call it that. But then you see Amazon's like, no, we won't even host your servers. So it's like, oh no, they are controlling the conversation in a way that like just funnels all thought and all discussion into very narrow avenues. So like that makes sense. That at least I can track a reasoning as to why. Okay, that makes sense to me. Not saying it's right. I'm just saying I get it.
Remember that big tech is all based around algorithms. We're talking about tech. We're talking about software. Everything is based around algorithms. What do these algorithms do? Engagement. What is engagement? It keeps you in the content so that they can sell your attention, so that they can sell your controlled perception.
Grin Akuma is being Grin Akuma and is saying he puts his finger in my pooper when we watched Iron Sky. What a wonderful movie. This is Culture Welcome. This is what Grin does. Grin drives a topic home until we actually talk about it. So in the effort of shutting Grin up.
No, it's fine. Grin's awesome. Grin hangs out in my chats all the time, and it's cool. I'm definitely going to check out Iron Sky. Calm down, dude.
Do you want to? Well, I guess we should just watch the trailer because it was Dog Soldiers, which we got into eventually, and then it was Kung Fury. He relentlessly plugged. Now it's Iron Sky, and hopefully we'll maybe we can get him to shut up if we do it. If we do it now. All right, let's watch the trailer for Iron Sky, a movie about Nazis on the moon. Thanks, Grin. Nice safe content.
I believe that's a Finnish. Isn't it a Finnish movie?
Yeah, this is from a few years back. I remember this was on Netflix.
It's like 5-7 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah. It's 2012, so that's like.
Oh, there you go, right there. Yeah.
Witnesses claim to have seen hundreds of UFOs. It's opening fire.
Oh, this is the ID4 ripoff, right?
Yeah, but with Nazis on the other side of the moon.
Right.
Nazis from the moon.
This looks like a really bad porn parody.
Looks siffy.
Wait a minute.
What?
No, that looked like he's in Batwoman. Hang on.
Let's go back.
He's a legit actor.
Yeah, no. There's one guy's like a legit actor. I know him from a bunch of stuff. I think he's Danish. He's always in Lars von Trier's movies.
Huh. All right. Okay.
This guy? Is that the guy you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, that guy. He shows up in a lot of stuff. He's a good European actor. He's yeah. I don't know what he's doing here, but here he is.
He's always himself.
That's Sarah Palin
in so many movies.
Sarah Palin. I'm sure that's the joke. It's 2012.
Big smile. Wow, that was Paul Blart Mall Cop, right? Yeah.
It looks ridiculous.
Yeah, but I'm digging the not great as CGI. This is I could fall in love with this bad film. I'm gonna make Polly watch this.
We are the doctors.
I see a dentist appointment in my future.
You'll be a dentist.
All right, so I've never seen this. Has anyone on the panel ever seen this?
No.
Nope.
No.
Is it still on Netflix? Can you still see it on Netflix? Does anyone know? Grin, you brought this to the table. Can we still see it on Netflix? Udo Kier. Thank you, Man of War. That's his name. Udo Kier. Good work. Yes. I don't know. That looks
free
wild.
On Pluto TV, apparently.
Oh.
There's a sequel. I gotta find a building to jump off of. Wow.
Yeah, some of those movies that are like bad for bad sake, I don't always enjoy. Like I like the Kung Fury. Sharknado. Yeah. I actually auditioned for one of those movies.
I believe you.
Yeah, it was like something like that. And when I went back and watched them, I think because I had the instinct to kind of play it all wacky. But actually, when you watch those movies, the actors play them dead serious. Like that's the joke. Yeah, so I changed my approach and started playing it like, no, for real. I learned how to really salute like someone in the Navy to get it all down and get it. Yeah, to really nail the salute. because that was the joke. And I was like, oh, that's an interesting challenge. And it kind of made me respect the movies a little bit more. That they're playing it as hard as they can. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool. I kind of like that. It's not
Yes,
not
if
my
you search up Iron Sky on Google, you can immediately start watching by clicking the Pluto TV icon for free.
Excellent. Yep. This is the other thing. This is how CBS All Asses turns into Paramount Plus and does something with their lives. So.
Yeah, I think we might be losing Lord Thoth.
Ooh, well, we might be losing me too. I'm getting old. Oh wait, it's all right.
I was feeling the same way. Yeah, I should probably head out, guys. It was an early morning today and a long day of hard work, and it was just an absolute honor and a pleasure to be a part of the stream tonight. I am so proud of you, Matt. I think that this is great to see. A lot of us are hearing or getting our voices out there, and people are starting to listen, and it's obvious you have some great content because people are tuning in and signing up. So thank you. It was an honor to be a part of the panel tonight with such amazing people, and I know that we're gonna work hard to get VW up to 1,000 next, and who knows where we go from there, right? And it's always great to tune into you guys, and I'm hoping that we can keep doing this because this is a lot of fun.
Hell yeah, man. No, thank you so much. I love having you on here. You know, we had such a blast early on with those Expanse streams. I love talking with you about that show and about all this stuff. You're a wealth of knowledge and a great dude. So the pleasure's all mine to have you on here, man. You're welcome on this channel literally anytime. And I think once you move on the next phase of your life, we'll start seeing some Lord Thoth videos, I believe.
Well, sounds good. Well, thank you very much for that. And hopefully I didn't geek out too much when talking comic books earlier, but I wanted to shout out to the chat too, because they were rocking. They're a knowledgeable group of guys and gals, and it's been a lot of fun joining you tonight. And hopefully here's to the next 5,000.
Oh, thanks, Thoth. You're a gentleman, man. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Thanks for joining us tonight,
Take care,
sir.
Lord Thoth.
Yeah, take care. And just another red shirt, VW, Mithra, Draco. It's great to see you, and Culture Casino. It was an honor to be a part of a live stream with you in it, man. Take care.
You betcha. No, I'm happy to be here too, dude. So much congratulations are in order for you, my friend, and I have nothing to promote. This is a night you should enjoy. I hope that you don't have to wait terribly long for your YouTube ascension. Right. Unfortunately, my nerdy home was suffering from the lack of appreciation by the platform. I just hope you never are subjected to it. You have a great channel. You have great people that support you. And all of my friends, and you're welcome at my lunch table anytime. So if you believe me, I'm going to send you invitations to come and do things, and I hope you elect to do them. So
I would love to, man. Thank you so much. And it was honestly a real pleasure to have you here. Like for real, like you were the first proxy, a celeb off FNT that I was like, holy shit, this it was like, oh, it's Culture Casino, like I saw them like promote you and you watch your channel grow, and it's really cool. And I'm all your kind words are very flattering, and thanks. It's a pleasure to have you here.
I'm grateful for the support that I had from all of the people that came up in front of me. That's the way this works. I hope it works this way for all of us. I hope that we all grow and unilaterally succeed, and then we turn around and we reach back and we bring everybody else with us. That's the whole plan. That's the whole plan. The most important thing to everybody, and I'm going to keep saying it, I started saying it about a week ago, we all have to move forward. We have to abandon the entertainment that is no longer good and just move forward and make our own. So thank you, my man.
Here.
Congratulations. Love you. And we'll see you soon. I'll be back. I'm digging it. Yeah. Appreciate it.
We'd love to have you back, man. Love to have you back on the Cocktail Lounge, man. Well, thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you soon. Both of you have a wonderful, wonderful evening.
Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Peace,
Bye, boys.
both of you guys. Peace, Thoth. Peace, Culture.
Laters. Good to see you
You know
guys.
what? I have an honor of bringing people up. So, Fenrir the Ice Wolf, we mentioned him a little earlier. Jake D messed with him with the blue waffles things. He's not here. He's asleep because it's Angola time.
Oh,
but okay, so Nina Infinity has this record, right? She got 100 subs without ever doing a video. And aren't you sick of hot women just getting whatever they want all the time? Let's get Fimber. He's at 51 subs. He doesn't know I'm doing this. Just put his damn thing in the chat. He's at 51 subs.
Did you put it?
Yeah. If it's 25 of you, if all of you sub to Fimber, he would be at 75 and closer to beating the matriarchy. So we're trying. And no disrespect to Nina Infinity. She does the good news stuff too. So she, I love Nina Infinity. But I want Fimber to beat that record. So let's get him to we can get him to like 75 subs right now.
Yeah, give him a little push.
So he can wake up like, what the hell happened? He is a good dude. He does have a little funky mic situation, but the takes he has is from a man. He's only 19 now, but he's way wiser than his years. So once he actually does content, it's great. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. You talked about bringing people up, and Fimber, I'm like, he's my Nightwing. I'm bringing him up one way or another. So let's give Fimber some subs, even though he's not here.
And he's making content too. I mean, he's got that script that he wrote, he sent me and shared with me. So he's like, he could be the future of content. One of the new creators that is not, not controlled, not crushed by the oppression of this awful system.
Just post the link. I'll post it again.
Yeah, it's in the chat. Finite essay. I want to say 27 concurrent viewers right now. I think that may be a record for the Cocktail Lounge. So that is pretty cool. I like it. And on that note, vamp for me. I'm gonna go get a new drink. I'll be right back.
No worries, man. No worries. I'm going to have a slightly existential crisis of a vamp, if that's okay. Is that okay, everybody?
You want to have an existential crisis, you go ahead and have it.
Okay. And I pretty much do every week because I drink too much. So one thing that worries me about ever getting 1,000 subs is getting more attention and therefore getting my channel yeeted. Because I don't want to switch up my channel, like, ever. I'm cool with if I never get monetized, never, just to be fun. I'll be respectful of other people's channels because I don't want to screw anyone else up. But I really, really, really don't want to have to switch it up just to, I have 1,000 subs, so now I'm getting messed with, and now I'm getting, you know what I mean?
You can do
flavor of fear.
I mean, you can do what you think will get your. Go ahead, Drake.
No, you were on a point there. I'm sorry.
You can change what you're doing because you think it will get you more views, subs. I mean, I know Jake D has talked about reviewing a show he cannot stand, but he's going to do it because it has lots more views than a show he reviewed that he liked. So that's one thing you can do. Or you could say, I don't care. I don't want to review shows that I have to hate watch. And you can do what you can talk about the things you like, even if they don't get you an enormous amount of subs and they don't get you huge views and all of that. It's really comes down to what you want out of your channel. I mean, if you want to make a living at this, then you have to pursue eyeballs, subs.
Cool
if you want to, great. If you want to do it for fun, do what you find fun.
No, I mean, that's what I'm going to do. But what I'm saying is I don't want to get myself yeeted because I'm not going to switch up ever. Like, I'll switch up if I feel the need to because I'm like, okay, I want to make a different point. And I do want to try to curse a little less. I could go a few words between fucks, but I don't want to
not on this channel.
Not on this channel. But I have to talk about the subjects I talk about. This is more therapeutic than anything.
Well, so you know what? I'm reminded of this old adage that I heard, and I can never find the origin of the quote, but it's such a good quote. And it was a quote that I heard on I used to listen to every single DVD audio commentary that I would come across. And I found it to be a wealth of knowledge about filmmaking. And there was this quote that this guy said, and it was that the master shows his mastery through the constraints of his time or the medium or whatever censorship is out there. And I think that's the true north of it. It's important that we get these good voices out there. I think you're a great voice, and I think it's important that people hear you. But at the same time, you do have to understand we are walking a line, but there's ways to walk the line that get the message out, get what you believe out without subjugate, like without subjugate, like it's without destroying the enterprise. You know what I mean? Like
True.
it's not a compromise as much as it's a like artistic like towing of the line, like the way Gary has like Koof and Yahtzees. Like he's
Yeah.
still saying what he believes. It's getting out there to like the masses,
And that's cool.
you know. But it's
I'm
like
cool with that.
it's still being done, you know.
But like the exact subject that I was talking about, like I talk about stuff like that all the time. I talk about conspiracy theories on my channel. I talk about crazy shit. And I people say I'm scared of success. It's not fear of success. It's fear of losing something I have. I care more about how fun this is and the ability to say whatever I want more than I care about subs. I've said that a billion times. I care more about how fun this is than I do growth. So to answer your question, Justin, of the red shirt, that's always been my goal. So like I'm almost hesitant about you guys pushing me. That's almost what I'm trying to say. If I get over 1,000 subs, cool, but you feel no need to push me because I'm almost exactly
Push
where I
him.
want to be.
By the way, don't listen to him. Push him. Everyone's
But I'm
I
like
want to
exactly
redefine
where I
something.
want to be, sort of thing.
we have some good models in this community, though. We have models of people that say things that are controversial. I mean, look, here's the thing. There's some guy out there who hasn't heard the good word and like needs, you know, a mass vigilante to offer him some new insight. I mean, I know for me, like, honestly, like hearing like Gary talk the things that I was like, I've been thinking and feeling, and hearing someone else say it, and then hearing a community of people rallying around it and like, you know, feeling like vindicated and validated by his, you know, energy efforts to put it out there it was probably the greatest gift I've gotten. And it's just such an amazing thing. And I think it's like, I understand your trepidation, but I think it's more important that people hear these voices. It's more important that the contrary, you know, the voices is out there than it is to like be like, yeah, I don't want to be part of the corporate bullshit. You know, like I think it's more important that people get another voice, an alternative voice, a voice that resonates with them instead of the constant bullshit that they get shoveled. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's not a corporate bullshit for the sake. It's like this is a very fun thing. And I'm approaching this not I wanted to monetize itself. I want to monetize a hobby, but this is, and it's a passion. I'll use the term passion instead of hobby. That's probably a word. But I don't want it to lose its passion. I don't think you know what it is. I went through this with music, and maybe I should give that background. I went through this with music, with really, really loving music, and it got to a place where it was like, I'm not doing things because of music I love. I'm doing things to try to impress someone, and I went so long in that. I'm like, I don't even enjoy making music. I had to stop making it 4 or 5 years to find love for it, and I'm like,
brother, I'm
not gonna lose
100%. I identify with that 100% because I've been an actor my whole life, and it just got to the point where like the pursuit was stale, and I hated doing it because it just made me feel small, and it just crushed me, and it wasn't what I got into art for. It didn't resonate with me, and I just felt like a different version of myself, and I was like, this sucks. I don't like this. Like, and it took doing this to realize that that's what was missing. It was like the me was what was missing, like the me in the thing. Like I just felt like I was serving something that wasn't myself and wasn't what I valued, and I just had to do it because that's what you have to fucking do. And fuck that. And this is the one place where we can be ourselves and you know, and talk to an audience. And look, there's 24 people watching right now. It's 11 o'clock on the West Coast, which means it's much later the rest of the country and the world over. So the fact that like anyone's even here watching now is like a proof that there's a, you know, like we're doing something, you know, people want to listen. I mean, you know, we have fucking assholes like Grin Akuma, but you know, we have, you know, other real people too.
Yeah. We talked about Mortal Kombat earlier.
Yeah, which I love that you brought that up. That was a really cool article. But I did want to just say one more real quick. We do have another addition to this panel, this ever-growing nebulous panel. Eric K is here. What's up, buddy?
Eric K visited the lounge. Hell, Eric
K.
Greetings and salutations, everyone. Nice to see you all.
Greetings and salutations to you as well, Eric K.
How's everyone doing tonight? Congrats on the 1K. I had to be here for the 1K stream.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks a lot, man. It's very cool that this happened, and I'm still blown away. And thank you guys for coming out. It's so fucking cool. This is so much fun. This is the shit.
Matt, you have to pin your darn tipping link in there on your chat so people can actually find it and tip. Just a little hint.
That seems like logic. Yeah, I think you're right.
Pin chat at the top of your chat window would be really a good idea.
Yeah, you pin your chat and it shows up there. Everybody can see it. Click the link.
I am boomer as fuck with all this stuff. I really am. I thought I knew what I was doing. I have no idea. I empathize with Gary so much with all these like messes. Oh, Culture gave me a tip. Oh, what a good guy.
Well, that's why you have me stick around here, you know?
Thank you, sir. The mighty wrench. The mighty wrench. Yeah, all right. I'll work on this. So give me a second.
Well, at least post it in your chat a couple of times so people that come in late can maybe send you a little something.
I thought I did.
You posted it before I got here.
Well, it has like the stream element says it goes out like every 15 minutes, but it's not doing that. I don't know. All right, I'm on it. I think I got it. All right.
Do you need the old man Gary or old man Odin?
Yeah.
Oh, I lost the link and I can't find it.
I forgot to put the link at the top of my chat. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Here, I found it one time. Wait a second. What am I doing again?
Ain't no stream elements put it up there before.
Yes,
what is
and
this
Manowar
red X right in the corner?
Manowar very rightly pointed out he was my first. And thank you very much, Manowar. You're a good man. I've met you in the flesh. Met you online. You're a great guy. What a fucking awesome community. I mean, I swear to God. Like I was talking about this, like I think last stream, but like for months and months and months, I was doing streams with my friend Lindsay, my friend Jared, and like no one. I mean, no one. No, not a single person was live watching the chat. Nobody. And we were just doing it, every week, just because it's fun. And now that there's like all these awesome people hanging out, it's just like it's so flattering. It's so cool. It's like this is the shit. And Grin, you were saying earlier you want to start your anime chat. Yeah, bro, or your anime channel. Do it, buddy.
Do it. Road.
You'll have us at least as audience members. I'll be as supportive as you. I might be trolling your chat the whole time, but I'll be there, brother. I'll be there. Well, it's good to see you guys as always, man. It's fucking amazing panel. You guys are the shit. How you doing, Eric? Are you back up north?
Oh yeah, I'm back up north out of Vegas, and I think I lost enough money. Well, actually, I ended up being about 750 ahead when I was left. But
there you go. Does that include the cost for the room and all that stuff? Like, did you pay for your trip?
I got comped a bit because I did win. So
there you go.
Yeah, I still ended out doing pretty good. So
I watched 2 movies about Vegas. And it was weird. I kind of felt like I was there, and then you messaged me that you were there, and I was like, "Get the fuck out of here!" It was. Have you guys ever seen either movie, The Cooler or Hard 8? Have you guys ever seen those movies?
Oh yeah, The Cooler with Monica Bellucci.
No, it's with Alec Baldwin.
Oh no, that's God, what's her name?
Monica Bello.
Yeah, Monica Bello. There we go.
Yeah. It's a good movie. You guys ever seen that? Rest of the panel?
No.
I have not, but I love that Eric K just remembers it by the women.
Of course.
It's William H. Macy plays this guy who's got terrible luck, like horrible luck. Like that's his like superpower. And so this kind of mobbed up casino owner, Alec Baldwin, hires him to like cool tables down, and he'll just go and like throw down like one bet and it'll just cool the table, or he'll just like touch a guy's shoulder and it'll destroy his luck. And he's just like the biggest loser in Vegas. And then he ends up falling in love with this girl, Monica Bello, who like kind of turns his luck around. And then like the central conflict of the movie goes around like him going from the ultimate loser to all of a sudden being this unstoppable winner. It's a pretty good movie. Pretty good.
Sounds fun.
I could play the first half of that movie.
Yeah, I could too, man. That's the story of my life.
I think Eric K can vouch that I may be more of a William H. Macy on the tables than than the other side of him. Yeah.
Let me put it this way: if we ever get to Vegas together, all you need to do is every time I bid $1 on craps, you bid $100 against me. You are not losing.
Dude, Eric K. I don't know if Eric K's got like a rabbit's foot in his pocket, man. But every time I've been around him gambling, he does pretty damn well.
Well, you know, you did pretty good as long as you listen to the dealer and not yourself, or you listen to me.
That's the same thing as saying you're a loser. As long as you don't follow your own instincts, you're fine.
See, you just need to go the opposite way of wherever you're feeling, you know?
Yeah. It's like the Costanza thing where he started going against like, hi, I'm George. I'm 40 years old, unemployed, and I live with my parents. She's like, hi, I'm Monica. Remember that episode?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Long ago.
Yeah. All right, boys. All right. So what's up? Anyone burning to talk about anything? I know we've had a while, 3+ hours of chat. Grin, you got any new trailers for us to watch? Anyone got a topic of conversation we should move on to?
I just want to tell V-Dub to get over his fear.
It's not fear, man. I'm not losing this.
You just said it was fear. You said it was fear. You said it was fear of losing something that you had.
Yeah. If this becomes I'll spontaneously quit, man. If this becomes unfun, I'm doing this because I love it. I really like.
That is a reason to keep doing it. That is a reason. That is your passion. That is your drive. You keep doing it. You never stop. You never give up. And even if someone steps in your way, your passion is going to make you say, "I'm going to find another way to keep following my passion."
Yeah. What I'm saying. Okay. Maybe I could be drunk. I am drunk.
Yeah, that's fine.
What my message is not. Yeah, it's the cocktail lounge. It's just like, hey, I'm cool where I'm at. That's really what it is. If I never get another sub, I'll be happy as a clown. And growing creates the idea of making.
I'm not. I do a show with you every week, and
Okay, yeah, that's right. So let me grow enough to be compensated. Yeah, I can't just be like, well, you know what? I say that. What's the guy? I'm too drunk to think. Literature Devil. He has like a sidekick. Could be the sidekick. And just have my own little thing on my own channel. And it's like, you're the big channel. I'm just a sidekick. And I just talk my own crazy shit on my own channel. I'd be cool with that.
I had an idea. I don't know if it would help, but I had an idea for you. It's a redefinition, which is an unfortunate thing that SJWs use that term so often. Yeah. But a redefinition, instead of this being about the fear of what you lose, which is actually inherent to us being human. We always lose things. Accept the fact that you have no control over YouTube. The best you can do, you can follow rules, you cannot follow the rules. You can attempt to do all the things. You might find tension of doing it because you're adhering to someone else's rules. But if you step beyond that to say, you know what, I have no control here, but I do have the platform that they're providing. As long as they keep providing it, I will keep using it to apply my passion. And I had a quote for you that comes from one of my favorite television shows, because this was a particularly well-written line. In Farscape, when Cadargo and Crichton are getting ready to do something that's basically a death mission, there's no likelihood they're going to get out of it. Crichton asks him about, I feel strangely calm. And Dargo says to him, because he's the warrior, fear accompanies the possibility of death. Calm shepherds its certainty. Once you accept that you have no control over it, the best you can do is the way of the warrior. You follow right through, you fight right through, you follow your passion, and you never give up. Because no one can take away that you are following your passion.
Fucking A. I will follow that up with another quote from a great sage that I like. This guy, Stephen Pressfield. He's got an amazing story, this guy, Stephen Pressfield. He's an author. He wrote The Legend of Bagger Vance, amongst other things, but that's his most successful because it got sold into a Hollywood movie. But he's a writer, an author, novelist. I think he does some nonfiction stuff too. But he spent, I don't know, 15 or 20 years as a writer, not making any money, not doing any, like not getting anywhere with his career, but he just kept at it. And so once he did, become like a writer, he wrote a series of books. He wrote a book called The War of Art, Turning Pro, and The Artist's Journey. Every single one of them is worth like everyone's time. They're great reads. They're easy reads. Like they're very concisely written. Like each page has just like a few words on it. And it's a very you absorb it in a beautiful way. One of his lessons, one of his axioms that I try to live by is that when it comes to like art, when it comes to any of this type of stuff, you are only entitled to the work. You're not entitled to the outcome of the work. You don't have any control over that. It's not up to you. But what you do have the entitlement to is the work. And if you imbue that, if you honor that, you can put in the work and whatever happens. But the work is the thing that you can continue to do. So as long as you embrace it, as long as you honor that, hopefully like that will eventually pay dividends. But if you're not focused on the outcome, fuck it, man. Just do the work and you'll have fun.
Yeah, and that's what I'm cool with. And I think you mentioned him in that book a few weeks ago. The last time I had an existential crisis because I was too drunk and thinking about creativity.
Midnight Edge here? Oh shit!
Yeah, we do have the one and only Tom from Midnight's Edge After Dark here.
Tom, and it is After Dark.
Hail
Midnight's Edge
Tom.
After Dark.
Hail Tom.
Tom, if you want to join, man, I can send you the link. I'd love to have you. This is I don't know how to get in touch
Would
with
be
you. Is anyone
excellent.
at Tom's Discord or whatever?
You know what? Do I have his Twitter? I may have his Twitter. I don't know if I can actually.
If you have his
DM
Twitter,
him.
man, send you the link. What's up, Tom? How you doing, man? Yeah, Tom's a fucking superstar. Love Tom.
I'm gonna try to
cool.
drunken tweet you this link. Not tweet you, but like message you. So
Yeah.
where we go.
If you're down, no pressure.
Just be careful what pictures you're sending them.
Yeah. I don't want all my private pictures of AOC going out there. So
Yeah, he says he can hop in. Yeah, give him a little Twitter DM, Vish. Thanks, man.
Excellent.
That's awesome. Cool. Another
I still
celebrity.
think that was excellent. I still think that was excellent the other day, being on that stream, just invited in, and everybody throwing on people to actually be. I mean, I was on my terrible work microphone, and I was on the stream with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Wow.
And then later, Tom came on, and it was like, "This shall be a day long remembered. I have already been on the stream with RMB, and now I am on the stream with Tom from Midnight's Edge."
It's pretty wild, man. Like the access that we can have. Like the first time I was in a member stream with Gary, I was like kind of freaking out. It's like there's not many other avenues where you can just kind of suddenly be talking to the people that you listen to for like thousands of hours. You know what I mean? Like, I guess there's a lot of comedians you can get in there, like their Patreons and stuff, but this is a whole other thing. I love it. I love the fact that there is this kind of like freeway of communication that goes back and forth, and it kind of thrives on that. It's such a cool communal thing. I adore that. I love that.
Now, Matt, I don't need to know whose Patreon and OnlyFans you have.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you that in the height of quarantine, I didn't have a few OnlyFans going. I did. I gave a few girls some cash.
You're
You're contributing to the college fund of America. You're keeping single mothers employed. There's nothing wrong.
There was actually a comedian, this chick Karen Feehan, who is hilarious. She is so funny, brutal. One of the most brutal comics I've ever listened to. But she's hot, and she also had an OnlyFans. So I was like, this is kind of a win-win. I liked it. Like, I like you as a person, and I don't mind seeing you naked. This kind of works out.
Oh man, that's a slick gimmick. I think that's what the girls are gonna have to do. You can't just be naked, man. You're gonna have to do something. You gotta be fucking entertaining.
Grin's calling me a simp.
But hey, you make these girls work. Any bitch can get naked. You gotta tell jokes too, though.
That's dude. Karen is hilarious, dude. She's got a podcast too called Only Feehans because her name's Karen Feehan. which is funny, OnlyFans. But she's often. I found her because she was on Jim Norton's. His character Chip Chipperson. I don't know if you guys have ever come across Chip Chipperson, but he spoils fun. That's his whole gimmick, and he's hilarious. And he's kind of like, yeah. And she used to be on his streams, or probably still is. Tom, that's public.
Oh,
Tom, just
watch yourself,
dear.
I got you in the DMs, man.
You got your DM.
I was able to figure the DM thing out, despite the. I'm on my second glass, and these are generous pours. Generous pours.
Yeah, well, it's a cocktail lounge, man. This is the vibe. This is what it is. We're in our third hour. I guess this is technically our fourth hour. So yeah, we're doing. This is what it is, man. This is super fun. I love this. I look forward to this every week. It's my favorite.
I do too, man.
And I love you, Vidge. Look, man. I don't want you to. I think you should be all in on this. I think you're a good voice. You're funny. You have really like. I like your takes. I like your takes are precise and they're poignant, and you don't hold back. And I think that's like.
And that's what I mean.
Yeah,
I'm not. I don't. If I gotta like, I'll hold back if I feel like it creatively necessary. Yeah, I am an amateur. I'm not drinking distilled Croatian vodka. And listen, I don't know which Tom Collins Jr. just got a DM from me, but one of them,
I hope it's
somebody named Tom Collins Jr. got a DM on Twitter. So if some rando shows up, okay.
Some fucking like kid in Idaho is like, what the fuck?
VW. If I didn't like you and I didn't find you interesting, I wouldn't come on your chat. I wouldn't be your mod. I wouldn't be doing nothing with you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying like OMB, like what they've done to a lot of these channels, they're only gonna increase and get worse. They're only gonna right now they're demonetizing channels. They demonetize OMB. They demonetize John Matrix. Is it Josiah Rise is still dealing with demonetization?
I don't know. Last I heard, he was not monetized any longer. But the thing is, you have to understand. Like, I'm not saying it was right. I think it's wrong. I think they should be able to go on there and say whatever they want. But you have to understand, if you're going after the thing that is the most contentious topic, and you're saying the thing that they're telling you can't say, it's like,
what did they say though?
You're playing with fire. It's election stuff.
But no, a lot of it didn't seem like it was, and a lot of it's after the fact, because like they haven't really talked about the election in a while. So now you're bringing up old stuff. That's the thing. They changed the rules.
That's true. They do. They 100%.
And so I'm sure I've said something, and I can send another DM to this at Thomas Conner Jr. But I think I did the right. Are you accepting?
Patrice used to say that. Patrice used
if they want to, they'll go back to your old streams.
Is someone doing dentistry? What was that?
Somebody's doing home repair.
Okay.
At this hour?
Just heard a drill going. I was like,
yeah.
Sorry about
BW,
that.
what are you doing over there? Come on now.
That's okay.
Either that or somebody's trying to escape.
Not to go Shaggy. It wasn't me.
No, I didn't get.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Jacob. No,
that was
Patrice
me.
used to quote. It was some. I think it was some famous wrestler, but it was just saying. He would say, when you have the answers, I change the questions.
Yeah, I think it was that Roddy Piper who did that.
I think it was Roddy Piper. And Patrice used to say that kind of like, it's like, that's the thing. It's like, I have the answer, then you change the questions and you change, what is the thing that can be said. But real quick, New Bomb Turk says it's a blender making a margarita. My bad.
Yeah.
But let's all welcome Tom from Midnight's Edge. This is a real treat. Hello, sir.
Hello, Tom.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Great, man.
Hello,
Thank you
Tom.
for coming on here. This is pretty cool.
What's going on?
Got a bona fide FNT regular on this stream, man. How you doing?
Yeah. So how's you guys? What you guys talking about?
We're talking about this fine young man here getting 1,000 subscriptions.
I saw that. You just got another one here. I didn't get a chance to earlier, but
thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I have to very much credit Gary and the FNT crew, because that was I was blown away by that. I was absolutely floored. That was so cool, because I was kind of prepping for this stream, so I was just like looking up Twitter, and then I just popped on FNT, and Gary goes, "Don't worry, Matt. your numbers are gonna go down, then they're gonna go back up.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm like, it's not me, Matt. And it was like, holy shit, he means me. Whoa. Pull it away. That's so
All the mats and all the gin joints in the world.
yeah.
Yes.
So you know what, Tom? I'm kind of curious about you, man, because I listen to you a lot on FNT, and you are so dialed in to what's going on with the movie industry and the movie like the business and stuff like that. What's your background in all of that? Like, how did you become so knowledgeable and so interested in all of that?
Just grew up a geek, and then I went to school for radio and television broadcasting. And when I owned a video store, worked for movie gallery for a while, worked for a lot of mom and pop shops. So I got kind of the Quentin Tarantino film school. And then, I made a few connections through the video industry, and eventually kind of just, I met friends and people, and I was always getting inside information here and there on certain things. If I just chit chat with friends about stuff I was into, and then things like Ghostbusters happen, and I tried doing some things with music and animation and other videos, but nothing was quite working out. And then like the Ghostbusters thing really made me like, go, yeah, I got to start talking more about modern movies. But otherwise, before that, I'd done basically like exposés and stuff, kind of like just, how Hollywood went wrong. And one of them was called George Lucas is a Hypocrite.
Really?
Yeah. Well, it was about how he wouldn't release the special, he won't release the original editions, not the special, not the original trilogy.
Yeah.
I did that way before even the sequel trilogy even came out. So that was like
Right
2014, 15, before it came out, way before, like 13 maybe.
So you were making like videos and stuff, like trying to kind of get into it from that angle, and then you decided to just get on YouTube and start talking.
Well, yeah, I mean, I tried doing YouTube stuff now for, gosh, I think I started my first channel like 2013.
Did you start Midnight
2003?
Edge,
I mean,
did you join Midnight's Edge, or did you start the channel? Like, how did that?
No,
work?
Andre started the channel with another guy, and then that guy had just too much shit going on in his life, so he had to kind of just dip out. And then Andre brought on Rob and another guy and me, and this other guy didn't quite work out, and I just got kind of thrusted into a lot of things I didn't expect to, because this other guy was supposed to be handling a lot of the editing and all this other stuff. But it was just kind of a whirlwind from there. And I met a lot of people, and we've done a lot of interviews, and it's been a hell of a few years hanging out with Midnight's Edge crew here.
Yeah, dude. No, because I always listen to you. I'm like, man, you're so knowledgeable. I'm like, where do you get all this information from? I always feel like you're like an insider. It's very impressive.
I mean, I'm kind of an outside insider, but yeah, like, I mean, I've never really gotten too close to get into any of the cocktail parties or anything like that. But I mean, I got friends and people who talk to people and gossip, and
or maybe
learn who talks.
You ever been to an Eyes Wide Shut party, Tom?
No, I
Eyes Wide
wish.
Shut parties?
No, I wish. But no, like, I'll tell you right now, like, makeup and hair people, they gossip the most, and they get all the dirty secrets in Hollywood. So like, that's one of the best places to go. Yeah, like, other than that, you just got to kind of make connections, and eventually you just kind of keep trucking and trucking. And I got kind of a break. So, that's why I always tried to be a little bit more open to having, a lot of smaller channels and up and coming channels on, to try and help promote them, like Gary did tonight and stuff like that. Do my best to just kind of, pass it along or pay it forward, however you want to call it. And
fucking A.
Because I got kind of a 1 in a million chance or whatever, that Andre just happened to pluck me out of, obscurity and decide this is the guy I want to work with on some of this stuff. And, one thing leads to another, to another, to another. And
Well, I always like your takes. I find sometimes you're kind of at odds with the panel when you have like some kind of take about something with the business. But I'm listening to, like, when I listen to you, I'm like, he really sounds like he knows what he's talking about. It really sounds like he's got some kind of root information that maybe the group is not necessarily privy to, or not really.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I'm like,
and I can't really say anything because they'll give away who I'm talking to.
Mm-hmm.
Other times it's just a matter of, I know how these fuckers think. Sorry,
that's
excuse
not
my
a lot.
language, but yeah, like you just got to kind of like, what was it? What was that? As Good as It Gets with Jack Nicholson. He was like, it's easy to write a woman. You just remove all logic and reason.
Accountability.
Accountability.
Nothing like
Accountability. I
experience.
love
Yeah,
that
exactly.
line.
Like, and that's kind of the way Hollywood works. You just remove those things, and that's the way Hollywood is. And they just follow certain trends and Twitter, and you know that's why social media has been one of the worst things to ever happen to media. Not just us in general as a country or a world.
Worst thing to happen to human beings.
Yeah, not just that, but I mean, especially to the industry, because they use that as their gauge now, and it's just it's no gauge
Or
for
their
what the real
excuse.
world is. Exactly. Well, yeah, or that,
Unbelievably
yeah.
inappropriate tool.
Yeah,
Exactly.
that's depressing.
Yeah, and I mean, it used to be focus groups and stuff like that, but I mean, I'd almost rather go back to some of that crap.
Yeah, that was real people.
Yeah, the focus group seemed better. Way
It's
better
amazing.
than
We
Twitter.
didn't realize how good we had it when they were just making like purely financial decisions. We had no idea how good we had it, and now that it's like this nebulous, like it has to hit these check boxes and it has to like be marketable. Like that, it's such a mess now. It's like, oh my god, I miss the days of just blind capitalism. That was so much better.
Yeah, because a lot of these movies are just too big to fail sometimes.
Yeah.
And sometimes when it came to some of the better movies we ever got in history, it was more like inspiration came out of limitation. I mean, I always go to Jaws as my prime example. Is like, if it wasn't for the fact that damn shark didn't work, you know, Steven Spielberg would be just another like, trauma guy probably, because it had just been another B movie if that shark actually worked.
Right.
You know,
Right,
I mean,
that changed the game forever.
Yeah, it did, and it, not just for the industry, but for him. And you know, he was. I mean, there's always the seminal people like, there's Ford and there's Wells and stuff like that, and Hitchcock, of course. But I mean, Spielberg was one of those. He just changed everything, and of course, he was in the footsteps of Francis Ford Coppola and George Lucas and Brian De Palma and those guys. But I mean, and Scorsese, of course.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, I mean, those kids were when they were kids, when they were young, that's when they came in the industry, and the old Hollywood had died out. And I actually did a kind of a documentary on this thing.
Did you?
Like, yeah. And that's kind of where it was like, I think Andre kind of found me, but yeah, I was just like, I did this whole idea about, this is where things change. You had the old studio system which was a lot like how networks are run. You have everybody under contract, everything's shot in house. You have everything done in house. So it's a lot cheaper, more efficient. And at that point, the big studios were falling apart and spending too much money and not making enough. And
they couldn't make money despite they couldn't do anything. Like, they kept doing what used to work, and it just kept failing. Yeah. And then they were just like, I don't know, you kids, you seem like you know what people want to watch.
Exactly.
So make things,
Typical
please.
Dinosaurs.
Well, it kind of came in after. Well, there's one step you're missing, and that was when like the beverage companies and all these other companies come in and bought up all the studios from the old Hollywood regimes. And Disney was the only one who stood his ground and actually stayed through and, until he passed and never sold off the company. But like, yeah, you had Gulf and Western by Paramount, Coca-Cola bought like Columbia, Seagram's bought Universal, I think it was. But yeah, like you had, all these companies bought up by beverage companies and shit like that. And they're like, we don't know how to make movies.
Right.
But you do. Like, to Steven Spielberg and De Palma and all those guys. Go make us some movies. And it really started with Easy Rider. Easy Rider was the first one that they're like, okay, you made this movie for next to nothing. And it made millions, and probably almost close to $1 billion by today's standards for that kind of a movie. It was like the Joker of its day.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it just came out of nowhere. Nobody expected it to do what it did. And it
and
changed the industry.
And instead of looking the other way, they actually learned from it and were like, oh, well, you kids seem like you've got some interesting ideas. Why don't you make more movies like this? And instead of them being like, oh, that was a fluke, that was an anomaly, we have to keep making woke stuff, they actually started making like the whole industry. I mean, the 70s cinema in America is probably some of the greatest movies ever made.
Absolutely.
And it's because these guys had free reign. I mean, not that was a perfect system either. I mean, there's a book called Easy Riders and Raging Bulls, which I read. Have you ever read that, Tom?
I think I've read it. I know I'm well aware of it. I'm trying to remember if I actually read it or not. I might have it.
It's a really good book, and if anyone's interested in that like time in Hollywood, it's a fascinating insight. The only thing is the author has got to be one of the biggest cynics I've ever come across. I mean, every single character in that book is like a fucking a monster the way he writes them. I'm like, okay, did any of them have like a nice day where they like pat their kid on the head? I don't know. It's just like they can't all be this despicable, but it is very insightful into the way it went, the nature of the business and how these films came about. It's fascinating. And then the movies were just, I mean, they're indelible.
I wouldn't doubt some of it though, because some of those guys had to just be ruthless. I mean, like Friedkin and a lot of those guys, they knew it was kind of cutthroat business, and they knew to be able to, like William Friedkin, who made The Exorcist, and
his story's interesting because
and,
he made so many missteps after that. Like he made so many disasters, and he's a really fascinating guy. A lot of those guys, like they went right to their head and they got big egos. It's a really interesting time in history.
And then you had like Scorsese. You know, he's a little bit more of the quiet guy, but you know, like guys like Milius were always kind of boisterous and nuts, and you know, you kind of have a certain type when it comes to a director, and that's why I hate sticking up for Joss Whedon. But it's like I can almost see his point of view and some of the things that may have went down on the set, and it's like I don't even know. I'm not even necessarily calling Ray Fisher a liar in so many words. I just don't think he was interpreting the situation correctly. That's what I'm thinking. He took it as, you know, the aggression as like a racism thing, and it's like, no, you're just being a little prima donna, and I'm sick of dealing with your shit. I made, you know, how many, you know, multi-million-dollar movies, and this is your first big movie. Just sit down and shut up. You know?
And I think it's kind of some of the like it feels to me like some of the Me Too stuff where like it went down, it was uncomfortable, but it wasn't necessarily a crime. But then like when the culture changes and you look back, you're like, hey, yeah, I was abused on set. That was bad. Now I've got a story. And I kind of feel like it more falls in line.
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying as far as the stuff with Buffy, because there's some stuff there that's kind of coming out that's a little sketchy. But no, when it comes to Ray Fisher, I could see the situation on set. You got all this pressure coming down on you from the studio, and the kid won't say booyah. You know?
Exactly.
I mean,
point that out too.
Could you imagine these actors dealing with Kubrick now?
Oh my God.
Ray Fisher would buckle and cry.
Everyone would.
Not to defend, I'm not even going to defend Ray Fisher. I do just like, man, you hear so many stories about Joss Whedon. You know, multiple things can be true at once.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's where I feel like I still feel Joss Whedon is still kind of a swirly asshole.
He's a piece of shit.
There's still that thing with Gal
That is his
Gadot
personality.
about that damn scene with the Flash, and they used a stunt double. And I guess there's more coming out about that. I heard. You guys know what I'm talking about. He really yelled at her about this one scene where he wanted the Flash on top of her, and apparently she stood her ground. That's the real difference between her and Ray Fisher. She also led, like a few months ago, gave a statement that, like, if you really read into it, could be read as kind of a shot at Ray Fisher. Like it was handled privately, was the statement I think it said. So I mean, there is stuff like where I wasn't on the set, and I don't know what happened.
Right.
At the same time, I definitely think if the culture wasn't what it was, I don't know if we hear anything about this from Ray Fisher. Even if he did something privately, we wouldn't have heard about it.
No, let me put it to you this way, Vigilante. I would look at it as more of, is Joss Whedon a piece of shit and an asshole? Yeah, most likely.
Probably.
Do I think he's a racist, though? Probably not.
No.
I
can't imagine.
I wouldn't have said that. I wouldn't go that far. And I
don't think you were. But I'm just saying, like, that's where I'm at with that. But like now, John Boyega, that's a little different story. He's got the proof out there ahead of him.
John Boyega's living in the 1950s. It wasn't just Disney. He did a fucking advertisement. They asked him to do a commercial, and they take him out of his own commercial. That's wild.
Real quick, let me just say goodnight to Grin, because I love that dude.
Oh, Grin and Kuma's
brother.
awesome.
Have a good night, man, or a good day. I think it's like the middle of the day, but it's good to see you, man. Hell yeah, you're the shit. No, but John Boyega's thing, it's like not only was he in the commercial, he directed it, and it was about his personal life. It was about his story from where he was from, and then unbeknownst to him, they recast the entire thing, but like almost shot for shot duplicate it, and then just sell it to China. That guy's got a real beef. I think John Boyega is like an actual victim.
Yeah, that's a different situation altogether.
Yeah, and the whole thing with him getting cut out of the poster, like that's the truth. I love that Metzger brought up on FNT tonight, and he's brought it up before, but it was one of the most insightful things was the recasting of the Tibetan character in Doctor Strange. And they And they did that just to appease China. It's like, that's the real insight. Everyone wants to find like, oh, racism. It's like, it exists, but like their choices are much more nefarious. Like that's even darker to me because they're like, they're like, and they're not only are they making racist choices, but they're actually placating a nation's racism and being like, buy it. We you know,
and that might be why they're amping up the woke so bad on this end, and they're just using all these useful idiots as a tool to push this so they can seem virtuous when we know damn well what they're up to. I mean, the cracks are really starting to show, especially with things like Mulan.
Yep.
And, you know, some of the Marvel films in the recent years. And then like we just talked about with John Boyega and what his character was put through basically due to China. And yeah, there's too much tie to China. Like I don't want to say the name too many times, but yeah, like between with Disney, AMC, Paramount used to have ties to them.
Yep.
I'm sure Universal has some money in there somewhere from Comcast and all. I'm sure they're everywhere. Like that's the thing is they've infiltrated like everything.
It's the biggest market.
They're bad at it because Mulan was an incredible swing and a miss.
Well, here's the
thing.
thing.
Hated it. There.
I'm trying to figure out what it's all about because when it comes to the actual box office, they don't see shit. Like they're lucky to see 10 cents on the dollar. It's got to be the other investments. That's what I'm thinking.
Yes, exactly. They've got to be getting it through the back door because Mulan was a box office.
Yeah, they're definitely getting it in through the back door from China.
They are
in more ways than one,
and it's a Bohica moment for them.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't get the box office. So where did all that groveling apology, thank you thing in the credits come from? That wasn't about getting the box office.
I don't want to get too woo woo with it, you know. I mean, I just but it's like this whole thing came from that country. You know what I mean? You start to wonder. You're like,
many connections,
You know, it's a little suspicious.
Speaking of woo woo, permission to potentially say something controversial right after you just got potentially monetized.
But by all means, Vince, let's sink this ship.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, but again, last week's stream didn't do it. I don't know if anything will.
Live without fear.
Hey, I want to live without fear. I just want to make sure everyone knows the risk. So China has
asked for permission.
Considered something a mental illness, and they're trying to make sure their men more masculine. Meanwhile, a lot of companies they have a lot of money in, like Disney and the NBA, are consistently getting woker and less masculine, and a lot of intersectionality. We talked about the MCU. Everything's intersectional by one media company with a lot of money from this country that's constantly trying to.
I really am like so hesitant to go down this road, but it's like if you look at like what was that guy from that other country near that country that said like here's how you destabilize, you know, you introduce these things and it's like slowly crumbles the foundation. It's like, I mean, that doesn't seem that far-fetched from what we're looking at.
And that's your opinion, isn't it?
100% my opinion.
100%
there you go.
An interjected opinion with statements that can be verified.
I'm just saying, Matt. Here's what you do. Here's what you do, and that's my opinion.
My opinion.
Because now you're actually.
All I did was give stats. I didn't actually say anything.
I hope that I tiptoed through it.
Even stats.
I just
remember. This isn't about truth. This isn't about records. This isn't about receipts. This is about public opinion when you're on someone else's playground.
Yeah,
true.
Well, it's all
so on my channel. I will just say it because I'm ready to. I'm gonna probably have to get my channel yeeted a few times. I've come to terms. I've come to terms.
We have a weekly.
Well, at least you can pull certain cards. Some of us can't, but I won't.
Yeah. Okay.
We do have a weekly you to do that, but you know.
Well, you know what? We can change topics to something a little more pleasant, a little more.
Yeah. Did anybody else see Coming to America 2 or just me?
We were talking about that earlier. Do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah. What do you think? I have not seen it, and I want to know if it's good or not. And I got mixed. Paulie liked it. Other people did not.
Paulie liked it.
Yeah.
I think he was being like, kind. I think he was being generous.
Wife liked it.
charitable.
The missus
wife
was
liked
right
it.
there, and she liked it. So maybe
Yeah,
that had a
yeah,
little
I kind
something
of
to do
thought
with
that
it.
That may have been the
I wasn't
reason.
going to say it.
Look,
Paulie's a generous viewer, though. I think
it's
he
not.
gets-
Sorry, but it's not like it's as bad as say like. How do I put this? My original review was it felt a lot like Blues Brothers 2000. Way too late.
Yeah.
Too much like the original movie, but yet not enough like the original movie. Certain aspects of it felt very, very TV movie like. I mean, almost 99% of the cast is back, but that still doesn't help. A lot of it feels like a bunch of greatest hits callback stuff. There's inconsistencies in some of the characters. A lot of the cameos are just kind of tossed in there. And the woke shit is all the fuck over it. Just all over it.
I will skip. That's what I thought.
And
That's what I
actually,
expected.
Vigilante, I'd love to hear your take on it because I'll be honest with you. They gave John Landis a lot of shit for that first movie. Well, maybe not a lot of shit, but they gave him some shit for that first movie because they said some of the African stuff was a bit racist. I'll tell you what, they take it almost to the umpteenth degree in this one. And this one was directed by a black guy. So it's almost like, to me, this one feels more racist in the depictions of the African stuff.
It's kind of weird with that, right? Because it's like if a white guy made like any of those Tyler Perry movies, it'd be horrifying. But like,
exactly.
A black guy does it, and you're like, oh, this is like part of the culture. It's like, I don't know what the rules are. I'm very.
They just overdo it quite a bit with kind of the stereotypical African kind of culture stuff, at least in my opinion, and it just kind of felt like a little out of touch.
I have to see it. I didn't see it. But see, that's the thing I don't really want to see. I'm sort
it's
of
not
down with
horrible, but it's like, it's kind of like in that middling 5. It's like a 5 out of 10.
I don't
that's the problem.
Coming to America is one of the greatest comedies I've ever seen. I'm
There's
cool with
no
it staying in
anywhere
my
else
head
than
canon.
Funny. So funny.
I'm cool with staying in my head canon. It's just a great one movie that I've only seen that, and that's it. I'm tired of ruining the franchise, and I got the right to just not see something.
No, don't if you don't want to, but totally. I mean, I'd love to hear the take from some actual black people about it and see if I'm not wrong, because I felt the first movie handled a lot of it pretty respectfully.
Shadow Man, I guess, is a just joining. Hello, Shadow Man, welcome. And he says, Tom, you're right, it's out of touch.
It did feel very out of and there was only like 2 times I maybe chuckled and laughed, and the funniest joke is in the outtakes at the end.
That's like
I there's nothing worse in a movie that's like a misplaced sequel. Like, do you know? It's actually kind of funny. So I met the guy who plays Shooter McGavin. You know that guy? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Met him at a party I was bartending. Honestly, so nice. Stand up dude. But he's in a movie that I love called SLC Punk. I don't know if you've ever seen that. One of my favorite films. I watched it
a long time ago, yeah.
I love it. Watched it like 100 times. But he was in it, and he was like, we were talking. I was like, hey man, I love that movie. And he's like, oh, thanks, great movie, right? And he's like, I heard they made a second one, and it had already come out, and I saw it. And he's just like, I was like, yeah. And he's like, oh, how was it? And I was like, Godfather 3. And he's like, yeah, that's all you needed to say. And there's nothing worse than a film that's like that, where it's just like, ooh, you're trying to recapture the glory of your prior movie, where you just kind of like, it's like a clip show of the old movie. Like, remember when this one was good? It's just like, oh, it's so brutal. Like, I think Rick and Morty made a big joke about Men in Black 2, and it was the same kind of thing, where it's just a big callback to the last movie. Like, oh my god, this is horrible.
I didn't like, that's probably a good comparison. It felt a lot like Men in Black 2. Like, everybody's kind of going through the motions. They didn't really feel like they had any excitement to be back together. I mean, and again, I'm not, I hate to sound like I'm bashing the movie, because it's not that horrible, but it's definitely woke. It definitely doesn't live up anywhere near the original. And you're just like, man, this is such a wasted opportunity.
Did you see the other Eddie Murphy movie that was like
Dolomite?
Yeah,
I loved that one, and this is the same director. That's why I'm just like, what the hell happened? Because My Name is Dolomite was hilarious.
It was good, huh?
It was great.
Anyone else check it out?
A little upsetting. I did not see it. I've been looking for people to give essentially the same thing as Vigilante, people to give me an indication as to, well, is this worth it? Is it not? And it sounded like Number 2 is definitely a pass, but I have heard good things about Dolomite. And so
Yeah.
I
I'm
never
angled
of,
toward that one.
I never heard of Dolomite.
Okay, what it is there was a character called Dolomite created by a comedian back in the day, and he made like 5 movies. And so this is about how he got the first movie off the ground. They kind of mix a couple of things in with a couple of the other movies into the first one, but regardless, the whole idea is it's in a lot in the same kind of vein as Bowfinger. If you guys have seen that one,
I saw that.
Know
one.
of it.
yeah, where it's kind of just like a grassroots. We're going to make a movie, and like just watch the trailer. The trailer is a pretty good representation of what Dolomite is. And if you like the trailer, you're going to like the movie probably.
We can watch the trailer.
Rudy Ray Moore, that's his name. Thank you, Man of War.
We've done a bunch of trailers tonight. Why not? Why stop now?
Put some karate in it. Brothers like karate.
But is it a remake?
No, well, it's a true story, is what it's about.
Oh,
it's about the guy who actually made the movies. Yeah, so I mean, you don't really have to have seen the movies to get it. It's still pretty funny on its own.
okay. Well, see, the reason I brought that up was because I feel like Eddie Murphy. I mentioned this earlier. But Eddie Murphy's been away for so long, and I feel like him coming back is kind of like a big deal. And so I thought maybe the reason why he made this movie was it was kind of a soft landing. You know, it was kind of an easy, digestible, safe re-entrance into the like mainstream kind of zeitgeist, the perception. Does that ring true with you at all?
As far as Coming to America, you mean the second one?
Yeah.
I think Eddie had the right. I think he had his heart in the right place, but it needed another couple rewrites, and it's just way too woke, and too much shit happens in it just because movie. Like,
what kind of woke are we talking?
It's showtime, y'all. How's that?
That was me. Sorry.
Oh, you got the trailer up. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Well, like right off the bat, you can tell the whole setup is, he can't have a daughter take over the kingdom. It has to be a boy. And basically Akeem is completely out of character through the whole movie. And then he has a quick turn back at the end. And it just kind of feels out of place. And he's all hung up on having a son and all this shit. And it just and there's even a scene where I'm not going to say who the character is because it kind of ruins one of the callbacks if I do. But like he's sitting there and the kid that, that they say is Eddie, that's Eddie's son, is at a job interview. And you can tell that the interviewee is all like, "Oh, were you oppressed?" and all this kind of stuff as a kid. And, and he just finally has enough by the end of the interview. He's like, "Dude, it's enough." And at first you're thinking, okay, they're going to go the opposite direction, but then they make like a blackface joke. And then the guys in the barber shop are like talking uber woke stuff, like modern day kind of jokes.
Okay.
And,
Oh man.
yeah, it's really kind of.
Tom, so I was talking about actually with Mom Jelani Williamson because she raised me on this.
Mom Jelani Williamson.
Yeah. It's Bro Jelani Williamson, Sis Jelani Williamson, and Mom Jelani Williamson. Granddad Jelani Williamson. That's how it works. But so I basically predicted the whole plot, and you gave me a tip that I was correct. And I don't want to spoil what I think the plot is.
Well, you can say it, and I can say, man.
Are everybody prep for the potential spoiler?
The ending was kind of dumb. I'm gonna say that right up front.
So when I first saw the trailer, I said, "Okay, it's I can't remember the character. It's Arsenio Hall's son because he acted like he was the prince." That's the very first thing I saw immediately.
That would have been a better movie.
Oh, so it's worse than that.
It would have been a better movie. Oh no.
No, and I said that last night to somebody who asked me about it. I was like, you know what? If they would have just made this the predictable comedy and even kind of just went for because it's about the third act is where it really goes downhill. Because it's like at that point where you're like, okay, it should take these, it kind of telegraphs certain things, and then you're like, the certain things it should do, it doesn't do. And it doesn't seem half the time to know what it wants to do. And it's just remaking too much of the first movie at the same time. And they should have called it Coming to America twice for about 5 minutes. That's the other problem. Or they should have really, really played into the whole idea that the kid comes from Queens and called it America's Coming to Us or something like that. And had the whole idea that this kid was going to turn the palace upside down and with his American ways. So it's kind of the reversal of the first film. But they didn't really do that either. Like, it just kind of feels like it keeps wanting to take these extra steps, and it just never goes there, and none of the jokes landed for me.
It's so funny, man. When I listen to like, you and like Gary and stuff like that, I'm just like, man, they really should be hiring you guys as consultants, because I'm like, these all sound like great ideas. Like whenever Gary talks about what a Batman movie should be, I'm like, they should be putting this guy, like he should be a consultant on like what the film should be, because it's like the people who make it clearly have no idea what they're doing, and like, but you guys have such an amazing ideas. It's like, it's just so weird that these voices are out there, but people, they just can't capitalize on it.
And not to give anything away, but like one of the first things that sets everything off, and the catalyst to me feels like they did something so it wouldn't come off as kind of racial stereotype in a way. But it's like, okay, so they've got this shaman guy who predicts that Eddie Murphy has this son in New York, right? Like that's where they get the idea. It just comes out of fucking nowhere. And then like you're sitting here like, okay, wouldn't it have been a better plot if like this mom was trying to like screw them over or something like that, and like, playing the whole gold digger, like, yeah, I fucked you, you're a prince, I want your money now kind of thing. No, they can't do that. They don't have that kind of a plot. They should, but they don't. And that is where I think the movie kind of hurts itself, is it really tries to make every character likable. And I mean every character likable.
Couldn't you just do the dad, the son's trying to find his dad and make it everyone a little bit more innocent?
It could have been. That's the thing, is they could have done a million other things, and it just doesn't feel like anybody had a real good idea of how to go about doing this.
You wonder if this wasn't left in the oven long enough.
That's what I'm saying. It needed at least 2-3 more rewrites, or somebody came in and rewrote it with a bunch of woke attitudes. And that's what it feels like to me. Like it feels like there was another movie here at one point and it got kind of reverted to this, or it was just, like you said, not put in the oven long enough and too early of a draft.
Sad. That's sad. I mean, there is a Caddyshack too, right? That does
that's almost better than this. Almost, I laughed more at Caddyshack 2 than this.
Oh man,
I'm trying to think of like what great comedy that doesn't need a sequel got a sequel that no one, or no, the opposite. Like, what's a great comedy that never got a sequel? Think of one.
There's a bunch.
I hear echo.
Henry Sherman asks, did you think Leslie Jones was funny or a funny part of the movie? She is the only one who actually got me a chuckle in the movie, but she's playing the wrong character. She should be what I said. She should be like this gold digger who's lying to her kid, lying to everybody, blah, 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 blah. But I'm not going to give too much away because like it just, it's a letdown. And I know Shadow Man liked it, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. And for those who enjoyed it, but it was just like, just a wasted opportunity, missed opportunity.
Hey man, if you liked it, that's great. I mean,
yeah, I'm glad you did.
Yeah,
I didn't see it. Somebody Vigilante said, "Did you see it?" I didn't watch it. I have a thing where I'm so sick of seeing franchises die. I really, really love Coming to America. That's a movie I've seen a bunch. If we talk about favorite movies, is really high up there for me, and I'm cool with that stand where it is.
I hate to say this, and I hope it doesn't come off like racist in any way or anything like
that. It's racist, Tom.
I'm sure it is. I have to
if you had to say, I hope this isn't racist, it is.
Racist. Okay, it's like somebody decided we're going to make a spin-off sequel of both Coming to America and Barbershop.
Why would that sound racist? It doesn't sound racist.
Well, just because you got the two, like,
well, Barbershop was kind of inspired by the barbershop scene in Coming to America. I mean, I don't think that's.
Well, you just basically have those characters coming to the African setting, basically.
But it's a cornerstone of kind of, I mean, as far as I can tell, like Black culture, but it's also like Black entertainment. Like, I mean, it's like that. I mean, I think it definitely has to do with like urban, like cities. You know what I mean?
Well,
like,
that's the thing, and that's what I was saying. Is like it's almost like it didn't commit to the joke.
Yeah.
Like the whole point of this sequel should have been, okay, Eddie went to America and shook things up in Queens. Now this kid, like I said, and his mom and his family come over here from Queens and they shake up this kingdom. And that's there, but it's not there enough. And it's not the main focus of the film. And that's what the original, like to actually kind of have it be a real bookend to the original film. I mean, and again, it's kind of just kind of forced into it in a way. It doesn't feel natural.
Well, you know what's sad? Oh, go ahead.
No.
Okay. I've always, and I've said this like to family, like well before wokeness was a thing. I just want like a Black Seinfeld, meaning it's something where you have Black characters. They're not looking for representation. It doesn't need white people to hate or love or anything. It doesn't need any racial things. Just cool, funny, and Coming to America kind of is that. The original Coming to America, mostly all black cast. I mean, yeah, there are like the cultural thing with Africa and stuff, but it's like there's no real like white person to hate. It's just a good movie, and that's
the '90s. The '90s had a lot of good black sitcoms. I mean, you had Martin, you had Family Matters, you had you had
sitcoms definitely.
Rock.
What's the other one? Fresh Prince
was great. Fresh.
Don't forget Bernie Mac show.
Bernie Mac show
was a great show.
Yeah. So yeah, you did. And for the sitcoms, you definitely had it. But as far as franchises and movies, you did.
Well, you said Seinfeld, so I thought
Seinfeld. Yeah, but I guess when I said Seinfeld, I'm just mean like a generic. Because we haven't had that since that era. Like
Will Smith, kind of, but he's never been a stand-up comedian kind of type.
But I don't even mean
Dave Chappelle, but he never really elevated to movies as well.
I mean,
like how we talk about that. He's a little contrary to the system, though. Like he's too punk rock to really make it there. I mean, you got Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart is like kind
of the equivalent, I'd say, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he's a funny. I think Kevin's funny. I don't think he's the funniest, but I think he's funny. And he's had. I mean, he
carries the same kind of weight. Yeah, I was gonna say he carries the same kind of weight.
He would probably be the equivalent. He might be even have more weight right now than even Seinfeld did.
He might.
Yeah,
because Seinfeld don't make movies. Like that's the other thing.
No, he doesn't. And when he does, he
very rarely.
Got a great call when he does. Well, let me ask you this, Tom, because this is something I'm trying to like get into myself, because we were talking about it earlier. Like watching modern entertainment is almost stressful because like you're kind of either waiting for the woke or you're even seeing it through their intersectional lens, and it's just so exhausting. Hi, Kip. Hello, sir. Welcome, Kip. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. I did it again. I just muted Kip Ellis.
Oh, no.
I did that last week. I'm sorry,
Kip. Was it Godzillionaire last week?
Yeah. I meant to put it in the chat. And
hopefully it's the shortest one.
I'm sorry, Kip Ellis. You're very welcome. I didn't mean to kick you.
We
from
love
the
you,
chat.
Kip.
Yeah. Hi.
Sorry, man.
Sorry, man. I really am. But no, I was like, what? So I get to this point where like, okay, I can't watch this stuff. I don't enjoy watching it. It's too stressful. What are you watching that you're enjoying, or what are you partaking in that
well, when I have time, Cobra Kai was really I enjoyed that quite a bit. Very once in a while there's be a good movie, but otherwise I just kind of dive back into classic stuff,
Like
I've been upgrading to 4K, so I've been getting a lot of that stuff. Like I just recently got like a lot of the Eddie Murphy movies came out in 4K to prep everybody for Coming to America. So, I've seen like recently like Beverly Hills Cop in 4K and all that kind of stuff. And then
does that hold up?
Yeah, actually they did a really good job at going back to the original master, because for a while that movie, every one they used, it was just getting worse and worse, it seemed like. And then this one they went back and did a good job on it. Gosh, I've seen recently. What else did I watch? As far as newer movies, though, Fat Man was great.
Was that really good? Is that really worth it?
Yeah, that was really, really good. I enjoyed
Fat Man is good. Yes,
I enjoyed the Sonic movie. All right, I enjoyed Bill and Ted quite a bit.
Right on.
Bill and Ted seemed to do what Coming to America couldn't. I would even because even Bill and Ted did it on a third of the budget on top of it.
Oh, I guess I didn't block him. Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. I thought I blocked you, Kip. Sorry. All right, good. Hi, buddy. I may have just kicked that one thing. Oh, Ace Mr. Freeze is here. Hello, sir. Good to see you. Often in Gary's member streams. Hello. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, you're fine. Other than that, I'm trying to think of some newer stuff I've seen that I enjoyed.
Or just anything. It doesn't have to be new, because that's the thing that I just kind of find. Like I've actually kind of shifted the way I've consumed media. Like, most nights I put on at least a TV show or a movie or something like that, and I don't know, can't be arsed, as the Brits say. And I went back and I started reading this comic book from 6-7 years ago called East of West. Have you ever heard of that?
It kind of sounds familiar, but I'm not sure offhand.
It's so fucking good. I got to turn you guys onto this. It's a brilliantly built world. A friend of mine turned me onto it, and it's on Comixology. I don't know if you guys subscribe to that Amazon service where you can just kind of like.
No, but I probably should.
Yeah, it's just a digital streaming service for comics, and you can get these for free essentially because it's like on their their
Right.
unlimited version, but you don't have to pay for it. You just borrow it, which I guess you can have it for like a day or two. This story is some of my favorite storytelling I've come across in a long time. It's really brilliant world building. The art is amazing, and it's essentially about like this alternate future that after the Civil War, like the world kind of got divvied up into these different like factions. There's like the Union, which is like the Union Army. There's the Confederacy. There's Texas. There's this free state of like slaves, I forgot what it's called, but it's like this Black Kingdom, and then there's like this Native American kingdom that's called the Endless Nation, and it's kind of like all about them vying for power. But in the middle of it are the four, like the horsemen of the apocalypse are coming to enact the message, like the ending of the world, and they're all here to act on it. But Death fell in love with this woman and had a kid with her, and now he's kind of gone rogue while the other three members of like the horsemen of the apocalypse are trying to end the world, and they're like vying, like kind of get all these factions on board with the message and the chosen. Dude,
Holy shit,
fucking epic. It
sounds epic.
It's so good. It's one of the most fun things I've read in a really long time.
I had a question for Tom, but Shadow Man sent you a tip. He says he's tipping the cap, and he sent you a tip, Fireball.
Oh, well, thank you, Shadow Man. Very much appreciated. This is this is so cool. You guys are awesome. I'm so
cool, man.
Oh yeah, there it is.
You deserve it,
Shadow Man. And Man of War 665 sent me another tip for $6.65. Thank you, sir.
Neighbor of the Beast.
Got one from Eric K. New Bomb Truck, Culture Casino, Thoth. One from you, Vidge. Thank you, Islington Girl, Jake D. You guys are fucking the shit. Thank you so much. But this is a good comic book series if you guys are interested in a really cool read, and it's free on Comixology if you have like.
So yeah, what was your question then, Vigilante?
I'm for the free 99. So on the notes of comics, I know you are a TMNT fan, correct?
Yes.
Have you been checking out this last Ronin? And
yes.
I just got the second issue. I have not read it. But I've heard good things about it. What do you think so far?
I've only gotten to read the first issue myself. I have the second one. I just haven't got a chance to read. I kind of paged through it a little bit. Loving it so far. I'm curious if this is something that might be kind of a testing ground for a possible more adult-oriented series. That's not the one I got. I
have the first one.
Oh, that's the first one. The first one I got is that orange cover. And then
I don't have. What cover do I have?
I have this one for the.
I just have it.
One.
It's pretty fucking badass.
Yeah, it's really good. And I'm wondering if it is kind of like maybe the basis for the idea of this Netflix series they were talking about that was going to be a bit more adult oriented and possibly even a sequel to the movies from the 90s, or at least the first movie anyway, and kind of pick up but be a bit more darker. I'm hoping so. That's what they need to do. You can have both simultaneously, the kids and the adult series at the same time, I think.
Yeah, Henry's saying
franchises did that.
So is Henry saying that Nick mentioned this in his stream? Yeah, that's how I found out about it. That's why I bought it, because of 32 Flavors of Nick Weiser.
Yeah, I bought the first issue. I don't have either of the covers, you guys. I think I have the basic bitch covers of both. But I'm happy.
Yeah. The first printing went out so fast, man.
Yeah. How can you tell if you have the first printing of the second issue? Because I got it the same week, but
I think it says it on the inside cover. I think all the ones that are out there right now have got to be the first run. This one is just like the 1 in 10 special edition cover or whatever, which is I think the same thing as the other one. Like this is the Eastman edition or whatever.
I should have got that.
Yeah, there's like a bunch of different covers for each one.
Is it?
It was pretty cool. I like the whole. I don't know who's the guy that we're following. Is it Donatello? Is that the guy? Does it say like which Ninja Turtle?
They do say, but I'm not going to say.
Okay,
they
so
say it at the end of the first issue.
It's inside.
Oh, they do. So I like it's not like it's a spoiler. It's essentially from the start. There's like these kind of ghost voices like talking to him, but like
they don't tell you till the end of the first issue who it is, really.
Yeah, but I thought that whole idea was really compelling. It was like this kind of shattered, collection, and it was like the the ghosts of them like moving him through this story was pretty cool, man. And the art is amazing. I enjoyed reading.
Yeah, I
that a
love
lot.
this art.
Yeah, this is something I've gotten into more though because of the absence of good movies and television is comic books. I've just rediscovered this whole genre, and then because I have been absent from the experience of it for so long, now I can go back and reread like things like the original Umbrella Academy or Preacher or the classics, and it's great. It's fun, and it's like, yeah, fuck, I don't need TV and movies, bad shit.
Did anyone here watch Raya and the Last Dragon?
No.
With Kelly Marie Tran.
I ain't.
And leave one of my future ex-wives alone.
I don't know. I haven't heard of it. I don't know what it is.
I heard it was good. So
it's the new Disney movie, but they're charging $30 to see it, just like they did Mulan.
Crying out loud!
Oh wow, beating people over the head. I'm paying $30.
Yeah, and Kelly Marie Tran does a voice in it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll work better than it did with Mulan.
This looks almost, honestly, I saw the trailer the other day. It looks like a Mulan ripoff, almost.
I want to say thank you to your Muslim uncle and Shadow Man for their very generous tips there. Thank you, gentlemen.
Well, maybe they didn't have re-education camps making the sets on this one.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'll get into that one, but yeah, I think I'm going to take off here pretty soon. I got some stuff I got to do and get to bed here soon, but
Tom, come on, Tom, you never sleep.
Well, Tom, man, it was a real pleasure to have you, man. Honestly, it's like kind of an honor. So thank you.
Yeah,
and you're welcome back anytime, man. If you ever want to kick over here after FNT, we do it every 8 o'clock Pacific, right after FNT, man. So you're welcome anytime.
Yeah, we'll see. I sometimes have some time, but yeah.
No pressure.
A couple of these guys, but for those I'm just meeting, like you and Messier, I think I don't know if I've ever been on a podcast with you before.
Only one time, just here recently.
I was. Okay. All right. I didn't remember the icon, so.
Thank you.
No worries. I'm just a guy. A guy. You don't have to worry about me much.
You guys don't need, they don't need.
Well, I recognize, like Eric and Justin the Red Shirt, I always know from the chat. Vigilante, I've been on like at least a half a dozen now with. So
normally it comes down to you wouldn't know I was there because I'm on a second shift schedule, so most of the time that is spent with most of the videos that I watch and the creators I spend time with, I might actually be on call at work, and then I'll come back and I'll get to watch a little bit, then I'll have to go away again, and this is the typical way of things until I can make it home later in the night. So that's usually what keeps me away, and it also keeps me from doing my own YouTube aspirations, since there are plenty of creators who spend the evening doing their own thing, and sometimes I don't think about stepping on their toes, especially when I just might be doing silly little nerd things or music or I don't know.
Yeah. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, well, you guys don't need it. They don't need any help from me, but if you have not subbed over to Midnight's Edge, go ahead and do it because they're a great channel. And Tom, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you for having me. And it's good talking to the rest of you guys and meeting you otherwise, and take care.
Tom,
take care.
It was a pleasure.
All right, peace, Tom.
Yes,
Tom, it's always amazing the amount of info you and Andre have. It's incredible, really.
Oh, I could always know some more, though. There's always those unanswered questions.
I got to think plenty of people say it, but if it always begs saying, just like that, we appreciate the insight that you give. A lot of us do, even if we don't get the chance to tell you in person.
Hear, hear.
Well, actually, like the last day or so since our stream last night, I've gotten, like I said earlier on Friday night, just like a outpouring of just appreciation and kind words, and I've never seen a response like that, and it's amazing, and I'm always humbled to hear those kind of things because I feel like I'm just lucky to be hanging out with people sometimes. So it's like
hey,
it's pretty humbling. So thank you.
We feel humbled that I feel humbled that I've done so many streams with you. I remember the first time I'm like, holy shit, how the hell did I get on Midnight's Edge? I'm like, cool. So yeah, to quote the late great Tupac Shakur, who's not in this chat, who sometimes is in some of these chats, You are appreciated. Actually, that's a sample. He sampled a different song for that. But you are appreciated, Tom. We
Very
love
much
it.
so.
Midnight's Edge,
Very
what
much
you
so.
guys
Thank
do
you.
is real great, man.
Yeah.
Well, I strive to be the Kevin Bacon of the Fandom Menace Network, or whatever you want to call
Yeah,
it.
you kind of are.
Well, I
You're
think
cool.
you've been referred to as like the CNN of the Phantom Menace, and I think that's a very valid description.
Yeah. You guys and Bounty in the Comics are our media. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the print media, and you're the visual media. That's literally what it is now.
So we go to.
I appreciate it, guys, and it humbles me. I really don't know what to say, so I appreciate it though. But yeah, I'm gonna head out, and you guys take care of yourselves and have a fun rest of the show. However much longer you plan on going here.
We'll say.
Yeah,
Party
I
on,
know. I
Tom,
think everyone's
party
feeling
on.
a little lit. I got a little bit left. I don't know how long everyone else wants to go.
Take care, guys.
Thanks,
Have a good
Tom.
night.
You well, buddy.
Later.
All right.
Go give a sub to Midnight's Edge if you haven't. I'm sure you guys already have. But yeah, that was cool. Fuck, man, that was dope.
Really cool. It's a
Yeah.
really cool stream. This is like the 1,000 subscriber celebration.
Yeah.
The CNN is an insult. How about? Well, I mean, you can argue whether CNN was ever good, but 80 CNN, you know what I mean? 90 CNN. I don't know what you want to say.
I get the news hub.
The news hub. He's the seriously
Yes.
when it comes to media, as far as entertainment media right now, you talk about authoritative. They use the term authoritative service.
Authoritative sources.
Yeah, authoritative sources. It right now is Bounding in the Comics and Midnight's Edge to me, and other channels. Mr. H, who does stuff with them, and obviously Gary and Doom break stuff as well.
Fucking A,
like those.
yeah.
But Midnight's Edge especially because they're so detailed oriented.
Yes.
And I've gotten a lot of ideas even for content I've done from their streams and from their stuff because they break stuff down.
Yeah, no, I love how deep they go. I love how they connect the dots. Like they were talking about the Kathleen Kennedy and the Gina Carano thing as to why.
Oh yeah,
that was a really good video, and it was
broke it
like
down to the
that
molecule.
that makes so much sense. It's like an internal war, and they're using it's like a proxy war by we'll cancel Gina to get to attack Jon Favreau. It's like really bad. Like it's a dark idea, but it's a really badass video. I just want to quickly thank you, Shadow Man. Shadow Man says he's liking this stream. Well, thank you, sir.
Yeah, we're liking you too, Shadow Man. We're liking you too. You're cool.
Hell yeah.
Cool guy.
Hell yeah. And Kip Ellis says he's sub now. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
We
This
need
is
to
great, man.
replace some of those thefts performed by a certain owner of the platform.
Wait, what?
We need to replace some of those thefts by a certain owner of the platform.
What do you mean?
The sub? You talking about the sub thing? The sub is gonna go up and down.
They'll probably
Yeah, it goes up and down. They're treating it like there's no way this could possibly have happened normally. So these must be bots. We must check all of these accounts. So suddenly,
Yep.
There's.
I definitely hope that it goes back over 1,000. I'm sure that it will. I'm sure that it
Oh,
will.
I could have sworn you had like 940 earlier in the day, though.
What's
Not
that?
over.
I
he
thought
went
you
over
had like
1,000.
940 earlier in the day.
I think to start the day, I had 904, 905. It's so yo-yos, but I think it was like just over 900. And then when that happened, it exploded, and I was like, "What?" So
It
yeah, I
got
hope.
2020. At least that I saw because it was like, yeah,
Yeah, I think that's about where I saw. That was so cool. That was so fucking cool.
yeah. Congrats again. Congrats again.
Absolutely.
Thank you guys.
You deserve it, man. Because hey, I just talked about how Midnight's Edge is to me. You kind of scooped them on that damn Gina thing.
You didn't kind of scoop them.
By like a week.
Full on scooped. Full on.
You scooped
all
everybody.
YouTubes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was like, because I'm a fan of those guys, and I'm a fan of DeRosa. So like when he's on there, I was like, oh, I love watching this. When I clipped that out, I think it only had like 30,000 views. I honestly wonder if maybe no one would have heard about that if I didn't clip that out. I mean, it's possible because it's not like it's a huge podcast. Like they do good numbers, but it's not giant. Like the Bill Burt podcast is, good, solid, but not huge. So I
It
don't know.
was just a
Maybe-
week or two before that you were talking about that you watch them all the time on that.
And I do.
Yeah, because we were talking about the Patrice thing.
Yep. I like those guys.
That's
I've liked those guys ever since the Opie and Anthony days. I listen to all of them. They're fun. I mean, you know, I'm finding some of them to be increasingly more just taxing with like the fact that they're not that they're woke per se, but they're just like, I don't know, they're just soft. It's like, I'm like, I'd rather listen to people who are really going after it. You know, I don't want to hear guys half stepping. It's not as much fun.
There isn't a whole lot there when all they're doing is towing a line, sitting a fence, or whatever. Your movers and your shakers. Your movers and your shakers are far more interesting to watch. It's like watching things, watching things burn or watching things be created. You're watching change occurring.
Yes. And I just don't like watching anyone where I feel like their loyalties are to some like entity. You know, where I can't say what it really is because
because it ain't no honesty there. No honesty.
It's not interesting.
To drunk quote the great Eminem in 8 Mile, they beat around the bush like they're scared to eat pussy, so they eat around the tush. Great poetry from Marshall Mathers, circa 8 Mile.
The great Marshall Mathers.
Newbound Turk, he said he wants to start a channel. Not sure what to focus on. Just start one. My first streams were like about positive news, which I still do at the end of my podcast, but like that's not what I'm doing now. Just start it and just do it. You just do a live stream on the subject you want to do.
Dude, the great
That's the experience. The doing it is the experience, and then as you're doing it, you might find your passion. Like these guys right here.
100% right. And the great news is no one's gonna watch at first, so it doesn't matter what you do because no one's watching.
I literally doxed myself in my first few streams. I had to edit them out. There still may be doxing information. It's a miracle I haven't doxed myself every single stream I've done. Either way, it's been tons of fun. So yeah, just do it.
Yeah, but once you realize like no one's watching and you can just do whatever you want, it's really freeing.
Screw the old advertising tagline, but just do it.
Yeah, just do it. Like it's great. I mean, I was saying earlier, it was like I was doing streams for months where no one, literally not a single viewer in the chat. So it's like you can do this for a while. And I went back and watched some of my old videos. Like I did a series of videos called Matt's Obscure Movie Recommending Show, where I was trying to find like movies that people didn't really know to watch during like COVID, during the shutdown. And I watched back and I'm like, oh, these are terrible. Like not even that like the content's bad, just I didn't have like the tact to like structure them in an interesting way. They were just like not interesting, just not interesting to a viewer and whatever. You know what I mean? Like you just do that and you just keep doing it and doing it and doing it. And hopefully eventually something will connect, but it will. If you just keep doing it and you honor yourself, eventually something will connect. And it's fun. It's fucking fun as shit, man. I don't know. For me, it's like the most validating thing I've ever done. I don't know. I love it.
Oh, Shadow Man, you said you have your mics, equipment, Streamlab account, and you're just scared? Don't do that. You have a name too. Shadow Man's a cool name.
Very cool name.
Just do it.
Roll with it.
Hey,
you got something?
I have a stream tomorrow called The Brave and the Bold. If you guys want to be on there, you guys can come on.
Yeah.
Damn.
I'm putting it down now. Hit me up on mine.
There's a little introductory drug
Twitter.
right there. That's
whichever way suits you. Those are the two platforms I'm on, and we'll figure it out at 7:30 tomorrow. 7:30 Eastern. If you can't make it, that's cool. Maybe another week, but just hop on. I'll send you guys the link, and you can just talk about whatever the hell we talking about.
VDub is offering to be your gateway drug into the tubes.
Just hop on.
Ace, do you have a channel? Because Ace is an interesting guy.
Ace is great.
Yeah, I always liked his takes whenever he's in the members stream. I always thought he had good stuff. I don't know if you have an active channel.
Not to mention, that was an excellent little meeting of the minds with him and Jake D talking about one show the other evening, The Great Escapists.
Oh God, yes. The Great Escapists. That was fantastic. I love that.
I don't know.
I was entertained by it. I don't know if I could be as enthusiastic as you, but I definitely felt the flavor. I saw more Mythbusters than I ever did Top Gear, and I saw the flavor of some of that in there, and even the over the topness of it. It was there was entertainment in all of that show.
Ace says he's going to start talking about books. Cool. I know that that's how I know Critical Drinker did a bunch of videos early on about books that he read, like book series and stuff like that. I listened to some of them, but I hadn't read the book, so I didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But hey, if you guys are, this is Vidge's social media, so hit him up, take him up on his offer. I know him; he's a man of his word. He'll honor that for sure.
Yeah, I'll send you guys the link once I have it, and then you just click it. And if you got everything set up, you just hop on with me and whoever else hops on, because it's kind of always sort of random each week. So
Yeah,
feel free.
Yeah, do it.
That is a free for all stream there.
Whatever, man.
I mean, Fenrir was just a chat guy, right?
Yeah, Fenrir's just a guy. When I had probably as many subs as he does now. And he just said, "Hey, man, do you have a Discord?" And I'm like, "No, I don't." But I ended up starting one. Somebody else asked about Discord. I gave him my Discord. I posted it on the comment, waited till he got it, and then deleted it immediately. And then he's just been then he started connecting with everybody else. And then I remember one time waking up, and he was just on Jake D stream. Like, oh, cool, he's connected with everybody. Then
yep, he's connected.
He just
And
started.
Jake D is a very welcoming guy. I mean, he opens the door to a lot of people, man. He's it's a good community. People are just open. I mean, my thing is for me, it's just put some skin in the game. You know what I mean? Make some videos. Just put yourself out there. Like that's how I feel, because it's just I think that's what it takes. And also, it's a really weird skill set that, like, I think if you practice it, you get good, and then you can contribute. But it's really cool because it's also completely on your own schedule. You do it whenever you want, and it's whatever topic you want to talk about. And the more you do it, the more you realize what you want to talk about. And it's a badass journey. I recommend it, man. I can't. I think a lot of us started doing it because Gary encouraged us to do it, and it's like, who am I to fucking not endorse what Gary's vision is? Because Gary's the man.
He definitely did inspire a lot of us, because a lot of us started our channels around the same time, and I think that was because he was making those calls for us.
Yeah, I'd been thinking about it, and then just listening to him talk about it in his stream, saying he needs more common sense voices and this, that, and the other. I was like, okay. And you look at people like I looked at Culture, like, wow, Culture's like over 1,000. Like he just got made. I was like, oh, so wow, what a big. It's so amazing that he did that, but it's like, okay, here I am now. I did it. Like, I don't know how necessarily. I mean, I just kept doing it, and I guess but it worked, at least for now. It's like, there's no reason why any of you guys can't do it. It's like, if you have an internet connection and a microphone, you can do it.
Well, if Glenn Reynolds, the Instapundit, is the blog father of the blogosphere on the internet, Gary has got to be the blog father of YouTube.
Yeah.
He's inspired so many people to start their own channels.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Glenn Reynolds was credited with 20 years ago.
What does he always say about Ryan? He always says that's his internet son.
Yes, exactly.
He's on FNT every week. His channel's got like 60,000 subs.
Yeah, man.
Ryan was the young man who was.
Hey,
so
everybody say
timid
goodnight
and
to the
meeting him.
Elsington girl, by the way.
Oh, is she leaving?
Yeah.
Good night, Islington girl. I think it's Islington.
Good night, Islington girl.
You're the
Have a good
best.
night.
Thank you so much for the tip, and you're an amazing contributor to the chat. Love having you here. You're awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope she got to hear that before she left.
I hope so
Good night,
too.
Islington girl.
Hope so.
She's great. It's so
New
cool when people
bomb
just
Kurt,
find
though,
this.
you get the more you chat, the more you are on just doing this, the more comfortable you'll be, the more you can talk, the easier it'll be smooth, it'll be clear, and you'll just get more precise with whatever you're trying to put across. So
Yeah.
you can only get better by doing it.
100%. 100%.
That's true.
Because I sucked so hard. I mean, trash. I'm still terrible. Don't get me wrong, but like, God, terrible. Some of the stuff is cool, like the editing stuff is cool, but some of the other stuff I did was just so bad. But then I did I'm well over 100 hours streaming between my streams and everyone else. Probably, who knows? I sure think how many hours I spent streaming instead of doing other stuff. I love this stuff. But yeah,
BW, some of your mistakes are some of the best part of your streams, though.
I stuck my words and dox myself, and it's a miracle that it doesn't go off the rails. But my very first stream had a huge mistake where like the camera falls off, like my little stand.
That's amazing.
But the thing is, whoever was watching, they didn't stop watching because there was somebody else watching outside of me because it had two people. It would just have the one if it was just me. But it was like two people because they weren't there the whole time and they kept watching through it. So I don't know who those randos are. So that crazy ass shit. But they sat through it and I appreciate them.
I mean, I'm going back and looking at some of my old like streams, some of the first stuff I did. I did like Umbrella Academy, 0 likes, 1 downvote, 10 views, 6 views. I mean, like I have a lot. I mean, almost every Umbrella Academy thing I did has 0 views and 1 downvote. Like it all started from very humble beginnings. Like I used to stream with my friend Lindsay, and I was at 6.
I remember those streams. As a fan, I remember those streams.
I actually do remember those streams.
Yeah.
6 because I'm a while.
Lindsay anymore?
What's that, Eric?
Why don't you do them with Lindsay anymore? I've been meaning to ask you that for a long time.
We had kind of I don't know. She kind of had a falling out. Like I don't know what happened with her. She got like she started dating this guy, and I think he was really jealous of the fact that because we used to date years back. So I think she kind of, I don't know, she didn't want to keep the relationship to keep the new relationship going. I don't know. I was thinking about inviting her back on though, just like for at least the 1,000 subs because she was there at the very beginning. Yeah. So I thought I'd love to have her back, but Ascension Dildo says that 1 downvote is for me. You're welcome. Yeah, man.
Sentient Dildo. That is so you.
Oh, man.
I mean, look,
Brown being pissed at Jay-Z. You don't want that.
My first, it's all very humble. That's my point. Is that I was with Lindsay, like we would talk, and I would have like literally 6 subs for a while, like a long time. 6. I feel like 4 of them were me. So it was. It took.
I was there 6 subs. I was there like 50 or 60. Maybe.
Let me see what's Thunderwing Doomslayer is saying. He says, "Do you guys, when you started, feel afraid if you sounded off during your first recordings, i.e., your voice sounded funny? That's one of the fears about starting a channel. To be honest, I mean, you might. No, I know that. Problem. So I did a whole stream with my friend Jared where I didn't have this mic activated. I had it just from the webcam, and it sounded terrible. But look, man, the thing is." Honestly, just remember, like, it doesn't matter because no one's listening. Like, all due respect, it's just no one's there in the beginning. So that's the time you get to figure out all the technical shit. That's when you get to work through all that stuff, and that's your time to fuck up. And it doesn't matter because no one's there. So it's like, It's really freeing, honestly. Once you realize that, you're like, all right, well, that sucked. I mean, the 4 people who checked out 35 seconds of it may not have loved it, but it doesn't matter. It's like, you just keep going, and then eventually all this shit becomes second nature.
And the first time you hear your voice played back to you, you hate it. I've never met a single person who liked the way their voice sounded.
With a passion, I hate my voice. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. And another note, like, okay, right before Gary gave his call out, I did kind of make like I wanted to do Vigilante Williamson for a long time. I didn't think about a channel, but I wanted to do like a video review. It was a review of the game Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I literally recorded. It took me weeks to write. Hell,
Geekology. What's up, brother?
It took me weeks to write this review. I recorded 20 minutes of this review over a few days. You'll never hear it.
Oh, Shadow Man. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I really wanted, but the Shadow Man says he's got concerns about showing his actual face because he works in the industry and he doesn't want to get canceled. Brother, I understand. I mean, I've basically committed to like I don't care anymore. You know what I mean? Because like I'm an actor. I mean, that was like my whole life. That was like my biggest hesitancy from doing this. I was like, if they hear what I'm saying, they're not gonna like me anymore. It was the most freeing decision I ever made. I realize how much I don't actually care what they really think because I don't share their values. So if they don't like me, like then that's right. That's good. Then that means I'm on the right path. If they don't like what I'm saying, that's a good thing. But dude, you don't have to show your face. I mean, I have no idea. I have no idea what Doomcock looks like. He's a huge channel. No idea what that man looks like. You can Vigilante's got a thing. He's got a mystique. You don't have to show your face. You can find a way to get it out there and get your voice out there without showing your face or risking your career. You can absolutely do it. You just have to find your angle.
No worries.
Yeah, and also I don't know, man. I can just say from my point of view, especially being in the industry. It's like a huge weight lifted off my shoulders, man. It's like I didn't realize how full of shit I've been for so long, trying to appease everybody and act like I was a certain way just so that I didn't, ruffle any feathers. And as soon as I shed that skin, I feel like a new man. I feel so much more comfortable with myself. Like I can mock like woke politics like in public now, and like I'm like, yeah, nothing's gonna happen. Like this doesn't matter. Like this fear looms over you, like it's gonna they're gonna come get you. What the fuck are they gonna do? I mean, if you have actually something to risk, like play it correctly. But for me, I was like, fuck off. Like I'm gonna keep doing this. This is fun. People are watching, so I'm gonna keep it up. And even if you're not watching, I mean, I'm glad you all are, but even if they're not, I'm gonna keep doing it because I love it. So fuck it, man. Like I say the reward outweighs the risk. That's my feeling.
Yeah, I would agree. That's why I was so, adamant about like, man, I care almost less about growth, but more about the voice and being able to just be free. I really like being free on this platform a ton.
Yeah.
A ton.
Right.
It's very cathartic.
Yeah.
Very
It
much
is, man. It's cathartic, Shadow Man. And he's saying, you know how bad it can get in the industry. And I do know. Yes, I do. I mean, I've been in rooms where someone said an opinion and like was like saying, don't you think this? And I like thought about it for a second, and then they clocked me thinking about it. I could watch them being like, oh, you don't already know, and like judging me and putting me in a category. I completely empathize with what you're saying. But I don't know, is it worth it? Like if you have kids to like take care of, I can understand that. I empathize with that. But it's like, I don't know, for me, eventually it just became, it's more valuable. It's more enriching and rewarding to say what I really think. And also, you don't have to dox yourself. You don't have to make yourself public. You can do
use a voice changer if you want to.
Yeah. Do a voice changer, do a character like Vidge does. I mean, it's Vigilante is a crime fighter. I mean, let's be real. But
I identify as Vigilante, obviously.
Right. You can emulate an icon like Vigilante if you want. But I just, it's a whole thing, man. I find your way to do it. And also, you don't have to necessarily say things that are pissing people off. I mean, I started off doing this just like literally being positive, like recommending movies, talking about the new Amazon Lord of the Rings thing. It wasn't, fuck woke bullshit. It was just, I just like talking about these things. And I was very, tiptoey whenever it came to the stuff that would be more controversial. So there's ways to do it. And I recommend it wholeheartedly, my friend, wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Do
it. And I definitely, I put my little social media. I saw somebody follow me. But yeah, I am really going to, like, anybody who wants to be on the stream tomorrow, like, I'm doing the stream already. You guys can come with. Because I really have to pay this for it. All of my subs are from hopping on people's streams and saying, hey, everyone, sub to Vigilante, hey, everyone. And I've done that to the extent that I got 300 subs, which is incredible. And I feel like I've already more than maxed out what I thought I could possibly do. So, like, I really want everybody else, like, I got to pay this for it so other people can do this. Because it's very much...
Fucking A. And Shadow Man says, thank you for the encouragement. I really appreciate it. You are very welcome, sir. It's all from the heart. It's all from the heart. Geek Tripology says he was canceled 5 years ago by bigger cats, lost even your son. Oh my God. If they want to come for me, let them. SJW can't do worse than that fucking Mason. Damn, brother. That's a big one. But you know what?
Hit me up. I want to talk to you about that, even privately, because that sounds crazy.
Geek Tripology's got skin in the game. He's got a channel.
Yeah, he does have a channel. He's a great man. He's a very you talk about somebody who's knowledgeable. You want to talk about somebody who really should be a director, who really should be the next Spielberg. Geek Tripology The way he thinks about film and creativity is something to behold if you ever caught him on one of Jake D's streams. So yeah, I really like him. I didn't know he got canceled by that group that's down the street from where I live. So don't want to wake up dead. So
New Bomb Truck says he's a 50-year-old straight white male. I was canceled a long time ago. Nowhere to go but up. You know what I look at it as? Did you guys see the Black Mirror episode with Bryce Dallas Howard with the social media score where everyone could like swipe up and score people in real life? Did you guys ever see that?
That documentary on what's going to happen in like a few months?
100%. And I
saw the Orville version.
Well, it's a great episode. Honestly, it's a terrific episode. Dallas Bryce Howard, as woke as she is now, she does an amazing job in that episode. It's a really good episode. It was like just before they all went crazy. It's like in the show, people with like low ratings, like you kind of see like she meets this trucker who kind of has a low rating. She's like, yeah, it is what it is. And it's almost becomes like this validation of like true character by the end of the thing. And I kind of think that's what it is. It's like, the fact it's like if they like anoint you, it's almost like the wrong kind of validation. It's like I kind of find the fact that like we all collectively don't want to be validated by their values is what bonds us. And I think like that, can be a strength for you as well. It's like if you're recognizing that, yeah, no, wait a minute, I'm standing up in opposition to this. I'm voicing my own opinion. Maybe it's not so dramatic, but I'm doing it because I believe in it. I'm saying what I believe, and that's good enough. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry you don't like it, but this is who I am and this is what I believe. And like to me, I don't know, I can't express how enriching it has been and how validating it is and how much more it's elevated me. Like I wake up early, like I work out more. I'm like a more complete person than I was 6 to 8 months ago before I started this. And I can't express how enriching it is. And if you guys have any instinct to do it, just do it. At least try it for a while. You might abandon it. It might not be for you. It might be the kind of thing you can't marry with your life. But for me, it's just lifted these weights off my shoulders that have been pretty much since I've lived in LA. And it's like, fuck it, man. It's freedom. It's freedom.
This has been therapeutic for me. I work a very stressful job where I cannot say, I mean, my job, some of the gymnastics I have to do just to get my job done are just incredible. So it's like, this is why I'm so off the cuff here, because I can't be like that. And I can with that, like people I know and stuff like that. But it's like, oh my God, I spent so much time having to like navigate this. I don't want to talk too much about my job. I don't want to talk negative. I'm blessed to have one, make no mistake. But it still requires a lot of just tiptoeing around things just to get things done, and to be able to just be free and talk, and just to, not just get stuff that's off my chest that's going on now, but just to talk about things that, like, if I had a YouTube channel 15 years ago, I would have said this, but I didn't, because YouTube didn't exist, or if it did, it was a smart version. It was out by then, but you know what I mean? Like, so now it's like I can say this, I can say stuff that I've been thinking about my whole life and just express it. And so that's the most freest thing. And I really think if you haven't, anyone in the chat, even somebody who hasn't really expressed it, please, at least consider it, just for the fun therapy step part. You know what I mean? Like I said, that's more valuable to me. And entertaining the people who have subbed. I want to make sure the people who sub, get something that they can really appreciate. But that's so much more valuable than anything. And if it grows, cool. And like I said, if you guys want to hop on the stream, I'll stream. I stream every Saturday, the Brave and the Bold. And then feel free to join.
And the other thing is, I have a whole bunch of new friends.
Yeah, the social element is really cool, man. This does feel like a cocktail lounge. This does feel like me. Yeah, I'm going to because I get my little drink, I talk shit. I'm sobering back up I'm a little more coherent. I'll fix that shortly. But I get my drink, I talk shit to friends with guys, and we talk. It's fun.
But like legit, like I feel like me and Vidge are like friends. Like what I mean? Like, we talked, we planned our show like the Culture Crime Fighters, but we ended up talking for like 2 hours, just talking off air, just talking.
Yeah.
And like,
when we were planning.
Yeah, and like me and Eric K, like I met Eric K like in Vegas, like because of the Gary meetup, but like we hung out for hours. Like I hung out with Nick Weiser, like me and Jake went to go Red Rock Canyon and they just hung out. Like I have new friends. It's just like I can't even articulate what that's like, like just going from like this kind of scraping my feet, gee gosh golly, can I get a job in Hollywood, to like feeling completely liberated and having a whole new group of people in my life that just like, it's just so much more validating than I think I could have ever expected, and it's exactly what I was looking for. It's like I always thought when I came to LA or Hollywood that doing this pursuit, I would have found people that like shared my like-minded views, and I didn't. And it was really challenging. And I found the opposite. And it was a really hostile environment to different thinking and different, people. As much as they pretend they're inclusive, they're not. And then I come on here, obviously, for a few months in the dark, but eventually, like I meet these amazing people, and it's like I'm a different person. I swear you wouldn't recognize me a year ago. It's a completely different guy, and it's like the gratitude I feel is crazy, and like the things it's done for me is so cool. So if you're even thinking about it, I mean, I can only speak from my experience, but I cannot advise you more to do it because it's best thing that ever happened to me. Best thing that ever happened to me.
Well, I remember when I came in your channel and there'd be hardly 1-2 people, and hey, you were having a good time just talking and chatting and getting your word out and all that good stuff. And hey, it was always a fun time hanging out. So
fucking A. And Eric K, I mean, Jesus Christ, this guy is on the biggest channel in my world. He's there on every stream, and it's Eric K just hanging out. You're like, hi, Eric. Hello.
Eric K, the mensch wrench.
Yeah, you're like,
and you always get a hello back. That's the thing.
Hey, I try.
And well, that's actually one of my criteria for streams, because I've been on 2 different channels where I went on and said hello, and not even a wrench said hello back. And I made a couple of comments and no response. And I'm like, yeah, unsubscribe.
Yeah, Vidge said he was on a stream where the guy, like whoever the host wasn't even reading super chats. I was like, what?
Wasn't reading super chats. And so I saw a couple $100 super chats go, didn't get read. I'm like, are you kidding me?
What are you doing?
Yeah. But I have a very good role model for being a mod. So
yeah.
And being
much better.
The mensch wrench.
Being in a chat, as far as I'm concerned, when somebody rolls in and I have never seen them before and they just say hi everybody, I'm immediately like, I gotta say hi back.
Yeah, you're really good, like, because you mod for me, and you're like, I feel like you're too good to be modding for me. Like, what are you doing here?
Well, blame Jake D. He's the first one to give me a wrench.
Yeah, you're really good, because I've tried wrenching. That's what I did I wrenched for fucking Sweetcast, and God, I suck. Holy shit, I suck at wrenching. I suck. I really suck. One thing I thought of, I was kind of like Cinching Dildo before. I had my channel started.
A fucking pain in the ass.
Yeah, I was the asshole in the chat for the longest time. And then I don't think you guys really even knew who the hell I was for a while until I did the member stream. But before I did the member streams, I was the Cinching Dildo talking
I didn't know
shit
who you
in
were.
chat.
When you were hanging out with me and Jared, I think you were like the only one in the chat. I had no idea who you were, but I just liked that you were talking with us. I was like, this is so cool.
I can't remember how I even found. I think Gary mentioned one of your channels, either
Couldn't
Jake D.
Wasn't me.
I think he mentioned Jake D, and then I found you from Jake D. I feel like he mentioned Jake D when he was like at 70 subscribers or something like that.
He mentioned Jake. I remember he mentioned Jake and Nick Weiser early on.
Yes, Jake and Nick Weiser. He both mentioned both of them really early because they were at like 70 or 80 subs.
Yeah.
When I found them, and then I found them and somehow found you, And this is I did my channel. I had started my channel like 2 or 3 months before then. But it was
Mwah!
all
I love you.
either political or positive. Because I was trying to do positive news streams, but the positive news was so fucking political. I said, fuck it, I give up, I quit, and I just went hardcore into it. That's what she said.
You find your voice. You really do. You find your voice. I mean, that's the thing I realized. It was like, talking about like I was doing the Umbrella Academy season 2, and like I talked about the show, and I tried to not talk about, like, I tried not to use terms like woke, and I tried not to talk about it, but I realized just after a while, like that's really what I want to say. Like I really want to skewer that because it's ever present in media. It's ever present in my life. I mean, it's like everyone's been seeing this, in media for the past few years, but I've been seeing it in scripts and in the industry, what's social sphere for years. And it's been driving me fucking nuts because it's like it's a really hostile environment. Like they're as hostile to the people around them as they are to people on Twitter and the entertainment sphere. So it was been crushing me for so long. So finally getting the opportunity to say what I really thought and then nothing happening, I was like, oh yeah, this rules. I'm gonna keep doing it.
What are they gonna do when you get to 1 million?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Hey, you got
That's
10,000.
That's wild.
You keep breaking stories. You keep doing what we do with this. You kept saying, "Hey, don't ruin your channel because we have a stream." You're right. I have to keep my stream, my channel, at least somewhat decent because if you're gonna keep getting subs, I don't want to. But yeah, like, you're gonna grow, man.
If I ever got to Gary's level, I would be very incredibly sad. I mean, Jesus Christ, that's like a huge goal, and to ever get there would be amazing. Like I kind of like where Gary and like Doomcock and Midnight's Edge, I like where they exist. I like where they exist, influential and powerful, but not so big to be targets. I think they're just in the right spot. I think like 300 to like 500 is a really solid. That's a place to like make a living. You know what I mean? Have a very powerful platform, but not be like in the million. I mean, you see what's going on with what's his name, the Quartering right now. He's under fire, and it's like you get to a certain level there, they're gonna start taking notice, and it's like I don't want the wrong people taking notice. I don't want to have to, because it does suck to get negative comments. Like I mean, on the Bill Burr video, there's like a lot of toxic people on there. Not most.
You don't want it, but you have no control. Just keep rolling.
Yeah, but it just sucks to read. You're just like who the fuck is this guy? What do we
Water
care?
off the back.
Just play the clip. It's like, this is a commentary channel, man. That's what I'm doing. I don't know what you can just watch the podcast. Like it exists.
I mean, I know I cannot say I'm any less about feeling when someone throws a shitty little comment. Even usually what I commentate is for, childish comments. The idea that someone just throws up something in there, it's mean, it has nothing but emotion attached to it. But the thing is that I think one of the things you get is that sort of water off a duck's back. You scan through the comments, you're looking for positive information, but you're not looking for an echo chamber either. You're also scanning through, looking for people who say, I don't like this, but I'm looking for something more like this. If there's someone that actually cares, then you will scan through, you will find those and go, oh, okay, that's good. And you can follow through on that instead, because you are gonna get negative.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. You are gonna get trolls. You are gonna get people who want to cancel you. You're gonna get this, that, and the other thing. It's that is part of your skills. That is part of your work set. That is part of your being able to deal with as a public figure.
That's what it is. I mean, that's what you're signing up for. You're signing. It's like, my first introduction with that was the Expanse, our Expanse streams, Draco. You were there, and it was like me saying things. I'm like, I'm sorry, this seems intersectional. This feels woke, and even you guys were kind of like, I don't know, I don't see it. And then like the stream and the chat being like, I don't get it. And then you can still go back and look at those videos on my channel right now. They're pretty much ratio. They're pretty much 50-50, and it's like, damn, when I hear Gary like skewer something that's bullshit, I'm like, fucking A. Like finally someone said it. And then I say what I think is true. And then they're just like, no, you're wrong. Shut up. Blah, blah, blah. You're like, oh, well, that doesn't feel awesome. But it's like, I said it because I believed it, not because I wanted the validation. Like I want the validation because I think what I, say is honest, is accurate, but I'm not doing it to get validation. I'm doing it because I think it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's only two ways you can proceed, and both of them are honest. Number one, an honest opinion, an opinion that isn't focused on that isn't generated by your attempting to find approval or to deliberately disapprove with anything else. It's still honest. It still comes from you. And then the other thing is like you mentioned, your desire to EFAP things, your willingness to take your opinions out of it, be absolutely objective, and address something from as close as you can get to definable truth.
Yes.
Those are absolute truths. When Gary skewers something, Gary has been doing this for a while. This is his experience set. He knows how to do this. He knows when he feels like he's in the right. And if Gary finds out that he's wrong, what does he do? Goes up and say, "Hey, guys, you know what? I was wrong about this. I found out about this and this thing." And he accepts it and moves on, because you're going to make mistakes. But if you always proceed from honesty in heart, in feeling, and honesty in presenting objective truth, you cannot do better.
And like I mentioned earlier, not to credit myself, but I just earlier, like Sentient Dildo, like he was on all those Expanse streams, as and he disagreed. And I would really weigh his criticisms. I'd where am I coming from at this? Like, why am I saying this? Like, am I jumping at shadows? Like, is this really a valid? And so you hear the things that the criticisms people are saying, and it's it just contributes to the conversation for me, because it's I know where I'm coming from and why. So it's is someone's pushback on that accurate? And it's let me listen, let me hear what he's got to say. Am I right? It gets a more refined point of view.
That's testing it. That's why we need the chat. Chat keeps us. I mean, I have no idea how many mistakes, or at least inaccuracies, that I was attached to during our Expanse streams. This is all about, listening to dildos, because the dildos got truth. Truth, my brother. Ace, Mr. Freeze, the dildo speaks the truth, or at least he speaks from a valid opinions. He tests us. We need those bellwethers. We need those bellwethers. We need those ideas coming from other people, or else this becomes an echo chamber.
Yes.
And that does not help us grow. It does not help the chat see that we're trying to be honest with them. It does not help us by the chat not being completely honest with us.
Someone said that
we
earlier.
need it.
Someone said
I'm
that
so
earlier.
glad this isn't an echo chamber.
Yeah, and someone said that earlier. It was like when we were talking about jumping at shadows and finding woke stuff, and it was something I didn't highlight it, but I remember someone said it in the chat, and it was saying about how the anti-echo chamber can become its own echo chamber. It's the same kind of thing. I think it's 100% spot on. Yeah, that happens.
That's why I like Uche being in the Phantom Menace. I agree with 95% of stuff he says. I do not agree with. I'm just glad he's around. Just to okay, there are people who genuinely think like this and he'll express the opinion. I'm like,
yeah,
okay.
It was sentient. Yeah, it was
That's what he
sentient.
thinks.
Yeah.
Well,
Hell,
going
such a
back
dildo.
to the chat thing, and
The dildo is good.
you guys
Hey,
saying that
Marvel
you
favorite
went into
TV show about
chats where
dildo.
people didn't say hello and all that, and you just got frustrated and left. Your Muslim uncle said he came into a few chats and said hello, and they're like, "Who the heck are you?" I mean, that's part of what I think I try to do is say hello to absolutely everyone, because hey, that person may need a hello, hey, how are you, whatever. And I do care about everybody that comes into the room. That's why I do my best to remember who I say hello to. If somebody mentions something about their life, I try to remember that stuff so I can come back and go, another Jen, how's your daughter doing? And that's because I actually care about how her daughter is doing with her relationship and all that. And I think it comes across that I care, but
no, you do.
I think absolutely Eric K, it absolutely does come across, and you are my role model for doing exactly that. Is the wrenches, if no one else in the chat, need to be the ones who are the greeters and welcome people to the chat. If you're going to help out the channel, that's what you do. That's one of the things you do is you make people feel welcome when they show up.
And I think, Eric, you have an interesting perspective. I like Geek Tropology. So it took a year to say hi. I know it's a little intimidating. It's a little wild. Anthroparian's here. Hello, sir.
Yo, Anthroparian.
Bunch of
He's one of my
Dr.
first
lovers. Yes.
14, 15 sub. He's been here. He predates you guys. He's been a sub before I met you guys.
Anthroparian's a good motherfucker. But Eric, you were hanging out with Gary early on, like when Gary, when he had a chat maybe this size, maybe even less. And it's
less people than this. And I mean, but I do care about everybody who comes in the chat. I don't care if you're just been here for the first time or been there for the 100th time. I want to say hello to you, and if you got something to say to me, I'm going to answer you back, and I'm going to do my best to remember absolutely everyone in there and what they say to me, even though it's 7,000 people talking to me at once sometimes. I try to get to everybody, and I try not to miss everybody. It's tough sometimes, but hey, I mean, Friday Night Tights is a lot of work, and daytime chats are getting over 5,000 people now. So it's tough, but hey, I do my best, and I hope everybody knows that. So
yeah, we see it. And I brought that up because, I haven't said hi to Mike DiCarlo, by the way. Hi, Mike DiCarlo. Good to see you, man. I saw you chatting. Hello. I just wanted to
Mike DiCarlo.
And look, he says Eric K's greetings speak volumes of his character. I agree.
Eric K soda man.
The reason I brought up the other stuff is because it's like, you've seen the whole thing grow from the little seedling to the forest that, Nerdrotic is now. And it's like, you understand what that is, because a lot of people, myself included, just come into it when it's already a fully blossomed thing. And it's a different perspective when you see it growing from a little seed. And I know Thoth said with Culture Casino, no, sorry, not Culture, Drunk 3PO, like when he only had, like a few dozen subs, and he saw that whole thing grow. And it's like when you witness it from like, nut from, to tree, it's really a perspective, and you understand like how many people are a part of that and how much it's an organic thing. There's nothing about it that is it's not like the industry where it's like, oh, this is on TV, so automatically several million people are going to watch this. I mean, like I detailed earlier, Vidge detailed earlier, it's like, you're doing it for nobody for a long time, and then when it actually turns into like get some traction, it's a really beautiful thing. And it's we've been having a blast with this show. So 7 weeks we've been doing this, and it's like, just having anyone hang out, and Senshin Dildo, Geek Tropology, Anthroparian, Grinakuma, these guys hanging out, it's like it makes the thing. It's like if they're not there, we're just hanging out in our apartment. It's like this is what it's for, is for everybody, and it's such a cool thing. And like to welcome that is what the virtue of this whole experience is, I think.
Well, it's still a trip to me because, I mean, Gary, I knew him when he had next to no subs, and I'd be pretty much the only one chatting with him in the chat. And so Gary is just Gary to me. I mean, it's Gary, So, and you guys are like, Gary, 300,000 subs, and going, wow, that's incredible, And I'm like, it's Gary. I talk to him all the time.
I still get flutters. Him mentioning it to me tonight was just like a moment where I was like, wait, does he mean me? When he said Matt, does he mean me? Oh my God. Like, it was insane.
You guys don't realize that a lot of times Gary goes back, and after the streams, he rewatches the streams, we rewatches the chats, we talk about it, whatever. And I mean, sometimes, and he does care about what everybody is saying. So he does look. So
I know.
he's a real genuine guy, you know.
Stand
Does
up,
Gary
motherfucker.
have extra time on Earth because he watches my stuff? And I'm like, how could he possibly, and has been for a while. Like, he
Gary's in his own look.
Very patient.
Look, Gary is in his own private time zone, and I think there's more than 24 hours in a day in his time zone.
He's got a time turner. He can do two things at once.
Yeah. He's got a time turner.
When I was on that first member stream I did, he subbed to me. I was like, oh man, cool. He genuinely fucking has been watching my shit since then. I didn't realize it. And he said something. I'm like, oh my God, I think he's been watching since then. And then the one time where I was doing a stream, I think it was an episode of Brave and the Bold, and Culture was talking about Gary, and then he shows up in the chat. I'm like, he's in the chat watching this stream, and we're just talking about him, and he just shows up.
Oh, you'd be surprised at how many streams he just hangs out in and never says a word. I mean,
and lurks on. Yeah.
Sometimes if I'm busy and doing things, I don't say anything either, because I'll spend 2 hours saying hello to people and asking them how they are. So
yeah, same here. I mean, I don't always have, it's like we talked about this before. It's like,
oh yeah,
I love this community, but sometimes it's like if I say hi, then like 13 people say hello back, and I feel obligated to say hello to all of them, obviously, to be, because it'd be cool. But it's like I don't always like I'm driving, or I'm like I'm on my phone and I have app mention anthroparian. It's like it's too much. So like I'll just lurk all the time. I lurk. I mean, I generally lurk on Gary's streams.
I lurk and work a lot. I mean, I definitely lurk and work. I get that. I get lurking. I lurk a ton.
Stellar Heather has already named me, and it's very apropos. Lurkalotimus.
I like that one.
I am on all of these streams, and I cannot. It does trouble me sometimes, especially when I really want to participate more. That I lurk and I do some things, and then I have to break away. And I mean, even when I was doing some of these meetings that I'd get together with. Several of us meet together on a Discord or whatever, and I'd be like working around the house with the volume on my system all the way up so I could work and do all the things, and then they say, oh, by the way, Mithy or Draco, are you there? And I'd like suddenly they'd hear a sound echoing throughout the room tones in my house. Yeah, I'm over here.
I wanted to get back to a chat that Jen said, another Gen 42. First of all, another Gen 42. I love your avatar. I love that it's Douglas Adams. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is one of my favorite novel series of all time. I've read it multiple times. I adore it. I love it. But Eric K, she said something very sweet. Said, I know you care. You convinced me my daughter might not hate me. I told my daughter you always remind me to call too. Then we talked about video games for 2 hours.
Aw. You're like mending families legitimately? Wow. Like seriously, Eric, hey, you're like this. You are like this magical human being, and I mean that with no joke. Like you're a really, really cool dude. Yeah. And the planet doesn't have a lot of Eric K's
magic
hanging around. I didn't mean. I didn't mean that type of magic, because we know you love the supermodels, but like you seriously, and you deserve them, man. You deserve them, because you're a really cool dude. You're a really genuine dude.
Good man, Eric K. And I'm glad to know you, honestly.
Yeah.
So you're a fucking hell of a guy. And New Bomb told this back, but he says intelligent discussion. That's what I look for in a stream. Well, thank you, my friend. That's what I look for as well. And I'm glad that you feel this is intelligent.
Intelligent discussion, man. I'm doing something wrong.
Despite as hard as Sentient Dildo tries to ruin it.
I take no credit. It was the way I was raised by my parents. So,
well, shout out to Papa. How is Papa K doing, by the way?
He's hanging in there, cantankerous as ever, but he's hanging in.
Okay. Good. Shout out to Papa and Mama K. They raised a good one.
Very good.
They raised the real one. They raised the real one.
Hell yeah, they did. Hell yeah, they did. And you know what? Thank you to like all you guys. Like Red Shirt, I know Red Shirt just stepped away, but Red Shirt, Vigilante, Draco, you guys, just like embracing this, jumping on board, like. Jake and Nick Weiser and just everyone who fucking hangs in it. It's so cool. It's such a cool thing we have going on here, and I'm blown away to be a part of it. Like that, it even worked out. I mean, literally the first time we did this cocktail lounge was just because I was restless, and I was just like, I don't know, I'm throwing this in the Discord. Anyone wants to join, come. I'm just gonna talk. And now it's 7 weeks we're doing this. This is shit.
Yeah, this has become, like you said it last week, the highlight of the week. This is like I look forward to this in the same way I would look forward to going out to the bar with friends.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't wait to do the cocktail lounge, shit around, see how much. I told myself I was only going to go 4 hours this week. I'm going as long until the wheels fall off. Clearly, as I have pretty much every week.
I'm at work thinking about this shit. You know what I mean? Like I like listen back to like the old streams generally because I'm pretty drunk at this point. So I try to hear, like what was being said, like with fresh eyes. But it's like, it's my favorite thing I do. And the fact that anyone's here listening is amazing. And that I'm over 1,000 is mind blowing. Like I can't believe it happened. Honestly, I can't believe it happened this fast. I thought, I don't know, a year, 2 years. I don't know. I don't know how long it would take. So the fact that I'm even here, it's just like, thank you.
Hey, it went quick too. I mean,
there's a vibe.
There's a vibe. It went real quick, way quicker.
You went from like 300 to 1,000 quick,
fast. It was a week and a half ago. I was on Vidge's. We did the Culture Crime Fighters on Vidge's channel, and your viewers got me over 450, and I was like,
yeah, that's right.
Hate. And I was thrilled. I was like, yes. And then, the video dropped and that got a nice push. But then Gary, I mean, Jesus Christ, he gave me, I don't know, 300 maybe. You know what I mean? It was like
nooner push because you already had the push. And then when he said something on the nooner, a lot of people start subbing.
That was a big one.
Tonight, we'll find out, later. Hopefully they don't calculate the votes. Well, I can't even say that. I can't even finish the statement.
No, I feel the same way. I hope that it all comes through. I hope it all comes clean. Yeah. Because it was just so cool. It was just the weirdest moment where I'm just like prepping for this and looking up stories, and I just like clicked on FNT and he's like, he's gonna love this. Matt, don't worry, it's going down. And I'm like, Matt, Matt. He can't be talking about me. Me, Matt. And it's just like, oh my god, he is talking about me. Oh my god. So fucking cool. And fucking Gary is the man. Gary is as generous as he appears to be. I have never asked him to come back on this channel. The only time he came on the channel was because Jake and him have like a little more of a close relationship. But I bet if I put the effort in, he'd come back. And it's just like, because that's the type of guy he is. He's a good motherfucker.
He's really cool. And I have not asked him on my channel yet. I don't know if I
think we should try to get him for Cultural Crime Fighters, man. I think he'd do it.
Yeah.
As long as it doesn't conflict with the nooner, I'm sure he would do it.
Yeah, but it's funny. The past few weeks is like we almost been like the nooner post show. Like we'll start right as the nooners, like because like I know 1 week we started right as it ended because I was like watching it while we were like in the backstage, and then I think last week or the last one, it was like it went on for like another half hour or so, but we went kind of long, so it was all right.
Yeah, that show is fucking fun, man. I love doing that. I love doing all this. This is just so cool.
Yeah, all the shows were fun. And speaking of which, I remember my first episode when I knew that we kind of had a chemistry. It was 2 episodes. When I had 100 subscribers, I did like one of my streams.
And
you were on there, and we were just talking. And then afterwards, that was one of the times we talked like another 40 minutes, maybe even an hour. Who knows how long?
Yeah.
After the stream, I'm like, man, we kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Then the very first episode of The Brave and the Bold you did, and you like killed it. Killed it. And I was like, whoa, you was like, you did way like you killed it. You killed the whole episode. And I was like, man, it'd be really cool if we could do something. And then when you asked, I'm like, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, we just vibe, man. We did on this channel too. And I remember the first thing we did together, I think, was the Christmas stream. Was the Christmas Chronicles that Jake recommended. And I think we did that for like, I don't know, 3 hours, something like that. And that was right before I went to Vegas. I remember that right before I went to Vegas. And I was talking about you with Jake in Vegas. And I was like, this is the coolest fucking thing. This is so goddamn cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you guys, we've crossed the 5-hour mark. It's 1:15 in the morning here. I know it's much later elsewhere. Should we call it a night? Wrap it up?
Well, I got to get up in the morning, so I was about ready to say goodnight anyway. So
Yeah,
It's
it's about
time.
that time.
It's okay with me.
I got my second win out, so yeah, I'm ready. We can close up
I
shop.
could go 4 hours more. I'm into the EFAT time. What do you want to do? It's only 4:14 in the morning now.
I'll start playing a Lord of the Rings, and a Lord of the Rings video game, and we'll just talk.
We need a few more. We need a few more super chatters coming in, so you can play Lord of the Rings, and then you pause it, and then you read a super chat, and then we fap that shit out of it, and then we go on to the next one.
Hey,
what times?
What's his name does that really well? Razor Fist does that. He's got a producer reading the super chats to him while he plays a video game. It's like that's a cool setup. I like that.
Yeah.
To get down with that. All right, well, around the horn. Let's go, Draco. Say goodbye.
Yeah. Say goodbye to all the people. Goodbye, all you wonderful people in the panel in the chat. What the hell was that?
Yeah. The Draco voice.
Yeah.
The Draco Argentus voice.
I don't know exactly what that was. I'm just a Midwestern boy. I have no idea what these voices are that I make. Please. I am Draco Argentus Mythier. I have a wee little channel, and Eric K, you wonderful mensch wrench. She just keeps selling me. I appreciate it. I'm still looking for my next muse because I really lost faith when The Expanse went the way it did. But yes, I do have a channel. You can find me at Draco Argentus. I'm just looking for things to create. I don't know if I'm going to be spending that much more time. I really prefer, you'll always find me with my friends because that is one reason I'm here. I am hanging out with Matt, I'm hanging out with V-Dub, I'm hanging out with not just another red shirt.
Yeah.
Hanging out with Eric K, hanging out with Jake D, hanging out with hanging out with Culture Casino now.
Culture.
And then Tom came on again.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Oh, that's a mile. That's I'm putting that in my diary and alerting the media.
Yeah.
I mean,
a big day.
Yeah.
Big day.
Man, that's how we do it here. But the thing is, yes, hanging out, talking with my friends, fellow geeks, nerds, and just people who care about shit. About all of this wonderful stuff, all these wonderful people. I need you to sub to these people. I need you to sub to everybody. I mean, sub to Eric K, the mensch wrench. Find out where he can. Eric, you should sell yourself. I know you don't have a thing. You're another person we should get to 100 subs without actually making any content.
Eric K should have 1 million subs for how
Indeed.
Maybe I'll produce a video, huh?
He's gonna. I know he's gonna. He said it.
Sub to V-Dub. Sub to V-Dub, the vigilante, the masked savior of pop culture, and with the hot takes and the crazy takes and the intellectual ways of looking at things that you might not see. And
fucking excellent. The man. The fucking
and all you look at this. Sub to Geek Tripology in chat. All these people in chat. Look at these wonderful people out here. Sentient Dildo always keeping it real for us. Ace Mr. Freeze, he needs some subs. Yes, hell yes. Anthroparian, love seeing you in the chat. New Bomb, Henry Sherman. Oh my gosh, all the people that we had here, just wonderful keeping this chat going. Another Jen, Thunderwing Doomslayer. Oh,
all amazing. Eric
crazy.
Hey,
Shadow Man. Shadow Man's we gotta get him some subs. He wants to make a channel and he hasn't made anything yet. Let's get him going.
Yeah. I love it. Eric K, my good man. Lovely to have you, sir. You are the shit.
Hey, it's been a pleasure. Congrats on 1,000 subs. It's well deserved.
Thank you.
Just another red shirt. You're doing awesome. Thank you so much for your help. I'm glad I threw a wrench on you and said, you're going to be one, like it or not. Draco, you're awesome. I mean, What would I do without you on Sundays, especially throwing up that link and
I
everything?
can copy and paste that thing till all the cats come home. And I mean cats. I don't mean cows. I mean cats come home. That's impressive.
Well, yeah, I used to make up something different on every single person's link, but now it's just so damn busy. I just can't do it anymore. If I want to keep up with everybody else speaking to me, I got to make something up beforehand and throw it out there. So, hey, that works. And
okay.
Vigilante, it's great being on with you once again.
Yeah, I
you the
appreciate
man.
it.
Keep it up.
I love
And
streaming with you, man.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I've
you
been
are
calling you the
doing.
Wrench King for a while, and I think I may even started calling you that on my original profile. But I don't know if you remember. 'Cause I did the
Yeah.
little Wrench King and the little whatever.
Yes, you did.
Oh geez. So I may have started the
So-
original. You may know my secret identity because I could have doxed myself because of that original.
No,
profile.
you asked me if you did, and I told you that you didn't. So
Okay. Cool.
Fucking A. Eric K, you're the man. You're the fucking
Yes,
man.
you are.
And you're the man. You're an asset. I'm so grateful that you're here. You're the shit. And make sure you guys sub to go follow Eric K on Minds if you like.
I really got to start posting things on Minds. People keep complaining.
Me too. And I know Red Shirt's Minds was here somewhere. I can't find it in the chat, but
I can post that thing.
That would be wonderful. Red Shirt, you're not just another Red Shirt. You're the Red Shirt.
Never.
And,
You are the Red Shirt.
It is always a pleasure to get a chance to come on and chat with all of you. Foulball, Eric K, Vigilante Williamson, and MFer Draco Argentis. I have a ball. I really enjoy getting in these and having, when I have something to say, I get to say it. And when I don't, I can just go dark and mute and just hang out and wait until the conversation comes around to me again, which is why I don't have content on my channel, because I don't always have something to say. But it really is a lot of fun, and I really appreciate it. So thank you, Matt. I do appreciate it.
Dude,
So
very grateful.
everybody have a good night. Have a good evening. Have a even better tomorrow or today, whatever it is for you. And have a great time. And I'll
Fucking
talk
A.
with all of you later.
And give just another Red Shirt a follow on Minds. He's the man. Thank you for hanging out with us, man. You've been here since the beginning, and I'm grateful to know you. You're a good guy, a good contributor to this whole chat panel thing that we're doing here, and I love you. You're the shit. And Vigilante Williamson, my good man.
Well, as my co-host to my show, or to our show, because it's really his idea. It's really his brainchild. Despite the the allusions to my gimmick as a crime fighter, the culture crime fighter is really Matt's idea, and so because I have to keep that going, I ask that you all, anyone who's new to Matt's channel, if you want to see next week's episode of the Culture Crime Fighter show, you got to be sub to my channel because we alternate Inquisition style. So this is week 4, and that's a very fun show. It's, each one of these shows, as great as they are, they have their own vibe. So if you like this, but you want just me and Matt, it'll be on my channel, Vigilante Williamson show. And also, I know a lot of people are interested in streaming themselves or doing this themselves. I do every Saturday. I do Vigilante Williamson, the Brave and the Bold, and I'll send you guys a link if you follow me on Twitter. And hell, I may just take the risk and drop it in the chat tomorrow since there's so many people interested. So if you guys come by tomorrow, I may just drop it in the chat and we may just go that way. And also, Fenrir the Ice Wolf, who's usually there. Hopefully Slasher McSplitter will be there. And then afterwards, I'm doing a stream with Slasher about if you guys are interested in wrestling. We got a wrestling stream we're going to do tomorrow as well. Yeah. See, I'm doing. I also have stuff in personal life, so I've been trying to cut back on stream, but it's so fun. I got so many streams, so I'm always doing streams on my channel, and I do videos from time to time. I did a video on Superman the other day. It just was just about how they're doing this whole thing with Ta-Nehisi Coates and J.J. Abrams. I think Superman's kind of a dead franchise, and I think they really thought they were going to, I don't know, shock people, cause a stir, and everyone's already forgotten about it. So yeah, I got that video and other stuff like that. Now, check me out. Check me out.
Give Vidge a sub. He's a good shit. Well, thank you guys. I'm flattered by the outpouring of positive vibes. Tom from Midnight Edge showing up was amazing. Culture Casino showing up. But the real honor is you, the chat. Hail the panel, hail the chat, and fuck you, Matt. Thanks, Dildo. Yeah. It's good to see you, buddy. I know you guys are the shit. And
Anthro, we did talk about Coming to America actually in two different spots. Once early in the stream and then later on with Tom. So we did touch that. But no one's actually seen it. Oh, I didn't see it, but a few people did. A little mixed to positive to maybe good, but to negative. That's what the vibe was coming from. So I wasn't sure about it.
Yeah. But Anthroparian, good to see you, sir. Sentient Dildo, the Islington Girl, Geek Tropology, Ace Mr. Freeze, Thunderwing Doomslayer, another Gen 42. Everyone that showed up is you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I'm blown away by the positivity. It's so fucking cool.
Shirt back, or is he still?
I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I'm back.
He's here. And thank you to you guys. I mean, this is nothing without you guys. It's not a hang if you guys aren't hanging. So it's like you guys are. It means a lot. It's just the coolest. This is the coolest thing that's happened to me in a really long time. So I'm blown away, and I love doing this, and we're gonna keep doing it because it's the most fun I've ever had, and I love you all. So thank you guys so much for showing up, and see you all in the next one. We're always here every Friday, 8 p.m. right after FNT. Catch me and Vidge on Culture Crime Fighters every Wednesday at 3 p.m. Pacific. And give a sub to all these guys. It's all good. It's a really good community. So keep supporting, keep showing love on Nerdrotic, showing love on Midnight's Edge, showing love all around because it's so much fun. So we'll see you guys all on the next one. Good night, everybody.